Welcome to Macrocode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to learn how to create a simple help desk management system. So by the end of this video, you'll be able to create a simple help desk management system whereby users can be able to sign in. So if you sign in, and you can also register. So you can provide the first name, middle name, last name, gender, country, city, email address. Then whenever you come and log in, you'll be redirected to the dashboard. So this help desk management system, for those who want to view, you can be able to see. So this is the landing page. So you'll be able to see the landing page and the number of tickets. You'll be able to see how you can categorize tickets, that is recent tickets, assigned tickets, resolved tickets, and closed tickets. So, and you can also see how you can add a new ticket. So you can see this is a list of tickets. We have the number of tickets, the title, priority, ticket subcategory, who created the ticket, when it was created, and the status, and even the number of comments. Then at the end, you'll be able to see actually have a different actions. So you can add a new ticket whereby you can provide the details of the ticket, the description of the ticket, select the priority, the category of the ticket, and even the subcategory of the ticket, and assign a document. So whenever you save this particular ticket, then it will be saved and you'll be able to see all the tickets that you've created with the statuses based on colors. And you can also see the assigned tickets. So these are tickets with the status assigned, and it has been assigned to someone. Then you have the resolved tickets. All these are all tickets that has been resolved, and the closed tickets. So these are all tickets that has been resolved. So as you can see on the number of comments, so these are the comments on that particular ticket. So if you click on the link, you'll be able to see we have the comments, and you can actually add a comment and tie it to a particular ticket. Then you have the ticket comments. So these are all the comments of a ticket. So you can add a comment, and you can see you have the description, the ticket information, the created on and created by. Then you can edit or delete the comments. Then you have the ticket categories. You can add a new category of the ticket. Then all these categories you can also tie to subcategories. So we have the subcategories module where you can have the ticket categories, and you can always provide the subcategories of that particular ticket. So the application also tracks the audits. So every time you create something on the application, it will check whether the action was a creation, deletion, or an update, provide the module that it was affected, the affected table, the timestamp, the IP address, and the person who actually did that. Then you also have the system users. So these are all the users within the system. You can add all these particular information. Then you have the system codes. So here we are grouping all the options, for example, the statuses, the priority, and the gender. So for the gender, we have the male and female. So that is where we are grouping them. Then we have them under system code details. So under system code details, you are now having the specific values like the male and female, but the group is under gender. Then you have also the system role, so you can add a new role. So this tracks all the roles within the system. So you have the role number and the role name. Then you also have the departments within this particular system. So if you want this system, you can always claim the source code in the link below, and you'll be able to get the complete source code. But as you can see, if you want to watch how this is created, so let's begin. Welcome to Macrocode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to create a simple help desk management system. So if you're new to this channel, subscribe and let's begin the video. So we're going to create this application using Visual Studio 2022. So I'm going to create a new project. So just click new. Then I'm going to use SPMVC template. So if I just search there, then you should be able to see we have various templates. So I'm going to use SPMVC, this one. So I'll choose this one, then next. So here, I'm going to give the application the name. So I'm going to say help desk system. Then I'll choose my location where I want my project to actually sit. Then the solution name, then I'm going to say place the solution and project in the same folder. Then if I click next, I'm going to use .NET 8, which is under long-term support. So we have various .NET framework that you can choose. So I'm going to use .NET 8. Authentication mode, I'm going to use individual account. Then I can create my project. So once this is created, we can actually link this now to our database and do a lot of things. So let's just wait and see how our project will look like. So it's creating the project. So for those who are new to this channel and you like this video, comment down below, subscribe, and let's begin this series. So let's see how our project looks like. So this is our project. So it has created, and you can see we have various folders. So we have our program.cs file here. We have our app settings. We also have our views folder, our models folder, the data folder, controllers, areas, and we all have all these other information. Then under dependencies, you can also see our packages. So these are some of the packages that has been installed. So we can actually launch this project and see how it looks like before even doing anything. So let's just launch and see how this project looks like. So there we go. So let's just wait and see. So for those who are following this video and you're new to this channel, consider subscribing so that you actually promote us to do more of these videos in series, so that you also help others to learn and engage. So you can also comment down below in case you need us to do something on this solution. Then we will be happy to enhance the application. So our application is launching. Let's just wait and see how this will go about. So there we go. So this is our solution. So this is how the application looks like. This is help desk system, home, privacy, and we have the register and even the login. So we can actually modify this without doing anything. So I'll just go to shared folder. Then under layout, I can actually rename this to something else. So I can call this, where is it? Here. Can say help desk management system. So if I just do that and I update my application, then our changes should reflect. So let's just wait and see. So if we go back here, yes, so that is, so you can see this is help desk management system. So what I want us to do is, I want us to do some things. So I want us to, even before doing that, I want us to go back to our app settings, and I want us to actually connect this to the database. So I'm using SQL, so we need to connect this to the database. So for you to connect that, we need some things here. So I'm going to provide my server name. So here I'm going to rename this to my server name. So I'm going to have my server name there. So this is my server name. So you can actually provide your own server name. So I'll just do here engineer. So that is my server name. Then I can also provide the name of the database. So you can also create the database name. So let me just show you what is happening. So if I go back here, this is my SQL server. Here I can create a database. You can see this is the server name engineer. I can create a new database, and I can call this sample. Can call this sample help desk. So we just do sample help desk, create the database, and this will be our database name. So if we just go back here and our app settings, so on the database, we can actually provide these with our database name, which is a sample help desk. Then you have trusted connection is true, multiple active connection, active result sets is true. Then we can do one thing here. So I want you to introduce something called trust server certificate. So we say trust server certificate, which is actually one word. Then you can say this is true. So we've actually now connected our application to the database. So here, so we've connected this to the database. So if we go back to our program.cs, you'll see that we have the connection string. It is taking the connections from the default connection. And if there is no connection, then it will actually throw that particular kind of an error. But now, before even we do anything, we can actually come here, go to tools, NuGet package manager console. I want us to create some tables and add migrations. So to add migrations, you'll just go here, then you say add migration. Then we give the name of the migration. So I'm going to say initial migration. Then if you press enter, it will generate a folder here called migrations, and it will have our initial migration file there. So you can see here we have the folder migrations, and we should be able to have our file. There we go. So you can see we have the initial migrations, which it doesn't have anything. So we can actually now update our database. We can say update database. So so those are very important commands that you need to be aware of. So I'll just do update database. So if we press enter, so it should actually connect our application to the database and create some of the default tables. And you can see here, it is actually creating some of the NETCORE tables. So here it is done. So if we go back to our database, sample help desk, under tables, you should be able to see we have the default tables. You see we have the EF migrations, which actually tracks the histories that we've done. Then we have SPNet roles, SPNet users, SPNet user logins, user claims. So if you see on these SPNet users, you can actually see that it has some fields. So it has the lockout enabled, username normalized. So that means if we go back to our application, we can actually register a user and we can log in. So let's just launch the application and see if we can register a user, because now our application is connected to the database. So let's just log in, connect. So our application is launching. Let's just wait and see. So there we go. So we have our application there. So if we go to the register, we can actually register a user here. So I'm going to say that is the password admin account. Then I can say this is my password. I can provide my password. So if I click register, you'll notice that it will create this particular user. So it has created the user, but now if we had configured the email SMTP in our application, it should actually send us the email confirmation for us to confirm that that is the correct email. But because this is not configured, we have been provided with the click button here to confirm our email account. So if we just click here, it will be able to confirm. You can see the confirm email. Thank you for confirming your email. And if we go back to the database, we should be able to see that we have a user. So you can see there is a record that has been created. This is the ID, this is the username that you provided, the email address, and everything that we provided. So you can see even the password is hashed and everything is flowing. So if we go back to the application, we can also log in. So if I pass my password, the email and the password, and I click login, I can actually log in. You can see I'm now logged in. And how do you know that? You can see here, it is actually indicating my email address, that is hello@admin, and I can log out. You see we have now a button for logout. But before you log in, we have two buttons, register and login. So if we click login, you can actually log in to the application. So that is one thing that we've done. We've managed to connect our application to the database, and we've actually registered a user. So another thing that I want us to do is, on our application, you'll notice that we have something on the application users table. So here on ASP.NET users, there are some fields that are missing. Assuming we want to enhance, you see we have the username, normalized username, email, all this. But assuming we want to capture the first name, middle name, last name of a particular user. So how will we do that? So we can actually extend this table. So what we need to do, let's go to our folder for models. So I want us to add a model here called, so here I want us to add a model called application user. So here we'll say application user. So we just do application user. Then I want us to go back here and I want us to do this. So I want us to inherit from identity user. So if we just say identity user. So if we do that, we will be asked to install, to be using, you see, we need to import this using Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity. So that means we need now to have, we can pass our additional properties here. So assuming we want to have our first name, so that is this is my first name. So I can do that. So these are some of the additional fields that we want for our users. So here I can say middle name. So I can also do, so see, this should be middle name. Sorry. So here I'll just do middle. I can also do another field here for last name. So let me zoom this so that it's a bit clearer for you guys. Sorry for that. So here will be last name. Then another thing is I can do gender. So I can do gender. Here I'll just do gender. Then I can also do here phone number. I think we have a phone number in our other table. So let's just confirm. So phone number, you see we have the phone number here. So that's okay. So we can say we need, say, country. And we can also add another one. We say city. And also here we can actually say, if we want to get the full name, we can do public. So if we want to get the full name of the user, we can do string, then we say full name. But this one will not be. So here, this value, we'll be getting it from a combination of the names. So how do you do that? So I'm going to do that. Then here, I'm going to say this will be first name. So full name will be a combination of first name, middle name. So this should be middle name. Then this should be, so we need to have another, so this should be last name. So if we do that, then we will be having our full name. So we've now added this thing here. So the next change that we need to do is we need to modify some few items. So since we have inherited this application user and it's inheriting from identity user, we've actually extended the identity user table to have these additional fields. So what we need to do, we need to go to program.cs, and instead of using identity here, we should actually use our application user. So that is the change that we need to do. Another change that we need to do is go to our application DB context we see on the data, then application DB context, confirm that it's not using anything, that is okay. Then, since we have that, I want us to add migration. So let's just go to tools, then go to NuGet Package Manager console, then let's clear, then we can add migration. So here we'll say updated user. So we can say extended. Let me just extended user table. So if we press enter, it will now add our migration. Then we should be able to update the database. So that is okay. Let's just update database and see. So if everything goes well, so can see it has added that. So let's just confirm if we have these fields. So if we click that, so there's something that we missed. Yes. So let's just do something. Yes. So there's something that we missed. So what is that? So if we go back to our application DB context, so we need to make some changes so that we take care of the new user. So what we need to do is go to our application DB context here. Then we need to ensure that this is using our application user. So if we do that, we just say application user. So if we do that, then let's now add the migration. So let's just clear that. Then let's add another migration, say updated. So we should be able now to get our additional fields. So as you can see, our columns now are there. So that is what we were missing. And if you notice, guys, we did not add the application DB context, that is the application user here, as a DB set. So we've actually passed that here. So after that, we can update the database, and we should be able to have now the additional columns. So as you can see, everything is going on well. And if you go back to our application SPNet users table, we'll be having the additional columns. You see, you have the city, county, country, first name, gender, last name, and the middle name. So that is one way of doing that. So the next thing that I want us to do is I want us to scaffold some things. So here on our application, if we go back to the SPNet user, we can scaffold this. So I'm going to do new scaffolded item, then identity. So this one will give us so if you notice when you are registering, we had the login and the registration page, but they are not here. So you can see the pages, we don't see them. So what we need to do, we need to scaffold so that we are in a position to update and actually modify those pages. So if we go back to, so let's just scaffold and see. So you can see identity will actually give you our existing, that is some pages to help us do that. So I'm going to click override all files. Then you are going to take all these files, but you can actually select the particular files that you want. That is the razor pages. So I'm going to take all of them. Then I indicate the application DB context that I'm using. Then you can see here, you can also use the user class. You can supply, but for us, we have already added that. So if I click add, it will actually generate a lot of pages, and that is the razor pages, and it will add them here. So let's just see how this goes. So it's building the project and it's scaffolding. So for those who are following this video up to that point, if you are new to this channel and you haven't subscribed and you're watching this video, please consider subscribing and like the video. So let's just wait and see how this goes about. So we have the Microsoft Visual Studio scaffolding. Then let's just, so it's generating the code now, as you can see. So once this is done, we should be able to get all the pages, and we can now proceed and do any modifications that we want. So as you can see, it is done. So here we had only the pages, but now we have a folder called account. And you can see we have all these pages. Now we have our login page, and we can always modify this login page. Another thing is our register section. So remember, we added some fields here. And the additional fields, we have the city, country, name, gender, last name, middle name, and the first name. So for us to, if we just go back and launch the application, assuming there is no any error, then we should be able to see that those fields are not there. So for someone who is going to register again, they will actually need to provide those additional fields. So you can see we have an issue. And so the reason we are getting this error, you see invalid operation, no service for type Microsoft SP.NET Core identity user. So if we go back to our program.cs, so ensure that we have a builder.services, add identity, change this from default identity, then have our application user identity role, then you can have this. So once you have that, go back to our login partial here under shared. So we need to change this from identity user to application user. So here you need to convert that. Then after you've done with that, another thing is you need to also change something called manage nav here. Ensure that it has application user. So if you do that, we should now be able to get our application up and running. So let's just launch and see how this will work. So there we go. So you can see our application is now running. Then if we go to register, we have the email, password, and confirm password. But remember, we added some few fields: city, country, last name, all these. So how do we add that? So we need to go to our register page here, under register page here. Where is it? So here under register. Then I'm going to add those fields. So to add those fields, I'm going to our here. Then I'm going to provide the fields. So I'm going to just copy that and I say here first name. So this will be, it's not an email, so we'll just do a string here first. So this should be first name. Then we can also do the last name, the middle name. So here middle name. This is also middle name. Then you can do last name. So that is how you modify the fields, guys. Middle name. So this should be last name, I mean. So this is last name and this is last name. Then we can also have our gender. So here we'll say gender. And this is say gender as well. So once we do that, then we can also have here, our country. And here we can say country. Then we can also do city. So here we are going to do city, and this is city. So those are the fields that we added. You have city, gender, and I think that those are the fields. So once we have these fields, remember we need to ensure that we are saving them at the database level. So how are we going to do that? So what we need to do is, when this user is created here, it will now come with the application user. So we need to say here user dot, so we say user dot first name. We need to assign it to our input. So we say input dot first name. So we need to assign the values to our user, because here then it will be created. So I'm going here to now have all my fields here. So if I do that, then I'm going to say, middle name. I'll just do middle name. This is also middle name. Then I can do here last name. You can also do here last name. Then we have the gender. So I can do here gender. Then here we can do gender. Then I can also do here, I can do country. Then here country. Then the last one is our, so this is country. The last one is our city. So I'll just do city. Then this is city. Then after that, that is okay. So to get those values, we need to go to our register page. Then we now modify here. We add these fields. So I'm going to add the fields here. I'll just copy that, have it here. Then I'll say this is first name. So I'm going to change this, sorry. So this is first name. So this is first name, this is first name, this is first name. And here, let's just remove this and the autocomplete. So we can do that for now. Then, so we have our first name. So remember, we need to have all the fields here. So I'm going to now do here our middle name. So middle name. Then I'm going to copy this here. So here also we ensure we have the first name. Then here is middle name. Then once we have that here, we can also do here, can say last name. So I'm going to do here last name. So this should be last name. So I'm going to remove that there. Then we have our gender. Here. Can say gender. So this is gender. You can also say here gender. So then I can say this is can say here country. So this is just registration of user. So you can also do here country, this is country, this is country. Then you can say here city. So that is our last field. So you need here city, and we have this is city, this is city, then you can do here city. So we now have all the fields that we added. So if we just go back now and launch the application, we should be able to see all these fields. So let me just launch. So we should be able to see these fields, and we should now add a user with all those fields. So let's just see how that goes. So if we go back here, so that is our application. If we just say register, we now have all these fields, you see? So I can now go back here and say James Imani, can say Mbugwa, and you say here male. Then country, can say here Kenya. I can say city here Kitale. Then email address, I can provide, that is my email address. Then I can also provide the password. So I can also do that and provide the password. So if we click register, if everything is okay, then our application will register a user, and we should be able to see that user logged in. You see, it's already logged in. Remember, we removed the confirmation of user, password, and email. So if we go back to our application and execute, we should be able to see now we have another user via admin1, but we now the details that we provided. Remember, we have the city, country, name, all this. So we've been able to now create a user and register a user within our help desk management system. So we are going to leave it there for today, and we hope to proceed with this video. So if you are watching, remember to subscribe and keep posted. See you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system, and as you can see, this is our application. And for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing and following our previous episode 1 of this video. So as you can see, we have our help desk management system. On our previous video, we did a register user account. So here you are able to provide the username. So you can say here test, provide here test, the last name test, then gender, we say male, country, we can do here Kenya, then city, we can say Nairobi, email address, we can do test gmail.com. Let's just do test1. Then we can provide the password. Then we can also confirm the password. So we were able to deal with this. So if we click register, then our user account will be created. So we were able to link this to the database, and you can see we are already logged in with our new password. So if you go to the database, we were able to see all the details. So we can go to our, so where is our database? So our database here is our help desk. So I can say sample help desk. Yes, so this is the database. So if we go to the database and check under users, we should be able to see the users that we registered. So that is what we did on our previous video. So as you can see, we'll be able to see now our test account here. We have our test at Gmail. Then we added some additional fields. So as you can see, we added the city name, we added the country, first name, gender, last name, and the middle name. So this shows us how to extend the ASP.NET users table with certain additional columns. So if you want to see how that is done, so you can actually watch our previous episode and you can follow the video. So as you can see on this video, our register account looked this way. So you can actually format this to have 2 rows. I mean 2 columns. So I'm going here to do, let's just do this to MD12. Then here I'll just do here call. So I can copy this, then I can say, can have this to, let's just do 6 here. Can close this. Let me just copy here, and I'm going to zoom this so that you're able to see. Then I'm also closing this, so let's just do div. Then I can also do here div. So I'm going to do that. So I can do div. Then I can also do this. So I want to arrange this based on my, so I can do that. Can also do here div. Then you can close this. So if you're following this video, comment down below on what you want us to cover on this video, and we will be happy to do so. So I'm going to also close this here, and I'm going to have this that way. Then we can also close it here. I'm going to close it that way. Then here we're going to do it that way. Then you can also can close it. So this is our confirm password. This is our last field. So I'm going to have it that way. So if I just format this, so we actually need this to be, so here we need to have this as 6. Here we need to have this as 6. So ensure we are convert this, we have it as 6. So I want us to have 2. So I can do that. Sorry. So I can also do this here. Can also do this here. Can do this here. Then we can. So I want to remove this. So I'm going to remove this. So our div here will be actually div that is okay. So if we just launch our app, we should now be able to have our 2 columns with our fields. So, and we can always use that layout in our registration forms going forward. So today I want us to do something interesting. I want us to introduce some new models and actually map those models to our database. So if I just do register, you'll notice, so we need to, there's something here we need to do. So this is, let's do MD. So we need to do something here. Let's just do div class. Then we can say, then we can do here. So this should be class. Sorry. So that is, let's just do class. Then here we can do row. So I'm going to close it here. Then I should actually remove that and paste it down here. So we need to have that in our class. So if I do that, and I can actually update our application, then we should be having our forms in 2 columns. So first name, middle name, last name. That is how we want it. So you can see it now looks a bit better. So you can also now register a user. But now I want us to introduce some critical things. So we are doing an help desk management system. So we created our user. So if we go to our application, go to the models, you will see that we have some additional. So we created a model called, so here is our application user model that actually extended the identity user, and we added these additional columns. So you can also see our previous video to get understanding of how this works. So the next thing that we need to do, I want us to now create a table for tickets. So let's create a new model. So I'm going to do here new. Then I'll just do new class. Then we can say this is ticket. So I'm going to introduce here ticket. So I'll say ticket. Then I'll close that. So in our ticket model, I'm going to have some few properties. So I'll say public. So we can say int. Then you can say ticket ID. So we can actually say this is ID. Let's just do ID. Then we can do that. Then we want to define other things. So I'm going to define the title. So I'm going to say here the string. So the ticket title, you can say title. Then we can also do other thing. We can say the ticket description. You can say description. So this is description. So we can also do something here. You can say this is string. And you can say this is, so we can do here, you can say here status. So you can say here status of our ticket. You can also do something else. So you can say priority. So you can do priority. Then you can also do here, you can say string created by ID. So we need to know the person who created. So, and this one will be a foreign key. So I'm going to do public, then I'll just do application user. So this is application user, then we can say created by. So this will be our created by, then we can do get. So here we'll do get set. So that is our application created by account. So the next thing that we need is we can do the timestamp when it was created. So we can do public date time. So we can do date time, and you can do created on. So that is it. So we now have our, so I can close it that way. So the next thing that we need to do is to have that in our application DB context. So we need to go to our application DB context and we need to map it that way. So what we also need to do, let's go to our application DB context here. Then we can do here public. So you can say DB set. Then we can pass our model ticket. So we can do ticket. Then we can say that the tickets is our table. So then the next thing that I want us to do, I want us to introduce something here. We can say protected. So we can say protected override. Then void. Can do on model create builder. So that is it. So once we do that, I want us to introduce something here. So I'll say here builder. So I'll say builder. So I'll do builder. Then you can say dot entity. So you can say entity ticket. Then I can say here dot as one. So as one. So as one. So this can be. So I'll say here see dot created by. So as one created by, and we can also do dot as with, you can say with many. So you can do that. Then you can also do as foreign key. So you can do c dot created by ID. So we can do that. Then I can also do, I can say dot on delete. So I can say on delete. Can do restrict. We can do here restrict. So once we have done that, I want us to now add migrations. So to add migrations, go to tools, then NuGet package manager console. Then we'll have this particular window down here. So you can say add migration. Then you give the name of the migration. So you can say tickets, press enter. So this will add our new migration file. And we are good now to update the database and have our table already generated. So let's just see. So that is build succeeded. So if you're new to this channel and you're watching our video and you haven't subscribed, we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you have not subscribed. So please consider subscribing and like our videos. So we'll just do update database as our second command. So I'll update data. So this will be database. So if you press enter, this database will be created called tickets, and we should now be able to scaffold and now create tickets within our application. So you can see these commands is actually creating a table. So if you go to our database and refresh, we should be able to see we have a table called tickets. So you see, this is it. And if we select, we are now able to see we have some fields. So you see we have some fields here. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to scaffold. So we can scaffold this. So I'm going to say new. Then, so let me just click on views. Then I can say new scaffolded item. Then I'm going to say MVC controller views using entity framework. Then I can do here models. Then I select my model. Then the DB context, I can select my application DB context. Then our controller name will be tickets controller. So if we just add, it will actually generate the controller and the views that we need to use for our tickets creation, editing, viewing, and even updating. So all those codes will be generated and we should be good to go. So let's just wait and see. So you can see it is actually generating the code. So for those who are watching this video and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing, like our video, and comment down below. So you can see our code has been generated. So we have our code here, and we have our tickets controller. Then we have our, so here we have our folder called tickets. So if I just go back, you see we have tickets. Then this controller here, we should actually have it at the top here. And just move it there. So yes. So if we go here, we should be able to see we have our tickets controller. So if we launch our application, we should be able now to create the tickets that we've just created. So we should now do a CRUD tickets management and be able to edit, delete, and even update our tickets. So let's just launch and see. So there we go. So to access that, if I just do here tickets, so you can see we don't have the section to control and click. But if we do tickets, just /tickets, you'll see it will actually give us the form to do that. So if I just say create new, it will give me the form to create the tickets. And you can see here, the created by is linked to our users' accounts. We can be able to select the users. But you see these created by ID, they are not making any meaningful information. So we need to provide here the name of the users who are actually creating. So what we need to do is, one, we need to go to our layout, shared layout, and within our shared layout, we need to provide our navigation link. So you can see here we have the home and privacy. So the next thing that I want to provide here is I want us now to link this to our tickets. So I'll just do here controller, I say here tickets. Then the next thing here, I'll say index. So I'll say tickets. So the name will be tickets. Then our action point will be index. So if we do that, I also want us to change something. If we go to our tickets and create action, you'll notice that when we click on create, it gives us the create IDs, but we don't want the user IDs. We want the full name. So if we go to full name, so let me just go back to the application user model. Then you will notice that we have the way to display the full names. You see, this is the full name. So we can reference that on our tickets controller. So instead of ID, we place here full name. So it will show it will actually give us full name instead of IDs. So everywhere we have the ID, we change that to full name. So you can actually do that, and don't replace the ID. This is the ID that we are going to save to the database. So we need that. So after we do that, I'm going now to launch my application. We should now be able to navigate through the tickets, and we should create a ticket using our application. So if you are following this video and it's getting interesting, subscribe and like our video. So you can see here now we have the tickets section. If I click tickets, it will give me the list. So you see, this is the list. And if I click the button create, then I'm able to have the ticket, description, status, priority, and the created by. We now have the names of the users. So I'm going to say this is support. Then I'll say error during login. Then I can say the status is pending. So I'll also will be modifying these statuses to ensure that everyone doesn't provide their own statuses. I'll show you how we can do that. So I'll say high priority. So then here I'll say this is James. And also we need to know, for the person who is creating, you should not be able to provide these details. We should be able to link this with the person who is logged in. So stay posted and we are going to show you how to do that. So if I click create, our application should actually create, but this is not happening. Why? So let's go to that. So if you try to create, it will not create. So I'm going to the create section here. Then I'm going to remove this binding. So I'll remove that binding. Then for where the issue is actually on this model state dot validate. So I'm going to either remove, so I'm going to remove this for now so that I show you how that works. But you can always validate using a different approach, using either MVVM pattern, so that you also have all these validated. But for now, let's just remove that. So that is where our issue is. So I'm going to do that. Then I'll just say tickets. So if I click on create index, provide the title. So I'll say support. Then I say error during login. So error during login, status is pending. I'll say high priority. Then the person creating is James. Then I'll say this was the date created. So if I click create, our application will now create our tickets. So you see we have our ticket here now. So, but now there's one thing, you see, we created and when we were able to choose the name of the user, but here it is displaying the ID. So we need to change that also. So let's go back to our index. So under tickets, so then index page, change the created by here, change this to have the full name. So then update our application and we should be able now to see instead of the ID, we now have the full name. You see, this is the full name. So we can also change the UI on this dashboard. So let's create another ticket. We say access to application. Then you can say error accessing the application. Then you can, so you can say accessing. Then you can say pending. Then here we can say high priority. It was created. Let's choose someone else. Test. Then if we choose the date and we say create, then we have our ticket. So let's just make this a bit more appealing. So I'm going to the index. Then on the index here, I'm going to choose something here. So instead of having this as index, we can say tickets. So we can say tickets list. Then this one is our button. So I want us to have this as a, so we can choose here to have a class. We say btn. Then you can say primary. So we can have this as our button. Then you can say add new ticket. So that is our button. So if we just update this, we should be able to see that we have, so this is now the tickets and you see our button is add new tickets. You can also change this other section, edit details and delete. So let's go there. So I'm going to change this to view the table header. Then I'll add another one here called, so I'm going to copy this. Then I'll add another one called here edit. Then I'm also going to add another one called delete. So after that, I'll now separate this into 3. So I'll just do that. So we have view. So this one will be details. The first one will be details. So we are going to leave the details there. Then the second one is edit. So we are going to leave edits there. Then the last one is delete. So if we format our application, you'll see we have now the details, edit, and delete, which now translate to these table headers. So we can also do here class. So I can do here, can just have here class. Then you can say this is btn. So for the view, we can do it as you can say warning. Then edit, you can do here class. Then you can say btn primary. Then you can also do these other as class. So you can do btn, then you can say danger. So this is for button of the delete button. So if we do that, then we should be able to update our application, and it should now reflect with some new buttons. So let's just check if that, so we need to reload. So let's just relaunch. So that will now work with the new buttons, and we can now do some additional information. So let's just see how our UI looks like. So there we go. If we do tickets, then we should be able to see the list. So you can see we now have our list of buttons. So if I just add a new ticket, I can say here support, then I can do, can say error. So I'm going just to provide some information. Then I just want some data, so we see how it looks like. So it's a create, you can do another one, can say support. So you can do here error, then you can do pending, then you can say here. So if we do that, we create. So this is how our application now looks like. So you can also add numbering here. For example, if we want to know the IDs. So we go back to our table, and here we can actually introduce here. We say, we do that, then we say this is ID. Then we go here to the table data, and we can introduce the table data called ID. So I'm going to have that as, so I'm going to add this as ID. So if we update, our application will now change, and we'll have a new column with the IDs. As you can see, it is now 1, 2. So, but you can see there is something happening. The way this is ordered, you see it is support, and the numbers are 1, 3, 4, 2. So we can actually order this list based on what? Based on the last one to come in. So assuming you want to attend to tickets based on their orders. So we can actually order this. So we can even order based on the date it was created. So let's just go back to our controller. On our list of, so you can see under index, we can say this is, so you can say variable tickets. So we can change that. Then you can say here to list async. So you can do that. Then if we do to list async, then under view, we can actually replace that with this. But now I usually like the dot per line rule, so that it's more readable. So I do that. But if you do this, I can also maybe say here dot order. So you can see order descending. So if we do that, you can say order descending, and you can actually say, you can order by, sorry. So, or you can say order by. So let's just say order by, and you can say x equals to x dot. So we can order by the created on. So if we do that, let's just launch our app and see how that works. So we can order by created on. So let's see how the application will do. So you can actually do that if you want to order the list based on certain fields. So if I click on tickets, there we go. So there's something wrong. So you say runtime. So let's just see. So you can say this is index. So yes, so here we need to say await. So we need to do here await. So let's just do that. So if we do that, let's relaunch our application. Then we need to preview. So for those who are watching and following the video up to this point and you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing and take us to 4,000 subscribers. So as you can see now, our application is ordered, And you can see now it is 1, 2, 3, 4 based on what we need. So that is how our app looks. So you can also do some tweaks to the table, assuming, for example, on our index. So let's just go to our index. So we can put in some bootstrap. So you can say here table bordered. You can also do table. So you can do table responsive. You can also do table. You can do table hover. You can also do table. So there's a lot of so let's just do that. So if I just launch our app, you'll notice that the table looks a bit different and it is a bit unique. So let's just launch and see. So that's how you can do styling to your list of information. So let's just launch our app. So as you can see, we now have our table which is actually bordered and it is actually hovered. So every time I hover on it, you're able to see that you're able to see the row that I am in. Then if you click on details, you can see we have the details. If you go back to the list, you can do edit. You see, we have all the details selected. If you go to delete, you can actually delete. So if I click delete, you can see the records are deleted. So I'm going to leave it there for this video. So remember, we are going to build a complete help desk management system for those who are following. Remember to subscribe, like the video, and see you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to Macrocode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So on our previous video, we were able to create our tickets list. So we were able to add a new ticket. So you can add a new ticket here, provide the description. You can also provide the status, priority of the ticket, the person who created, and the date created. Then you can actually create. So as you can see, this is our list of tickets. You can also do details. You can edit. As you can see, you can update these and you can assign it maybe to someone else and you can update. So then you can also delete. So this is our delete. So we can make this a bit to look more appealing. So if you go to details, you'll see how this looks. So we can actually change this. So let's go to our code. Then under details, so we are going to tickets details. Then here I'm going to do something. So I'm going to have here, I can say this is, so I can do div. So let me zoom this so that you can able to see it. Can close this. So let me also stop our application. So if I zoom, that is a bit better. So I'm going to do div class row. Then here I'm going to do here, let me just do div. Then I can say, so here I want to do something. Let's just do here, we can have this in a table. So I'm going to have this in a table. Then I can say class table. Then I can do here table row. Then here I'll have this and I want to have this as my table data. So I'll just have this as my table data. Can have it as my table header, I mean. So this will be my table header and this will be my table. So this will be table head. Then I can have this as my table data. So I'm going to do this as table D. Can also do here TD. So if I do that, so this needs to move here, this needs to move here. So I can be having two of them. So I can copy this. I can have two of these values in a row. So here I'll have my description. Say this is description. I can also have this as my description. Then that is it. So the next table row that I want to have is, so I'll copy that, paste it there. So we've added this. So we've added that. Then we have the descriptions, the status, I mean, so I'll have the status, and I can have here the status. Then another thing is the priority, so I can do here priority. I can also do here priority. Then I can remove this. The next one is the created by and the created on. So I'm going to copy this table row. So I'm going to copy this table row here. I can have it here. Then I can say this is created by. Then I can say here created by, but I can do here full name. So this is the full name. Then the next thing is the created on. So I see here created on, and I can do here created on. So that is it. Then I can now remove this. Then I can close. So I have my table row. So this actually should be div. Then this is closed where? It's closed here. So here I can have my table. So I can close my table, and I can do that. So this table is now closed here. My table row is closed. Then that is it. So if we launch the app, we should be able to see that we've arranged this in kind of a table, and we are able to view the details in a more beautiful way. So let's just launch our app and see. So for those who are watching this video and you are following this series and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below in case you have any challenges, and we will be happy to help. So as you can see, if we go to tickets, so accessing the tickets, then if we click on details, you'll notice that now our details, as you can see, we have the title, support, description, Huduma, status, and that is how this looks. So we can also change our edit buttons. Here we can have these, as buttons, say class btn. Then you can say this is primary, or you can say this is can do secondary, or we can do warning. Let's just do warning. Then you can also have this, say be class, and do class btn. Then you can say primary. So if we save and update our application, then we should be having our buttons reflecting here. So you can see this is how our buttons now looks. So you can go back to the list. Same case to edit. So you can see on edit, we have these arranged in a single, the same thing to add. So this one, we can also arrange this in a row. So if we go back to our create, I'm going to create. Then this one, I'll do div here, I'll do 12. Then here I can do, I'll do div class. I'll do div class, then I'll do row. Then I can close this. Then inside, I want to have these as a, so I can close all of these in a row. So I'll do it here. Then the next thing is I want to have these in 2 columns. So I can do div 6. Then I can close this here. So I'll do that. So if I close it, come back here, also do div, then I do here 6. Then I can close it. Then I can also do here div 6. And I can close it. Then I can also do here div 6. I can close it. Then do the same. So you can actually do that to all your form. So if we do that, you can also do it here. Sorry. So this is closing that. I need to do that. 6. Can close this here. Then I think that's okay. Then I can format our form. So if we, so this form looks the same with what we have. So I'm going to copy this row here. and I want to replace with edit. So if we go to edit, I'm also going to close this. So I'm going to replace all of this here. I'm going to replace all of this under edit up to here with our new form. So if we do that, save, then relaunch our app, we should now have our form well aligned. So for those who are watching this video and you have not subscribed, we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you have not subscribed. So if you're one of them, please consider subscribing so that you also help us to reach more people and to do more of these videos. So as you can see, this is our tickets list. So if we do add, you'll notice that our form is now in 2 columns, as you can see. So you can do support, can do Huduma, pending, status, urgent, our user is that, created on, I can do that, then we can create. So if we do that, you can see we can now add more of this information. So we can add more. So you can do here independence. So that is just a description. So it's not kind of, I'm using it as a sample thing. So you can provide the correct information. So if we do edit, you'll notice that the form is a bit small. Why? So we need to change something. So here, our edit is MD4. So here we need to do 12. So if we update, our form will now look the same way. As you can see, it is now okay. And you can change this to update tickets. So you can say this is update ticket. Update ticket. The same thing. So if we update, you'll notice that this is updated. So you can see update ticket. Then if we go back to our delete button, you can see the button is a bit, the orientation is not good. So let's reuse what we did for the details. So I'm going to details, the way we had aligned it to our table. So I'm going to copy this table row, and we can actually move it to our delete page. So I'm going to remove this row, and I'm going to have our form there. So if we update, then you can see our delete section has changed. So are you sure you want to delete the ticket? So if we click delete, then our form is deleted. So that is it for our tickets. So the next thing that I want us to do is I want us to introduce something. So I want us to add another thing. So when you are doing tickets, these tickets need to be resolved. So one thing that we need to do is we need to provide a section for comments. So in case you are addressing these tickets, you need to provide comments. So I want us to create another model. So for that model, so let's just go to our models. So we can create new, then you can say class. Then here we can say comment. So if we add the comment, so here we'll now provide the properties. So we have here the ID. Then you can provide the comment description. So here we'll just do string comment. So we'll just do, can say description. So that is our comment. Then we can do created on. So we can do date time. So we can log the time the comment was logged. Let's say created on. Then another thing is we need to track the person who created. So you can say here string. Then you can say created by ID. And remember, we need to tie this to our user table. So we'll do created by application user. So we'll do application user. Then you can say created by. So these will be our created by. So let me just do that. Then I can replace this. Sorry. So I need to copy that and have it here. So if we do created by, so that is my. Then the next thing that I need to do is we need to tie this to our tickets. So I can do here. So here I'll just do. We need to know which comment is, this comment is for which ticket. So I'll just do ticket ID. Then here I'll need to do, so these are foreign key. So I'll do public ticket. Then I can say ticket. Then that is it. So since we've done that, we've now created that. So we have our, you can provide the comment description, tie it to a ticket, and it will log all this information. So you know what we need to do next is to add this to our application DB context. So here we'll copy this line. So we'll need to copy this line and have it here. So here we'll do comment. Then the next thing that we need to do is to provide the, so this is our comments table. So after we have done that, so what we need to do is to add migrations. And remember, for us to add migrations, so I want us to do one thing. So let's come here to our on model create. So this is it. So I want us to copy, so we can, let's just do builder. So I want us to say builder.entity. Then we'll do comment. So we'll say comment. Then here we can say as one. We can say as one. So this is user. So we say as one created by. So you can do with many. So you can do that. Then we can also say that as foreign key. So we can do the foreign key is the ticket ID. Then you can say on delete. If this on delete, you can actually, you can say restrict. So that is it. So the next thing is, so here you can say actually created by, and you can copy this, do it here. So I'm going to comment that. Then I'm going to say here, comment, this will be ticket, and this will be ticket ID. So then once we have that, then we can do this. Then the next thing is to add migration. So we have that. So I'll just go to tools, new get package manager console. And here I'm going to now do add migration. Then you can say comments. So press enter. So our migration will be generated. So as the migration generates, click the subscribe button, like our video, and comment down below if you're following this series and you're learning more. So that is it. So you can see now we have our file has been generated called comments, and it is going to create a table called comments and all these properties. So if you are cool with this, the next thing is we need to update the database. So these are two very important commands that you need to be aware of. So we'll just do update database, press enter, and our database will be updated. So there we go. So you can see all that is okay. So if we go to our database, we'll actually find that particular table. So this is our application. So if we refresh our tables, then go to our table, you'll see comments. Select the comments table. You'll notice that we don't have any information right now. So let's go back to our code. So we now have our table. So let's scaffold. So we do new scaffolded item, MVC controller with views, then choose our class, which is comments, then application DB context, and this will be our controller. So add it. So once you add it, that will be extracted and everything will be generated if all the code is working fine. So let's just proceed and see. So for those who are watching this video and you like the video, comment down below, subscribe, and share this video with your colleagues. So as you can see, this is our controller, and we have our index, everything. So the next thing that I want us to do is let's link this to our navigation pane. So we can do here comments. So then you can do here, let's say, so these will be comments. Then, so this is comments. Then that is index, and we can say this is comments. So once we have that, so let's launch our app. So if we launch our app, we should now be able to navigate to that section, and we should be good to go. So there is our application, and you can see we now have comments. If we click it, it will take us to the index page. So you see this is our index page. You can also do some modifications to the index page. So I'm going to comments, then do index. Then here I can say ticket comments. So then here we can do, this is a button. We can do here BTN primary. Then this is our table, so we can do here table. So we can do hover, can also do table, can do bordered, do table, can do stripped. So that is it. So if we update our application, we should be able to see the changes here. So let's just see. You see, this is tickets comments, and we now have a create new. So if I just click create, it will give us this form. But now it has linked our created by ID with our user IDs, and the ticket, it is giving us the IDs of the tickets. So remember what we did with our users. So we need to go back to our comments section. I mean under comments controller. Then we need to change our create, under create, instead of displaying the, so for the user, we need the full name. Then for the ticket, so what do we display under the ticket? So let's just check on our model what our ticket has. So we can actually use it to show the title. So let's just go back here and say this is the title. So you can say title, but I'll show you how this will work. We don't have to be choosing the tickets. So we'll modify this to look a bit better. So then I'm going to remove this binding. So I'll remove the binding. Then I can do away with this validate. So we can do that. Then here I'll do full name. Then here I'll do title. Same case here, I'll do full name. Then here I'll also do title. Then same case here, I'll do, so I think that is, so here we have the full name. Then here I'll also have the title. So that is it. So if we launch our app now, we should be able to see the changes. So before even we go that route, under create, you'll notice that our form, so we can actually we can do the same thing here. We can arrange these to be in two columns, I mean. So you can save class row. You can do that. So then I'm going to move this a bit here. Then we can also do div class md. Here we can do 6. Then I'm going to close it here. So I'm going to close it there. Then I can also do here md6. I can close it here. Can also do that md6, and I can close it here. I can do another md6. Can close it here. Then we can refresh this and we have everything looking okay. So then our buttons here, we can do this is up. I think that's okay. Then our we can do bit class here for the list. btn, you can do warning. So if we do that, let's relaunch our app and see how this works. So for those who are following this video and series and you like the video, comment down below, subscribe for more details, and we will be good to assist. So if we go to comments, we'll now have our list. So you can see if I click add new comments, you can see now we have our description. So you can give the description. Then tickets, now we are now giving the names, the date, provide the date, and the person, that is the user. So if we click create, we'll have our details here. So you can see we have our details, and you can see now the created by is giving us the name, the ID instead of the name. So we can go to the index, then we can display here, instead of name, we can just say we need full name. Then we can also change this to be, so we can separate this, we say this is view, can do here, we say this is edit. We can also do another one called delete. So we can also replicate this. So I'm going to copy this there, copy it there. Then you can say we have the first one is view, so that is details. So I'm going to remove that. We just have one button, and I'm going to have another class, say btn warning. So then edit, I'm going to have it that way. Then I'm going to have this as a class. So this will be, so will be btn primary. Then delete, we have that, and you can say class btn bt. So that is danger. So you can do danger here. So if I format this, then let's just, here we can say add new comments. So that is our button name. So if we update, we should be able to have the changes now. We have our buttons, and this should change to name. So let's just see if that, so we need to relaunch it. So let's just relaunch. So if we relaunch it, we need to have all those information displayed. So if you are watching this video and you haven't subscribed up to this point, please consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So if we go to tickets, you'll notice that now we have the buttons. You see these buttons, and here we are displaying the name. So you can actually create here, and we say can do that. So I'm just providing some weird information, so you can always do the correct thing. So you can see I'm doing the same thing. I'm doing the same thing here. So and create. So you can see this is now my table for tickets. So there's one thing we have noted. You see the tickets, it is displaying the numbers. So what if we want to display the description of the title? So go back to the ticket, and here you will see we need the, you can say the title of the ticket. So if you do that, update our application, then this will change to the titles of the tickets. So let's just, you see, these are the titles of the tickets. So you can add more details. So I'll just do here, do that, choose the user and create. So this is how you create the tickets. So we've been able to now do our tickets. We've been able to do our information. So what I want us to do, you see on this application, we have the tickets list, and this tickets list, we can have, we know that the comments are tied to tickets. So here we can actually have another section to view the comments. So we can go back to the tickets index. So just go back to the index section. So I want us to introduce another section here. another header called comments. So if we go to the comments, we can actually now go here. You can go here and you can say this is action ID. Then here you can say comments. So here I'm going to provide, so I'll say this is secondary. Then I'm going to provide the controller. So I'm saying, so you can provide the controller. You say SP controller. So we need to say comments. So I want to change something. So go back to the comments. Here, I want to take the same index page. You see this index page? This one. And I want to check. So here I'll say, I'll give these as tickets comments. So these tickets comments, I want to, so here I'll just do variable. So I'll say this is comments. Then I say this is can do await. Then we can do here to list async. So if we do that, so then we return this view here. Then there's one thing I want us to do. I want us, when we pass the ticket ID, so here I want us to say int ID. So this will be ID. And here I always want like the one dot per line rule. So if we do that, I want us to now say dot where. So I want us to get all the comments for a particular ticket. So I'll just do the ticket ID is equals to ID that we've just applied. So this will give us all the tickets. But now we need to have this view. So under the comments, I'm going to create another eraser view. So I'll stop my app, then I'm going to create another eraser. So here I just do that. And this will actually be the same as the index one. So I'm going to copy the index one and paste everything here. So it will look the same thing. So if we do that, let's launch our app. So the next thing is we need to now copy these comments, go back to our tickets under index. Instead of so we are going to transfer this to comments controller, then action, we are going to say tickets comments, then it will pass the ID of the tickets. So let's just launch our app. So that is how you link. You can actually navigate from the tickets to their specific comments. So let's just launch the app and see how that works. So if we go back to the tickets, so under tickets, so let's just go back to the tickets. So these are so here. So you can see here we have the comments. So if I click on comments, it will take me to the tickets, as you can see, and it will actually filter based on that particular ticket. So if you go back, if I choose another one, you see that this one doesn't have the comments. So if I choose another one, you see this access to application has these all comments and it has been created by these particular users. So that is how you can navigate to the specific details per this information. So I'm going to leave it there for today. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. And see you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So in today's video, we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So as you can see, we have our tickets list. So you can actually add a new ticket. So I just provide the ticket title, the ticket description, the status of the ticket, the priority, the person who is assigned to, and the so this is actually the created by user. So we'll be able to see how this is actually logged based on the user is logged in. So if you create, if you click create, then our tickets is created. As you can see, we have the title, description, status, priority, created by, created on, comments, view, edit, and delete. Then we have our comments. So you can actually create comments based on the tickets. So you can do that, indicate the ticket, provide the details, and you can also save. So remember on our application, we were able to log in. So if I click login and I provide the username and password, I can log in. And you'll note that we have the lotest1@gmail.com. So this is my user. So I want us to do some modifications to our code. So when we are creating the tickets, I want us to remove the created by and the created on. So I'm going to remove these two. So I'll remove the created by and the created on. Then on the comments, I want us to remove the created by and the created on as well. So what I want us to change is I want us to ensure that we are actually logging the user who is getting the user who is logged in. So if you go to our tickets and I create, so you can be able now to get the user who is logged in. Here, you can see this is our create action. So I'm going to say ticket. So let me try to zoom in so that you guys can see. Yeah, so that looks a bit better. So I'll say ticket. So this is my ticket. So this is it. So I'll take my model, then I'll say dot created on. Then I'll give it the date time. Then I'll just say now. So that is the created on. So what about the user? So the user, to get the created by, so I'll just say created by ID. So to get the user who is logged in, so we can actually do here. So I can get here user. So I'll say variable user ID equals to. So I can do, so my user ID will be user. Then I can say dot find first value using a claim. Then I can do claim type. So I'll do claim types, then dot name identifier. So if I do that, then I'll say here dot value. So I think this will give me the name. So you can just remove that. So if I do that, then I'll just do my user ID here will be my user ID. Then this will give me the user who is logged in. So we can do the same thing to our comments. So on the create method, we can also add the same thing. So I'll just do here. Then I'll now replace my comments. So these will be comments and this is comments. So this is created on datetime.now, then created by is now our user ID. So this is how you get the person who is logged in. So I'll say logged. So this is logged in user. So if we do that, let's now try to relaunch our app and see. So I'm going to relaunch. So when we create now a ticket or comments, it will automatically take the user who is actually logged in. So let's just wait and see. So for those who are watching this channel for the first time, or you are following this series, consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below. And in case you need the source code, you can also claim the source code. So using the link below. So I'll go to tickets. As you can see, if I add new, you'll be able to see that we don't have now the created by and the created on. So I'll just choose the priority. So if I click create, you'll get that this is now giving us an error. Reason being, we are not logged in. So I need to click register, login. So if I now do tickets and add new, then I should be able to register these details without any challenge. So if I create, you can see this is my details now, and it is taking the created by, and we also have the created on. So if I add a new one, I can add a new one. So I'll just do that. Provide these details as well. These details. So if I click, so you can also see. So the same thing to comments. We can also do add new comment. So I'll be providing some just sample details, and I can log into our, so you can see it is also giving us the created by. So assuming we want to see the list of users here, and we can also hide these tickets so that whenever we prevent users from creating the tickets and they have not logged in. So I'll go to our layout. So I'm going to remove my tickets here. Then I'm going to have it on my partial. So my login partial, you can see here. So we have here. So I'm going to have it here. So this will now display this list of tickets only whenever we are logged in. So if I refresh my app, or let me relaunch our app so that you see what we mean. So I want to only display the tickets whenever we are logged in. So I've done it under the login partial, and I have added my list there. So you can see it is checking whenever the user is signed in. So if we launch the app, you'll notice that our tickets are not being displayed here. And you can see you cannot see them. So the reason behind that is we need to log in. So if I click login, sign in, I'll be able to access now my tickets. You can see I have them on this other end. So if I click tickets, then I should be able to see them. Comments, I should be able to see them. So the next thing that I want us to do is I want us to display the list of users here. So I want us to create a controller. So I want us to create a controller here. So I'll just do new controller. So let me stop my app. So I want us to do new controller. Then I want us to call it users. So just create new controllers. Then I want us to call this user. So I'll call it users. So then if I create that controller, I'm also going to create a folder here called users. So I'm going to create a folder here called users. So users. So once we have that users, so I'm going to create an index razor page. So an empty one. So I'm going to create the index. So then I want us to do something with our controller. So on this users controller, I want us to create our constructor. So I'll do CTO, then tab. So we'll have our constructor there. Then I want us to also have, so I'll just have I'll have my user manager. Then this will be tied to our application user. So you see this application user, then we have our role manager, identity role, then sign in manager, we have our application user, and then we have our application DB context. So the same thing, you'll be able to map them to our users controller. So you need to add application user DB context, then user manager. So let me just do this so that you see. So you have the user manager, we have the role manager, then you have the application user. All those needs to be assigned. So all those needs to be assigned inside the constructor. So I'm going to assign them here. So you can see you have the role manager, sign in manager, user manager, and the context. So the next thing that I want us to do is on our index, we can now get the list of users. So I'll just do variable users, then I'll do is equals to, then you can do await, then you can say context. So here we should be underscore context. So just do that, then say users, then do to list async. So this will give me the list of all the users who are actually registered in the system. So then we can actually return on our view, we can return these users. So you can see we have an error here. So what we need to do here is we just need to have this as a task. So I'll just do task, then I can do that. So once we have that, then that is cool. So the next thing is to display those, that is the list of users to our application. So I'm going to have the data table. So let me just copy for the tickets. So I'm going to copy this data table. Let's just borrow all of this. Go to our users. Then I'm going to paste it here. But now, for the users, I'm going to have these as application user. There we go. Then you can say add new user. So you can actually add new user. So the next thing here, we can say first name. You can do here as this is first name. You can do middle name. You can also do last name. Last name, we can do phone number. Then we can also do email. You can also do created. Do you have created on? You can do, so let's just check the fields that you added on our application user. Then we can do gender, yes. So let's do here gender. Then we can remove all of this, or we can just remove two of them. We leave the edit. Then here you can now do first name. You can do middle name. Then you can do, actually, instead of first, yes, we can leave it just first name. I wanted to replace it with the full name. So we can do last name. Then here we can have phone number. You can do phone number. Then we can also have email. You can do email. Then we can also have gender. So I'll do here gender. So then we have our buttons. So I'm going to remove one of the button. I think there are two of them. So we just leave the edit and delete. So since we have that, we now have, these will be our users list. So the next thing is on our layout. So I'm going to our layout, shared layout, login partial. Then I can add the list. Now the link to our users controller. So here I'll call, our controller will be users. So I'm going to rename that. So this should be controller users. Then you can have this as index. Then these will be users. So since we have that, then if I launch the app, we should now able to access our users who are actually registered within our application. So if you're new to this channel and you like our videos, subscribe. If you're watching these videos and you have not subscribed, please consider subscribing. We noticed 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you have not subscribed. If you're one of them, please consider subscribing so that you push us to do more of this series. So as you can see, we have our tickets. You can now click tickets, you can access them, then comments. You can see the comments. Then we have now the users. So you can see we now have the users. We can access our users list, and you can see you have the ID, the first name, middle name, last name, phone number, email address, gender, and you can edit that. So what happens if we want to add a new user? So we can actually register a new user. So I want us to create another Reza page. So to add a new or to create a new user. So I want us to come to create. Then I'm going to do here. So I'm going to do here new Reza view, then add. Then I'm going to call that create. So this is my create page. So I can borrow what we have on our tickets. So I'm going to copy that, then we are going to amend. Then if I do that, I can now change this to our application user. So that is the easiest way to do it. Then you can say this is a user. So we can actually remove one of these. So on our create user, we now need our first name. So I'm going to provide their first name. We also need our middle name. So I'm going to provide middle name. Here, middle name. Then we also need our last name. So I'm going to have the last name there. We also need our gender. So I'm going to have here gender. So you're going to have gender. Then you also have, we can also do email. So I'm going to do here email. So this email, then I'm also going to do phone number. So we can do phone number. phone number. Then I'm also going to do, for the phone number, I'm also going to do username. So username. Then I'm also going to do, so if we do username, I'm also going to do what other thing? So we can actually check. So we need the password actually, yes, when you're creating the user. But now, for this case, we'll just provide the password. But remember, this can be auto-generated. So we can always, so we can do pass. So we need to actually check that. So we need the password here. So for the password, we need to, so I don't know if we have that particular field. So we need to do password. We need to do your password. This is password. So I don't know if we have that particular field. So if we do password, so what is the issue here? So we'll need to do something so that our password is seen. So what we need to do is we need to have, so I'll just do password. Don't know if this is the correct. So if we check on our model, we need to ensure that so yes. So what I want us to do, you see this password, I don't want us to have the field and application user as the password here because identity already has the password. So let me see which kind of property is there that you can reuse. You have email confirm, security, phone number. Do you have anything called password? So we can actually have these as a string. So let's just call it password hash. So let's call it password hash. But now, then the next thing that you need to have, let's confirm on our application user. We have the first name, last name, gender. We need the country and the city. So we are going to add those fields here. So I'm going to add them here. So we need the country and the city. So this is how you are now creating a user. Actually, we had created this form. We could have borrowed the details from the register page. So this is a country. Do here country. Yes, I think we had done this. So if I'm not wrong, if you go to areas, identity, then register, we had done this. You can see we have our city, country, yes, gender, all this. But this is now using our identity, but assuming we need a controller. So that is how we are going to do it. So we have the city and the country. So the next thing that we need to do now is to create our action. That is our action to actually save these. So one thing is we need to go to our users. Then we have this create. So that is cool. Then we have the create. So here I'm going to have these as an application user. Then I'm going to call this user. So once I have that, I want us to now do something. Here on our create index, I want us to do variable user. We can get the user who is logged in. So we'll say user dot find first value. Then you can say claim types. So this is claim types dot name identifier. Then that is cool. So you already have our user ID. So this will be user ID. So we need to construct our user. So I'll just do application. So this is our application user. So this is our application user. So what I want us to do, I want us to say user. So we'll just do application user. I can say registered user equals to, can do new. So I want us to now append details here. So I'll just do dot first name. So dot first name, this could be any other model. That's the reason I don't want to use it. So we can always change that to view model or something else. So I want now to assign values, and you can actually use something called automapper to actually do this. For those who are well versed with this, you can always do that. But for the beginners, because these are not more, you can always map it. So then I can do middle name. Then you can also do last name. So you can also do last name. Then here I can do so we have the first name, username, last name, middle name. Then we can do normalized username. So normalized username will be our username. So will be our username. Then I also want our email. So our email will be our email. Then we also want so we can say email confirmed. We should have confirmed this. So we can always have this as true. Then we can have our gender. This is gender. Then we can also have, so this is gender. So I'm also going to have city. Sorry. So this is city. Then I'm going to have this as city. Then I also want to have, so I can do here, country. Then I can do here country. So what other thing do I need? So we've done, so let's confirm. We've done the first name, middle name, last name, country, gender, city. I think that is it. So on our users, so we've mapped everything here. So the next thing that I want us to do is we can do variable result. We need now to save this. So we'll say await. So we can do user manager. So user manager, then you can say create a sync. So the reason as to why that is not working is because this needs to be user manager something. Yes. Then here we can do that. Then we'll say registered user. So here we'll say registered user, and hope this is a bit is visible for you guys. Hope so. So then we can do, so we'll do user dot password. We need to supply our password there. So once we have that, so our user will now be created. So here, once this user is created, I'll do if. So I'll just say result is succeeded. Then what do I need to do? I need to redirect this guy now to our index page. So I'll just do return direct to index. So that is it. So, and that's cool. So here, the reason as to why you have this, we need to have this as a task. So I'll do their task, and we should be able now to test our application. So let's confirm if everything is okay. So this one, it says not all paths return a value. So you can do return there, return. So this is not the case. So we'll do here. So we can do here exception X. So then we can say here this is return else. So we'll say else here. So we need an else here so that it works. So we can also always return the view here. So if I do return view, then our error will go. So if we launch our app, we should now be able to create the user. So let's just confirm if that is okay. So I don't know if we had the created by in the user section, but let's just proceed and see. So if we launch the app login, then let's confirm the, so there we go. So if we go to users, so that is our page. So we should now be able to add a new user. Let me see if I can zoom it. Yes. So if we add new, so you can see I have my user form. So I can say this is James. So I'll do here Dan Mwangi Opio. Can say email. Can say Mwangi at gmail.com. Then I can do here 07 14 98 87 89. Then I can do here Kitale. Can do here Kenya. Then username, I can have this as my username. Then password, I can provide my password. So if I do that, so here, so you can see this is actually showing some information. So you can do 2031. So here we'll check this. So if I click create, you'll notice that our user is created. So you can see the ID, the first name, last name, phone number. So why don't we have the phone number? Did we save the phone number? So we missed it. So you can see, and it is actually a string. So that's why it allowed. So you can also always do your phone number. Then you can do your phone number. So if we do that, we can now go back and try to add a new user. So if you're new to this channel, you like the video, you are following this series, comment down below, subscribe and share. So you can also request for the source code. If you need the source code, you can always get the source code using the link below. Just check on the description below, you'll be able to find the link. So let me add a new user. So I'm going to say this is Maruti Duncan. Kimani. Then you can say here female. It's weird. So you can say Dan. You can say here Dan. It's weird that Daniel can be, so the name can be female. So I'm just kidding, guys. So then here you can have Nairobi. Then here I can do Kenya. Then you can say my email address is this, and you can do the same password. So you can now see that I have my Maruti Duncan Kimani with my phone number, then email, and the guy is female. So very weird. So that is it for this video. So I want us to leave it there for today. So if you're new to this channel and you're following this series, subscribe, like, and share. See you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So as you can see on our screen, we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So on our previous video, we did something on users and actually enhance our application. So I'm going to log in so that you see where we were. So there I'm going to supply my username and password. So when I log in, I'll be able to see my tickets. So we have our tickets here. So if I click tickets, then I'm able to see these tickets details. Then we have the comments, and we also have the users who are actually registered in the system. So for the tickets, you can add a new ticket. So I can provide some description, the status, and the priority, then create this. Then we also have the comments. So I can create some comments based on the tickets. So whether you are resolving this, so I can do that. Then I assign it to a ticket. Then I can create. Then I also have users. So I can add a new user. So I'll say this is Jackton. So I'll say Jackton Mwangi. So I'll say Mwangi Karanja. Then I'll say here is mail. Then I can put in the email address. Then I'll say this is maybe admin2. Then phone number there, I'll say 07. Then I'll just put in another email here. So my username will be my email. Then I can put in the password 34. So when I do that, then I can create. So if I click create, you can see my details are saved. So I have my first name, middle name, last name, phone number, email, gender, and the rest. So today, what I want us to do some tweaks. So whenever we were creating this application, I want us to add a new table that will be actually doing tracking the audits. So I want us to track the audit trails, and I also want us to track every activity that the user does within our application. So to begin with, I want us to go first and create a model. So I want us to create a model. So this model, we are going to call it audit trail. So this model will help us to track every activity that is happening within our application. So I'm going to create here a model called audit trail. So I'm going to call audit trail. So on this audit trail of ours, I'm going to have, so I'll do public. So I'll do public int ID. Then I'll have this will be my primary key. Then I'll just do their public, I'll call this string, then I can say action. Then I'll also have timestamp, so I can do timestamp. So I'll just do here timestamp. Then this one, I can automatically give it the date. So I'll say date time. Then I can do now. So once we have that, then so this one will be okay. So I'll use string. So this will be date time, I mean. So this will be date time. So let me zoom so that you can see. Then I can also do an IP address. So I'll just do an IP address. So here I'll do string. I can do here IP address. Then I can do here, so I'll do here, so this will be our string, so I can remove that. Then the next thing that I want us to track is I can say here user ID. So this user ID should be linked to our application user. So we want to track the person who is doing it. So I'll do that, and this will be our user. So this is a foreign key. So the next thing that I want us to track also is I want us to track so here I'll add something called module. So I'll say module. So you're able to tell the action that was done, the module, and you can also tell the table. So I'll call the table. So I'll say affected table. So I'll just call it affected table. Then I think that is okay. So if we do that, I want us now to have our audit trail. So you can add this on our application DB context. So here I'll add it as a new table. So here I'll do that. Then I can say this is, so I'll call this audit trail. So audit trail. So this audit trail, then I can also call this. So this, my table name will be audit trails. Then after that, you know, the next thing is to do migration. So I'm going to add migrations. So I'll just do NuGet package manager console. Then I'm going to add migrations. So here I'll just say add migration. Then I'll just say audit. I'll give it the name audit trails. So if we add it, our migration name will be generated, our migration file, and we are actually now going to add this to our database. So we're going to add this to our database. So if that proceeds, you'll see that we have now our audit trails, and it will be able to create a table called ID, the table called audit trails, our fields, ID, actions, module, affected table, timestamp, IP address, and the user ID. So to effect this to the database, we can actually do update database. So this will now be created within our database. So the table called audit trails will be created within our database. So these are very important commands that you need to be aware of. So that is it. So for those who are following this video and you have not subscribed, please consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below in case you need us to add something. So once we do that, then I want us to do something. I want us to start to scaffold that particular module. So I'm going to right click on views, then new, then I can say here controller, no, new scaffolded item, then MVC controller with views, Then going there to pick now our model, which is audit trail. Then you'll notice that our controller name will be appended automatically. Then you'll choose the application DB context, and if you are using multiple, then you can choose that. So then if you click add, then our views and controller will be generated. That is a simple way on how to actually build that. So for those who are following and you're learning more about this video, subscribe, like the video, comment, share with your friends, and get more people to actually subscribe to MacroCode. So hit that subscribe button and you actually help us to reach more people. So as you can see, we have our code. So this is our code. So we have our controller. We have the audit trails controller, and we have all the actions. You can see index, create, all this. Then we have our folder here called audit trails. That means we can now able to access our audit trails within our application. So if we go to shared layout, I'm going to add it as a part of so that is the login passion. I'm going to add it as a link within our app. So this is so let me try to zoom this a little bit. So this is our users. So I'm going to have another link for audit trails. So this is audit trails. Then this is index. Then you can say audit trails. So if we launch our app, we should now be able to access this section. But now we don't have these audit trails. We need, whenever you create an application, that is tickets, whenever you log in a user, whenever you add a comment, we should be able to track you. So you can see our app now, we have the tickets, whereby you can be able to see all these tickets, comments, you can see the comments, users, you can see the users, audit trails, you can see the audit trails. We don't have anything. But now, the good thing about this, we should not allow users to create them automatically. You can see our CRUD operation allows us to actually create an audit trail. This should not be the case. That means our index page, you should remove the create button, because this one will be created automatically by the system. So you can say system audit trails. So that is the bit that will be done. So we need to ensure that whenever someone's create a ticket, whenever someone's add a comment, then we should be able to, so let me just copy the styling of our table, then have it on our audit trails table. So whenever someone does anything on our system, then we should be able to actually know the person who created and what they have done. So let me also borrow some styling for the buttons. So go back to our audit trails and paste this. So we'll have the details, edit, and delete. So same thing here, so here we'll actually have the view. So the delete and the rest is going to disappear. So the only thing that we should allow here is for someone to view the audit trails. Someone should not delete or even update. So that is what we are trying to avoid. So if I relaunch the app, we should be able to see our table looks a bit better, and we should now be able to, so let me relaunch this. So I'm going to stop there. So I'm going to stop there, then let me relaunch. So if I relaunch that, then I should be able now to launch the app and do what we are supposed to check. So there we go. So you can see if we go to audit trails, that is our table. We have the system audit trails. Then we have the action, module, affected table, timestamp, IP address, user, and you can view it. So we need now to ensure that whenever someone's create a ticket, so let's start with the ticket. If you create a ticket, so I'm going to our ticket table, our tickets controller, and create action. So whenever someone's create, we should actually log the audit trail. So you should log the audit trail within our application. So what I want us to do is I want us to do here. So I'm going to do variable activity, then I'll say new. So I'll say new, then audit trail. I'm going to say new audit trail. And we actually did a video about audit trails. So if you want to see that video, comment down below and you can be able to see the link we've added there. So I'm going to say action. So our action will be, so this will be create. So this person is creating the audit trail. So the next thing is we'll be able to do timestamp. So I can do the time, then .now. Then the next thing I can do is I can do IP address. So IP address I'll do there is so I can do HTTP context. So I'll do HTTP context. Then I can do .connection, then .remote IP address. Then I'll do string. So if I do that, so this one will give me the IP. So the next thing that I want is the user ID. Remember the user ID? So this is the user ID here. So I'm going to assign it. Then the next thing is module. So I'll call module, then I'll call this tickets. So I'll call these tickets. Then the next thing that affected table is actually, which table are we affecting is actually the tickets. So this is the table that is being affected. So I'll call it tickets. So then if we do that, we now have our so then the next thing I'll do is to save these changes. So I'll do context dot add, then I can do activity, then I'll do activity. Then if I do that, then I can now save the changes. So I'll do await, then I can do here dot I'll do context dot save changes. So these details, so when we check on our model, we have the ID action module, affected table, timestamp, IP address, and the user. So we've actually added all those details. So whenever we just create this will actually create an audit trail in our application. So what I want us to do is let's try and launch the app. So I'm going to launch the app, and we try to create a ticket. So when you create a ticket, we should now be able to see who created the ticket and at what time. So I'm going to create a ticket here. So I'll just do that, add new. So then I'll just put in some weird text, status. Then if I create it, you can see our ticket has been created. That means we don't have any challenge. So if we go to audit trails, we should be able to see the details. So why don't we have the data? So let's go back here. So there's something might have happened. So let's go back here. So under activity, so I want us to, so let's just relaunch this. So this is, it says what? Yeah, so you can say here, you can say here, you can do this. Can do this. Let me just do that. Yes. So if I relaunch this, I want to have breakpoint here so that we see what is happening. So I'm going to create a ticket. So let's create a ticket. So add new ticket, provide some details, status is create. Yeah, we don't have we are not getting our ticket here. So there's something happening. Yeah. So we have an issue. So actually the issue is not there. We can have that as a variable. The issue is here. So we are redirecting it to index. That should come now below. And we should actually remove this. We are redirecting it to index. So we should actually also can do this here. So we are redirecting it to index. So let's start again. So this was being redirected to index. So it was not reaching here. So I'm going to remove this breakpoints. Then we can start the application again. So tickets, I'm going to add new tickets, then provide these details, urgent. There we go. So it has created. So let's see our audit trails. You can see we have an audit trail here. So you can see the action is create, table is tickets, table affected, the timestamp, the IP address, this is represent the localhost, and this is the user. So instead of having this user ID, we can actually provide the username. So let's go back to our users and audit trails. We can change this instead of user.id, we can do full name so that we know the guy who has been doing those changes. So let's go back to our tickets. So I'm going to create a ticket again. So if I do here some weird text, so you'll forgive me for this. So if I do that and go back to audit trails, you can see every time we add a new ticket, our audit trail is populated. So I'm going to add this again. I'm going to add these, then we add, then you'll be able to see our. So this keeps growing. So let's do the same for the comments. So what we need to do is we just need to copy this code here, and we can go back to comments and we can add it down here. So I'll be showing you how we can make this simpler so that we don't go along putting in the same text all over again. So I'll show you how we can make this simpler. So I'm going to add that to the table, and if this is creating, that is changing, that's okay. So we can do that. Then the same thing, we can do it under users as well. So on our users table, once this is succeeded, once the user is saved, then we can log in the change. We can say this is a create. We can the table is users sp. So we can say this is users table. So then this is users, and that is saved. So let's now go and try to launch our app and try to save some of these details. So for those who are watching this video and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing, like our video, and comment down below. So I'm going to now do the audit. So let's do comments. I'm going to do the comments. So if I add a new comment, provide the description, choose then add. You can see it is adding. So if I try again, add, then if we go to audit trails, you'll see we have 2 entries for the comments. So if we do the same for users, I'm going to add a user. So I'll do Amon, Wanjala, Mwangi, then you can say Opio. We'll do here Opio. Then you can provide the phone number there. We say 07. Then this we can do 8. Then here you can say, so these we can say this is test wangari@gmail.com. So if we do that, then I can add this here. Then password I can do admin@2050. So if we do that, then I add the user. You'll notice we have our user here called Amon Wanjala Mwangi, we have test Wangari. Then if we go to audit trails, you'll notice that we have an audit for the table called users, and this is the timestamp. So we've been able to create the tickets, we've been able to add the comments, we've been able to add the users, we've been able to add the audit trails. So what I want us, assuming guys, we want to have our application whereby we want to have our application kind of having an admin dashboard, and you're able to manage some admin settings and all those things. So how are we going to do that? So if you're following this video and you're interested on how we are going to map this and link this to an admin LTE or any other kind of template, so that you're able now to have this as a fully functional help desk management system. So like down below, comment down below, and see you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So on our previous video, we created some CRUD operation on tickets. So you can add a ticket. So just to guide you how this was done. So if you click add, so the ticket was added, as you can see. And also we did something on comments. You can actually do comments based on the ticket. So you'll be able to select the ticket here and create the ticket. Then you also have users. You can also register a user. So you can see these are some of the users within our system. So you can add a new user, provide the first name, middle name, last name. Then you also provide the gender. You provide the email address. You provide the city, the phone number, the username. So I'll just use my email. Then you also provide the password. So if you do that and click create, then you'll be able to see the user is created. So this is the user and this is the email address. Then whenever we were doing all this, we were actually tracking our audits. So you can see we've been able to see that we created a ticket, we've created a user, and this is the same date that we are actually doing this video. So for those who have been following this video and you like to see how this progress, so subscribe to our channel, comment down below, and let's begin our today's video. So in our today's video, we are going to make this a bit interesting. So I want us to actually provide the admin template, as you can see on most of our thumbnails. So we are going to add this now to our admin, that is our template. So we are just going to use one of the templates that we have. Then we'll be able to see how these projects now comes up. But now I want us to ensure that we have everything that we need before we proceed. So we are going to just paste the template. Then we are going to reuse it. So for those who are following this video, you will need to claim this project so that you also have our template. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the folder where my project is, and I'm going to load my admin template. So let me just navigate. So I'm adding our assets. So if you go back, so if you navigate now to our project here and www root, you'll see I've added these assets. Then I'm going to paste my, so I'm going to add now our template. So the template that you are going to use, so let me just go to, so we are going to add the template, and that is where we are going to add on our layout. You see this layout? We are going to change this particular layout. So this is the layout that you are going to change. You are going to change this particular layout to ensure that we have our template. So you can also integrate this to admin LTE depending on the kind of template that you want to use. So mine, I'm going to, so I've added my assets. So I'm going to paste my templates. That is my layout. So let me just go here. Then I'm going to add one of the templates so that we use it. So here I'm going to add this here. So this is my template that I'm using. So for those who are following, if you want to have this template, you will claim the source code, but you can also integrate this with any template that you have. For example, the admin LTE template. So this is my template. Then this is my help desk. Then I'll say help desk management system. Then I have my logo. So I'll say this is Kenya. Then scroll down and see. So all that details. So then on the dashboard, I'm going to have then tickets. I'm going to have tickets. So let's see the controller if it is tickets. So this is the tickets. Then we will have the ticket comments. So here the controller name will be comments. Activity logs. So we can say this is audit trails. So we'll have our audit trails there. Then we can say this is, so we can call this, I don't know if we provided the audit trails. So let me see the audit trails, which we have a controller called audit trails, but I cannot see it here. So let me see. So we have under areas. Yeah, I see. So our audit trails controller here, it's here. So we need to move it to the controllers so that it doesn't confuse. So I'm going to copy it to the controllers here. So I'm going to move it. So here it is. I'm going to move it here. So I'll just cut and paste it here. So yes, then we'll have these audit trails. We ensure it is actually within controllers. That's cool. Then for our layout here, so we'll have these as audit trails. So we ensure that controllers are in the same place. So I'm going to stop the application. Then we are going to have these as our controller. So then we also have error logs. So that one we'll be able to see how we do that. Then users. So we call this system users. This is our controller. Then we have an option to log out. Then we also have some options where we'll be adding the messages. Then that's cool. So this is our help desk management system. So this is our help desk management system. You can see help desk management system. Then that is it. Then designed and developed by Macrocode. So this is our layout. Then this is our styles and the rest. So we are going to do away with this. So you see this is the layout that we've been having. So I'm going to do away with this. Then we are just remaining with this template. So what we are going to do, so if we just launch this application, we should be able to access our template now, and you'll be able to see how this template looks like. So let's just log in and see. So there we go. So one thing is we are going also to have our login page. We try to style our login page so that it looks a bit better. So let's just sign in and see. So for those who are following this video and you've not subscribed, consider subscribing, like our channel, and let's proceed to ensure that we have this application up and running. So you can see this is how our app looks like now. We have our tickets. So this is our help desk management system. We have our tickets. We have our tickets comments. So let's just click on tickets. We see if it is loading. You can see. So this is now how the dashboard looks like. So for those who have been following this video, you realize that our template was actually thumbnail was looking this way, but we were not able to, you were not able to see that. Then for the ticket comments, this is how it looks. For the audit trails, you can see we can now access our audit trails. Then for the system users, you can access our users. So the next thing that I want us to do is let's change our, so you can see our dashboard, how it looks like. It's kind of saying a welcome page. So as you can see, we have all these navigations. So what I want us to do is to change our dashboard. So I want us to change our dashboard. You can see it is saying welcome, but I want us to have our kind of analysis. So I'm going to add some UI on the dashboards. So for those who want to have this template, you can claim the source code. So that is so I'm going to have my analysis. You can see this is the help desk dashboards. Then you can say here, so you'll do help desk system, then models, then I have tickets, then I can see total tickets, all these. Then I'm going to have my tickets there. So I'm going to copy the tickets list. Where is the index? This one. Then I want to have so I'm going to copy this table here. So I'm going to copy it. So I'm going to copy all of these, and I'm going to have it on my dashboard just below here. Then I'm going to replace this table with my tickets. So if I do that, so you can do that. So if I update, so you'll be able to see now my project, my dashboard. So you can see this is my project now, how it looks. So we have our tickets. Then if I go to dashboard, let's see, yeah, there is an issue. You can see it is not getting the tickets. So we need to fetch the tickets on our dashboard so that we are able to show them on the dashboard. So what we need to do, we need to go to our home. We need to go to our home, and we can go to, so let's just go to our tickets controller under index. So we can actually take this, you see this, then we can have it on our home controller, then we can paste it here. So this will return for us so you can see we don't have our context, so we can actually borrow it from here. That is the application context. So I'm going to zoom in so that you're able to see. Then if I go to here, I can paste this. Then I can also have here application context. I'll do application context. So this is it. And I can say context. So I'll say this is context. And I can assign it here. So I'll just assign it here. I'll do context is equals to context. Then it will be able to give me. So then here I'll do a sync task. I can do that. Then I'm able to get my list now. So if we launch the project, we should be able to access the dashboard with some of the tickets. So for those who are following this video about help desk, consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below, and you can actually claim this source code so that you also promote us. So we'll paste the link down below so that you promote our work, and you can actually reuse the project for any particular purpose that you have. So as the project launched, so there we go. So you can see this is my dashboard. So I have my total tickets, urgent tickets, closed tickets. So we'll be actually working with these numbers. So this is just a template. So you can add your own template. So for me, I've just added this. So you can see now if I go to tickets, so let's just make this a bit cool. You see the dashboard looks a bit better. We have the CRUD. So I'm going to copy that and have it on the, so where is it? On our home page, you can actually have this section here. So I'm going to go to our tickets index. Then here I can have this. So then this layout, I can close it down here. So I'll just do close it, can close it again. Don't know if we need another one. So that is it. So I can format. So that is how this looks like. So you can say tickets, recent tickets. So you can also have these on our comments text. So we can replace with this, just having a good UI on that particular list. So I'll do that. I'll also do that. Then we can say recent comments. Then once we do that, so I'm going to remove one of these. So then I can copy this. So let's ensure our tickets also index is looking good. So the next thing is audit trails. So I can add it on the audit trails. So I'll say recent audit trails. Then I can close it. So I can close that. I can close that. So if I format, you can see it actually formatted. Then let's check on our comments if we formatted well. So yes, so that is cool. So the tickets formats, we can also add this ticket comments, I mean. So I can say ticket comments. So this is ticket comments. Then I can also close this here. I can close it. So then if I do that, so if we now launch our project, so let's just launch and see. So I'm going to launch it there. So there we go. So the project is launching. So for those who are watching this channel and you have not subscribed, so we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So if you go to tickets, you can see now the page, how the page looks like. So this is add new ticket. Comments, you can see these are our comments. We also have audit trails. This is our audit trails. And we can now, if we click add new ticket, you can see this is how it looks like. So you can make this a bit better for the form. So you can also have that as inside a card. So let's just go to tickets. So you're just making the UI. So I'm going here, then I can do here. So I can do this way. So I can say that is it, add new ticket, add new ticket. So if we do that, I can also close down here. So we can close it down here. So if we format that, that's look better. So I can also copy this, have it on our edit form. So I'll just update this here. Then you can say update ticket. So if we do update ticket, that's cool. Then I can borrow these here. Then we can format. So let's do the same for the comments. So if you're following this, so that is great. So you can actually add, as I've indicated, you can add your admin template. So either admin LTE or anyone that you feel like it's cool. But if you loved my template, then claim the source code and you'll get the template. So here is add new comment. Then after doing that, the next thing is let's also do the same thing for the edit form. So I'm going to paste this here. Then you can say update comment. Then here I can close this, paste this here. Then I can format it. So that is it. So the next thing is let's just relaunch our app and see how this looks like. So you can actually see that our help desk management system is coming up well. So we'll be doing more enhancements to this effect and to ensure that we have a complete help desk management system that you can actually use. So there we go. So if we go to tickets, add new ticket, you can see the form looks now a bit cool. We have the ticket title, description. Then for the comments, so if we go to comment, add new comment, you see you have the comment form now looking better. Then for the audit trails, you can see you're able to see that. Then we have the system users. So we did not add the card for the system users, so you can do the same. So I'm just adding the styles. So go to index page for the system users. Then I'm going to add this here. Then I'll say this is system users. Then if we do that, Then I can also close this. So I'll do here div. There we go. Then that is sorry for that. So here I'll close this. So we can format it. So the same thing to the add form. So that is the create form. I'm going to add this here. Then I'll paste this here. Then you can say this is add new user. So if we do that, then I'm going to update it here. So I'll just update it here. Then just do that. So there we go. So if we launch our project again, then we should be able to see now our form, which looks a bit better. So the next part we are going to also, I think we can also do that now to ensure that we have our logging page, so that the next video we can enhance most of the sections. So if we go to system users, you can see it now looks a bit better. And if we click add, the form now looks cool. So this is our help desk management system. And so the next thing, if we click sign out, you can see our layout login page is within our dashboard. But we don't want that. We need to have our login page actually appearing outside this dashboard. It should take you outside the login screen. We should not be able to see these navigations. So what I want us to do is I'm also going to change this so that we have it a bit. So I'm reusing as well my template. So you can change these based on your template. So what I want us to do is I'm going to copy this. And update going to copy a section of the code here. Then on my account, then go to the login page. You see this login screen? Here we need to specify now our logins page. So I've just added my template style. Then if I scroll down, if I scroll up, you can see this is the login page, and I've just assigned it layout null, which will now omit the navigation. You see this navigation here? It will actually remove it here. So I've assigned not to use any layout, but you can also specify your own layout that you want to use. So there you go. So I've just said this is my help desk. Then I have my logo. I have my everything there. Then login screen. This is help desk management system developed and designed by MacroCode. And there we go. So if I relaunch this app, we should now able to log out, and we should not see any navigation sidebars. So if you want to have this code, you can claim it as we have just said, so that you also help us to grow and reach more people. So here, if we click sign out, you can see this is now our screen. So you can see we have the help desk management system, we have the login register, and we have our login page here. So if I just click sign in, you'll see it is actually taking us to our login page, but we should be able to see how we control that. So if I click sign out, it takes me back, but we should be able to control how this is. So you see it is actually taking us to we should actually redirect it. So that should happen under our login page. You see here, it is taking us to, you see, and sign out. So it is taking us to sign out and the things. But what happens is we should be able to control our login screen so that it doesn't only take us there, but it takes us to the main page and redirect us to the login page without any issue. So from here, what I want us to do is, so from here, we should be able to see that once we have, if you click, where is it? So here, if you click sign in, it should take us to the return page, logged in. So let's just confirm where it redirects us. So here it should take us to the home screen, and this is the home screen. So here, actually, what we need to check is we should ensure that our project, whenever you launch, it should not. So we can actually do something here. We can say if not user authenticated here. So you can see if not user authenticated, then it should take us to the login page. Else, it should actually redirect us to the result. That is the main dashboard. You see. So here we are checking if the user is not logged in, we redirect them to the login. If not, then we can log in. We can actually access the dashboard. So you can actually do that so that you check the users if they are logged in or not. Then that will redirect your application to the login screen without any issue. So if you go to, so you can see if we need to log in now. So you see, so you can confirm if this is true. You can see it is able to access that. Then it will redirect us to the page, and you can see now it is taking us to the login page. So if we relaunch our app for the first time, it will take us to the login screen. Then we can now navigate. So you can see you can navigate and see all this. So that is it for today. If you are watching this video and you like to add this source code, you can claim it. If you are also watching and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing and like our video. So this is it for today, and see you in our next episodes. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So this is episode 7 of Help Desk Management System. So for those who are watching this channel for the first time, welcome and consider subscribing. So this is our Help Desk Management System, and we are going to log in. So as we log in, you can be able to see we have our tickets. So these are some of the tickets that we've keyed in. We have the tickets comments. So these are the comments that has been provided for each of the ticket. Then you also have audit trails for each of the activities that is being done by the users. Then we have the system users. So as we can see, we have all these users, and then you can log out. So one thing that I want us to check today is when you click log out, you'll be able to see that it takes us back to the login screen. But when you click register, you'll be able to see that our register form is actually within our navigation menu. So this one, we should not allow this to happen. So I'm going to change this the way it looks like so that we have these better. So we need to have this within our so we need, actually we can have this login page inside our screen. So if you are not registering users, so what we need to do, let's just go back to our page, or we can just have it outside the login screen. So I'm going to have these. So I'll just say here layout. So I'll just say layout, and I can have these as null. So I'll just layout. Then I can say this is null. So this will remove my login page from the dashboard. So you can see I don't want to see this navigation section. So let's just wait and see. So there you go. You see it has actually removed it. But now we need this navigation layout. So I'm going to borrow what we have in our login screen. So we need this template. So I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to copy all of this. Then go back to our register screen. So I'll paste it here. Then I'm going to remove, so this one. So we just have, so I want us to have the registration form for our users. So we are going to adopt that. So I want us to copy the same form. You see this form. So I want us to copy this form here. So here, actually, this one. So I'm going to copy this. I can actually cut it. Go to our login page, minimize it. So I'll minimize it. So just do that. Then I can replace it with our register form. So that is how our form looks like. So we have everything. Then the next thing is I want us to remove this. There we go. Then our form should work. So we have our input, first name, last name. But these details, we need to ensure that we have all this information within our register section. So if I go to register, I don't know if we had mapped. Yes, so we had actually done this. So you can see you have the first name, middle name, last name, gender, country, and city. So when you register a user, that is what you key in. So this is our form. We should now be able to see this form without having the navigation sidebar. So let me just launch the application and we will be able to see how that looks like. So here, in fact, let me just, I want us to remove something. I want us to remove this. I want us to remove this. Sorry. So let's just do away with this. I want us to do, we have this, so that we have our row covering all those sections. So this one should be, they can do that, can do, so this is okay. So let's just launch and see. So you should be able to register a user to our system if the user doesn't exist. So let's just launch our app and see. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing as you follow this series. So if we click register, you now see our form. We have the create, so this should not be sign in. So let's just go back here and remove some of this information. So we can do away with this. I can also do away with this, and I can do away with this as well. So if we do that and update the form, we should now have where to create an account. So you can see, so this is how our form looks like. So we create a new account, middle name, last name. That is the information. So this information here, so if we just click, we say Jacob Mwangi Karanja, then we say this is male, say Kenya, then we say here Nairobi, then you can say here test admin, say test admin 20. So then this is actually at Gmail, let's say at gmail.com. Then you can say test, that is my password. You can also do here test. So you can say, let me just do that. Can do, so I'm trying to key in the password. So if we click register, this one should register the user and redirects us to the login screen. So you can see it has actually taken us to the admin dashboard. That means it has automatically logged us in. So you can, if we go back to, you see, we can log in with the same credentials. So if I just log in again and we go back to the users, if we go to users, we should see that particular user that we've just registered. You see, this is the guy, testadmin@gmail.com. So you can actually register a user from that particular area. And you can also add it from this section if assuming you are not logged in. So let's now go back to our tickets. So on our tickets, we have add new ticket. So then if we click on comments, it was actually taking us to the comments section for that particular tickets. You see here, these are the comments. So if we add a new comment, so you can select that and you can see it has already selected the comment ID. So if we click, then if we go back to the comments, so if we go back to the tickets, the first one, let's add for the first one, we see if that was the case. So let's go back to the tickets, comments. Yes, so there's something here. So if we click this, access to application, So you see, these are the comments. It's actually adding the comments. But if you go back to the tickets, access to application, we need to check that. This one, if we check the comments, you see these are the comments that are being provided. So there's one thing I want us to do. So if you go to details, check these details how it looks like. So I want us to change this. So ensure also we have our, if we go back to our form, so let me just go back to our form. Remember we have our card. So let's just do the styling. So let's go back to the tickets details. So that is the details. So I want us to have these in a better way. So we can say tickets details. So this is ticket details. Then we're having it in a table. Then I want us to have these in a, so you can have this style here. Then you can have it under the details. So where is it? Ticket details. So I'll have my style there. Then the next thing is we need to close this particular form. So I can do away with these. So if we just format it, so that is how our screen looks like. So sorry. So if we update it, we should be able to have these. So you can see this is how now our form looks like. We have the title, description, and everything. So the same way, if we go back to the list, it takes us to the screen. If we do edit, you can see it is actually giving us the tickets and everything. So I also want us to have our, so this one should remove this. You can do this div class. Then you can just do row. Then that is cool. Then if we go back to our edit form, can as well. So this is not there. So let's go back to our edit screen for the tickets. So this is the edit. So I also want us to have, so here I can do, so I will do here class. I can have this as a button, btn danger, or we can have it as a warning. There we go. Then we have this is save. So we can call this update. And call it update ticket. So if we update the changes, then you'll be able to see our screen changing. So you see this is update the changes, and there we go. So if we click back, it takes us back to the list, and also you have the delete. You see the delete. So I'm going to change. Also, we have these as a to have our styles. Go back to the delete. So we are going to add these here. Then we can close. So you can close this. So you can say you can remove this. Then this one we are going to. So we are going to close it here. So we also close another one. Don't know if that is okay. So let's just confirm if everything is closed. So we have a last one. Yes. So this one, that's okay. So the next thing is we should ensure that our data table, this data table here, is actually being reused in this table here. So I'm going to have this here, and that is cool. So you see how that is looks like. So if we update this, our delete form kind of looks a bit better, you see. Then you can have this back button as a button, backlist. We can have a class here. Then you can call it btn warning. So if we save this, we'll be able to see our button changing. There we go. So if we click delete, there you go. So there is something that is happening. So you can see the delete in table. So the delete conflicted with the foreign key tickets ID columns. So we are trying to delete what? We are trying to delete a ticket. The good thing is now, you see, it is actually having an issue. Why? Because you cannot delete a ticket if you've not deleted the comments. So all the comments for that particular ticket needs to be deleted. So if you go back to the access, then comments, you actually need to delete all of these comments. So if I go to delete the comments, so we need to have this style as well. So we are going to style that. So that is the delete section for the comments. So I'm going to have this here, and I can also remove this. Then here as well, we need to have these as div. I think we had not styled this, so I'm going to have these as a, we need to have these as a table, and you can borrow it from what we had done under tickets. So you can see we have, so this is how we do it. So I'll go back to the comments. So I'll just do that. So this is the table row, table header, this is table data. So I don't know if we have a class here. So let's just go back here and see. I think that's cool. So we should be able to remove this class. So we just have it as a, we have it as table head, table data. This is also table head, then you have table, this table head. Then you also have TD here. This is TD. Then you also have TH. You also have TD. Then, so I'll remove these classes for now. So I'm also having here TH. Then you can also do here TH, and this is TD. So all of these is in a row. So if we do that, then we'll now have our table already closed here. So then you can have to close this. So if I format this, you can see here, this is closed here, and you're also closing everything there. So you can actually also borrow these and have it inside our form. So if we format this, update our project, we should be able to see the new UI. So there we go, but there is something wrong there. Yes. So we should move these outside. So we can have it this here. So if we update it, let's just update and see if that works. So we need to have our form. So this is the form table. Did we close our table? No. So we need to close our table here. Table. And also we did not close our table row. So we need to close it there. So if we format it now and close, so this one is closed there. There we go. So if we save this, we should now have our updated UI. So you see, update, so this should be delete ticket. So we can actually remove, so we can say delete ticket comment. And there we go. So if we do that and update, then we'll be having our application. So you see, we have the description, the ticket ID, that is it. So we can have this in 2 columns. So how do you do that? You can come here, table row. So you have table header, table data, table header, table data. So you can close the table row here. You have 2 rows. So this is TR. Then you can have another TR here. So if you update that, we'll be having 2 columns. So you see, so we have the description, Uduma created on ticket number, and you have it there. Then you can change this to be a button. So I'll be changing that, so you can have here a class. So this is a class. and you can do btn warning. So if we do that and update, then we can see our screen. So let's just go back to our screen. You can see it is actually giving us kind of a screen, but it is not giving us the button. So what is the issue here? So this is not the correct class. We need to have this as btn. So if you update it, it actually gives us now the button. So let's just update and see. So it's refreshing. So yeah, the spelling also is wrong. So we need to have this as btn. So if you update, then we have our button. You see, this is now the button. So if we delete this, it actually deletes the comment. But remember, we were not able to delete the tickets, which is a good thing. So you should not be able to delete the child. That is the main record if it has children. So if I delete this, it actually deletes. But there is one thing that I don't know if you guys have noticed. Whenever we are adding the tickets, we don't have any success message. So you say description, you say this is testing. So you say testing, then we do here testing, status, and priority. If we add it, we are not sure even if the application added that particular record. So it's actually boring. Users are not able to tell whether the ticket has been added or not. So how are we going to prevent or provide these alerts? So you remember when we were adding the layout. So let me just take you back. So when we were adding the layout here, we provided something called temp message. So this is the alert section. And you also have temp error where we will be passing the errors. So to kind of provide these messages, we can go to our tickets, then under actions. So this is the create. So whenever we add this, we can actually supply a message here. You can do temp. So we'll say temp data. Then I can pass in the message. I can say that is the message. So this temp data is actually what is here. So let me take you there. So you see this one? This is what we are referencing. So, and it's taking, if it is not null, it doesn't display the message. But if it is null, it has a value. It will actually provide the success message here, or even an error message here. So I'm going to add this here. Then I'll assign it to a message. So I can say ticket details successfully created. So this is our message. So the same way we can do to the update. So you see, if you click on the update section and it saves, so you can also throw that particular message, say ticket details successfully updated. So we can do the same for the users. So we'll say user details successfully saved. Say user details successfully created. You can also don't know if we had created the update function. I think we don't have the update function. For the comments, we can also do the same thing. So we'll do here comments details. So users, I think we need to remove one detail section, this one. So then for the comments, you say comments details successfully created. You can also have an update for the comments. So if a comment is updated, you can say comment details successfully updated. And you can also do users. So we have the tickets, so that's it. So let's just try to launch the application, log in and create one comments. Then we'll be able to see if we will have a success message or not. So that's how you add it. So we are going to enhance this application so that it actually makes sense to some of you guys who really wish to have this done. So let's just launch and see. So there we go. So I'm logging into my screen. So there we go. So if I just do tickets and I add new one, so I just do here details. So I'll provide some weird information, then the status and urgency. So if I click create, there you go. You see our ticket details successfully created, and it actually has a close button. So if I close, the alert goes away. So if I just do also a comment, I can select here and I create. You see, comments details successfully created. You can also do the one for the user. So if I do the one for the user, I say this is the guy. I provide here. Then I'll say this is Joshua Karanja. So then here I'll say mail. Then I can put in this is email number 3. So if I just save this as the user and I can have this as the password and create, you see our user details successfully created. So we've been able to add the messages and all those information. But now there's one thing that I want us to change on how we are doing things. When we are creating a ticket, there's some information that you could see the statuses, the description, the priority, and even urgency. So users are typing this, which is not a good thing. So we need to change how this is linked to ensure that we are tracking all those information and we don't have users giving their own way of understanding in terms of priority and other things. So that is what we are going to do in our next video. So if you're watching this video, consider subscribing and see you in our next series. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So this is our help desk management system for those who are watching this video for the first time. So this is episode 8 for our series. So as you can see, we have our login screen. So if you click sign in, then this takes us to the dashboard. So on the dashboard, you are able to see the recent tickets that we've just added. So on the navigation menu, we have tickets. You can add a new ticket. So you can see you can provide some details about the ticket. You can provide the status and even the priority, and you can save the ticket. So if you see we have our success message and our tickets has been added, then you can also do comments. You can add comments to the ticket. You provide the comment details, and you can also have the select the ticket and you can create it. So the same thing, whenever we are doing this, you are able to see that we have our audit trails. So these audit trails continue to appear as long as you are doing anything within our system. Then you have the system users. So you can actually add or register a new user. Then you can log in. So one thing that I want us to do, I want us to enhance our applications, and that is our help desk management system, and make it a bit more user-friendly and even make some controls. So when you're adding a new ticket, there are some things that we want to control. For example, like the title. So you can add the title, the description, status, and priority. But what I want us to check is, I also want us to categorize our tickets. So whenever someone's raised a ticket, they can say which category of the ticket it is, and whether it is something that is urgent or even, so that is a priority. But I want us to provide an option whereby we are able to categorize our tickets. So what I want us to do is, I want us to provide, I want us to do another model. So if you go to our application, let's create another model called ticket category. So I want us to say here, so we'll call this category. So we'll say ticket category. So this is ticket category. So this is a class. So add that class. Then within that class, I want us to have, so I'm going to zoom this in so that you're able to see. So you can have our primary key. Then you can have, so public, so you can have the name. So here we can actually do the code, and you can have the name. So we can have the name of the category. So once we have that, we can remember whenever we add a model, we can add it on our application DB context. So I'm going to add it on our application DB context. So I'm going to have it here. So I'll do DB context. So I'll just do here DB context, and I'm going to add this here, and you can do categories. So, but one thing that I want us to do is there's something I want us to introduce. Whenever we were creating our ticket, we were adding like the created on. So you see this created on, modified by. So let's just create another model. Then we can call that model, you can call it user activity. So you can say user activity. So this user activity, I want us to have these particular properties. So let's just check on our tickets. So you see this, I want us to copy this, then go to our user activity. So this user activity will be having all the created by, user created on, then you can copy this, and you can also have modified by and modified on. So here you can say modified by. So in case someone modified the application, we need to see the record. We need to see when it was created and when it was modified. So this one you can say modified on. Then here we can say modified. So this is modified by ID. So let's say modified by, and here you can say now this is a foreign key and it is actually modified by. So whenever we have created this, we can now be inheriting this to all our classes. So for example, for today ticket category, we can actually inherit these properties and we can have that. So then we have added our ticket category here. So our table name will be ticket categories. So we can actually add migration. So I'm going to stop that. So whenever we do that, remember we need to add migrations. So I'll just do migration tools, NuGet package manager. Then down here, I'm going to add migration. So I'll just do add migration. Then I'll say ticket category. So this is our migration name. Press enter. So if everything works well, then our migration file will be generated and we should be good to update our database. So there we go. So for those who are watching this video for the first time and you like the video or the series, comment down below and subscribe to our channel. So this is the migration file. It has successfully created. So this is our table created ticket categories, then our ID, the code, the name, created by, created on, modified by, ID, and modified on. Then you can just do update database. So you can just do update database. So this will now create our table within our database. So if you press enter, then all these will be generated. So we have our columns here and all the constraints. So there's something that is not going on well. So you can see we have, it is saying introducing foreign key constraint on table category cycles or multiple cascade path. So what I want us to do, go to our, so let me just zoom this in. So go to our application DB context. Then I want us to add something here. So I want us to add this. Then you can do, so let's do here ticket category. So then you can do here modified by. Then you can say as foreign key modified by ID. So do that. Then I also want to have another one here. So I'll do created by ID. Then here I can do created by ID, and that is okay. So I want us to, so we can do remove migration. So this will remove our recent migration. So press enter. So it will undo our migration. So that is how you undo the migration. So it has done that. So the next thing is we can add the migration again. So we can add the migration, add migration category. So we've added this on delete. So this should actually work. So let's just see. So that is okay. So you can also do update database now. So let's just do that and see. So you see that has worked. So it wanted us to actually specify this. So you specify this and this. So you'll have to undo your migration, then update. So after that, we can do so we've actually updated our database and everything is okay. So the next thing that I want us to do is to scaffold. So I'm going here. Then I want to scaffold. So just new scaffolded item. Then MVC with the entity framework core. Then I'm going to select my model. So which is actually ticket category. So where is it? I'm going to select a ticket category. Then this is the controller. So if we click OK, it will actually generate the code for us. That is the complete CRUD operation for the tickets categories. And you can see it is almost done. It's generating the code. So for those who are watching this video and you're following, please subscribe, like our video, and comment down below. So you can see it has actually completed generating the code. So we have our folder now under views. So if you go to under views, we have tickets categories. So we have all these. So you can go to our tickets. You can see this is all the fields. So let's just actually add our styles that we have. So I can copy this from our tickets section. Then I'm going to update it at the top here. So we'll do that. Then I can actually close. So let me pin this down. Then I can close this. I'll just do that. I'll also do that. And I can format it. So then here at the top, we can actually add this as a, have this as a button. We can do class btn primary. So that is our button. You can say add new. You can say add new ticket category. So this is reason ticket. So can remove. We can actually have this add new ticket categories. Sorry, I say category. So after that, this is our. So this is actually our list. So we can say ticket categories. So after that, we can actually navigate and add this to our navigation layout. So what we need to do, we need to go to the views, then shared layout. Then here we can add it to our side navigation menu. So here we are going to add it, let's say down here. So you can say ticket categories. So I'll just paste it here, then I'll say ticket categories. So then here we can point this to the correct controller. So I'll take the controller name just to ensure we have the correct naming. Then I'll have it there. So the next thing is, let's launch the app and see if that is okay. So for those who are watching, subscribe to our channel, comment down below, and you can actually acquire the source code using the link down below. So if you want to have this project, so as you can see, this is our project. I can sign in. So if I click sign in, I'm able to log into my application. Then down here, you can see we have now the tickets categories. So let me just zoom in. You can see I have my tickets categories. So if I click tickets categories, it will give me my list. You can see I have my list. Then if I say add new, it will give me the form to add the code name created by, created on, modified by, and modified on. So there's one thing interesting that we need to check. So remember, we've logged in. So we don't have to select the users and even the dates and even the modified by. So let's just go back to our create form for the tickets. So on our create form, I'm going to remove that. So we are going to remove created by. We are going to remove created on. So the system should automatically log those ones. So we should not be allowing the users to provide those information. Then I'm going to change my form and make it a bit better. So I'm going to have this as div class. So I'll do class, then row. Then let me just zoom it so that we are able to see all together. Then if I do that, I'm going to close it down here. There we go. Then I can also do here, can do this to be call MD6. So I want it to appear in 2 columns. So then I can close this. So I can do that. I'll just close this here. Then I can also copy this, have it down here. Then I can close it as well. So if I do that, then I'll do that. Then after that, there we go. So I'll have my button create by, then I'll have all this. So we can also have these on our, that is on our style, which is on our CRUD view. So I'm going to paste our styles at the top here. So if I do that, then you can say here, add new ticket category. I'll say category. Then I'm going to close this div. So I'll have 2 of them because I've added 2. So if I format, you'll be able to see that all this is closed. So if I try to close it, you'll be able to see that we have all that closed. So the next thing that we need to do is when on our controller, for the ticket controller, on our create method, we don't want to pull the users here. So that we can remove that. Then I'm going also to remove the binding, this one. Then after that, I'm also going, so I need to assign some things. So that is the user who is logged in, and we should be able to assign that user ID. So we should be able to detect the person who is logged in and assign the user ID without actually allowing the user to key in or provide that information. So how do we do that? So we need first here, we need, so I'm going to do away with this. We are not getting the information about the users. So I'm going to remove all this information here. Also this line of code. Then I just remain with this. So here, I'll just do here ticket dot created on. So created on should get the date and time of the system. So that is how you can assign that. Then modified on, we should not assign that here because currently we are creating. And remember, I think we made a mistake. Whenever we did user activity, we should have created these as nullables. So the modified by should be nullable. So that is how you do nullable, and even the date of modified on should be nullable. So we have to do that. So we'll have to run migration again. So let's just complete this. So we can do created by ID. So created by ID should actually take the user who is logged in. So how do we get the user who is logged in? So here we can say variable user ID. So to get the user, we just do user. So then we say find first value using claims. Then you can say claim type. So we'll do your claim types. Then you can say name identifier. So if we do that, this will give us the user ID who is actually active. Then we just pass that ID here. So after that, then we should be able to save our application. So we can also do the same thing to our modified on. So let's just do away with this as well. So we should do away with our edit. So on our edit as well, this is the same thing we are going to do. We are going to remove this. Then for the, so I'm going also to remove these lines of codes here because we don't want to allow the users to select the person who is logged in. So I'm also going to remove this. Then on our update here, we are going to have those information added. So here we are going to update now, not the created by, but modified on and now modified by. So someone else can modify the information that you had created. So that's what we are trying to track. So we should always track the person who modified, but the first person to create that record, we can always maintain. So after that, remember we've modified our model, the user activity model, which is we have allowed this one to be optional and this one to be optional. But for the created by, that should not be optional. So what we need to do, we need to run migrations. So we need to run migrations so that these takes effect. So you know how to do that. So you go to tools, NuGet package manager console. Then I'm going to clear this. Then I can add migration, and you can always don't have to type after you've typed. You can always use the up and down arrows and it will give you what you had typed before. So I'll just say here modified user activities. So that is my migration name. So if I just add migration, so it will actually rename our tables and make it, that is the columns that we've just added as nullables. So it will make it nullable. So if you check on our migration file, it has altered the column. So it is actually making them nullable. So it has altered the column. So what we need to do is, after that, we need to update the database. So we just do update database. So you can type or you can use the arrow. So if you just use the down and or up arrow, it will give you the command that you had provided. Then you just press enter. So it will update our tables. That is our table with the new columns. So as you can see, all is well. So the next thing is we launch our app and try to, but before that, sorry, I want us to add the success message. So remember, whenever we were adding our tickets, we added the success message. So this one. So we should be able to tell whenever something has been created successfully and even updated. So here, you can always add this and you can say ticket category details updated. Then we can also do something here at the create. So whenever we create, we can also do ticket category details successfully created. So whenever we do that, then our application will always give us our message. So let's just launch our app and see how that goes. So for those who are following this video and you have not subscribed, please subscribe. So we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you've not subscribed. So as you can see, our app is launching. So there we go. So if we go to tickets categories, this is our tickets categories. We don't have any information. So if I click add, you can see the information that I only provide is only these two information. So the information, for example, how we want us to categorize our tickets. For example, if you have, we say it's hardware issue. So you can say hardware, and you can say here hardware. So this is tickets. So hardware tickets. So if I create, so let's just do that. If I create, this should actually create our ticket. You see, it has created and it has assigned the user ID. You see, it has assigned the user ID and it has assigned the date it was added or modified. So I can add another one. I can say software. Then you can say this is software ticket. So if we save, you are able to see that. So let's change this. You see, you cannot tell who is this and some of these information. So you can actually remove these ones because they are not always updated. So let's go to our tickets categories and we can always check. So we can remove the created on or the modified by details. Then here, instead of displaying the created by ID, we can always display the full name of the user who created it. So we'll just do full name and you're able to do that. Then for the edit and delete buttons, we can borrow from some of the areas that we had done. So I am going to copy this so that we go fast. So I'll paste it here. So that is my headers. Then for the delete buttons, I'm going as well to borrow from what we had done. So I'll copy those. Remember, it is just the same thing. So here, if we just paste it here, so you'll see the edit. So if I zoom it, you see the details, passing the ID, details, edit, the edit. So it's kind of the same thing. So if we just relaunch our app, then we should now be able to see the created by which is full name, and we can see all those forms and even the buttons. So let's just go there and see. So there our app is launching. So you can see this is our app. And now if we go to tickets categories, you'll see now we have our code, the name, the created by and created on, and these are the buttons. So if I add another one, for example, it is ERP. So you can say ERP, or let's just say something like default. So this is a default. You can say this. We have a category like this. So it depends on how you categorize your tickets. So you can say tickets. So if we do that, then we are able to see that. Then another one is we can say marketing. So marketing. Then you can do here marketing tickets. So if we save, there we go. So we can actually change even the namings of these titles here. So to do that, you can do that in our model. So I can just go to our tickets category model, and I can actually change. So I can do here, I'll just do here display name, display. So I can say display name, and I can provide the name that I want. So I can say category number. So this is category number. Then I can also say this is category code. I can also have these as category name. And I can do the same for the user activity. So if I go to user activity, I can say here created by. So I'll say created, So I'll say created by. So that is my naming, and that is how it will appear on the form. Then created on, I can do here created on, and I can also do here modified by, because you are going to be using this information, modified by, and also modified on. So if I just do here modified on. So once we are done with that, so if we just say update, so let me just relaunch so that we see how it looks like. So I'm going to relaunch our app. So if you haven't subscribed and you're watching this video until this time, please consider subscribing, like our video, and also share with your friends so that you help us reach more of your network. So you can see we have our tickets. Then we can now see our information here. So if I click add new, I can now, you can see it is category code and the category name. So I can say here finance. So I can also say finance tickets. So if I add, you can see it is okay, but there's something that we are missing. Remember, we added our messages and it's not appearing. Why? So let's go back to our tickets. So here we said, so here, this one should come here. So here, that one should come there before the redirect action. So, and also, so we should, I can remove this. So if I just relaunch this now, we should be able to receive the tickets messages. So let's just go back and see. So if we relaunch that, we should now be able to get the notifications, alerts. So if we create a new, I say here, we can say network, and this is network. So you can say network ticket, and if I click, you can see I now have my alert. So you can see the person who is creating is actually the person who is logged in. And at the top here, you can see our email address of the person who is actually logged in. So we've been able to manage our categories. And you can see every time you can actually manage now your categories here. But there is one interesting thing. If you add a ticket, you should be able to tie those tickets. If I say add new, I should be able to tie the ticket categories to my ticket before I raise the ticket. Maybe I say it is a network issue, it is a hardware issue, or a software issue. So that is what we are going to do in our next video. So if you like this video and you want to see what happens next, subscribe and like the video. See you in our next episode. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So as you can see, we have our dashboard, and you can see we have the tickets. The dashboard details, we'll be updating them as we go. So we have the tickets details. So here you can see the ID, the title, the description, and the comments for the ticket. And you can add a new ticket, tie the ticket to that is have the title, description, status, priority, and you can create the ticket. So you can actually do some things here. So if you just say pending and you update it to high priority and create, then you'll be able to see the ticket is created. Then we have the ticket comments. So here you can actually add a comment to a ticket. So you can say, so you can just provide some weird characters. Then you can choose the ticket and you can create the ticket. So the same way under tickets, you can actually access the specific comments per ticket. So if you click on the comments, you'll be able to see the comments for that particular ticket. So for example, like this one, you can see we have the comment details. Then the next thing that we did yesterday, the next thing that we did was to add a new category. That is the category of the tickets. So here you can add a new category and you save it, and you can see you are able to see these categories. So here you can add another category, let's say ERP. Then you can say ERP, say procurement. Then if you click on create, then you'll be able to have that as a category. So today I want us to add some things. So if you come to tickets and you try to add a new ticket, you'll note that we have the title, description, status, and the priority. So I want us to modify some things. So within the ticket, we can actually specify the category and the subcategory of the tickets. So, but before that, I want us to create the subcategories. You see here, we have the categories of the ticket. So this can be an hardware, but what kind of an hardware are you referring to? So that is one way of how we can specify the tickets. So you can also have maybe it's an hardware, it is something, it depends on how you want to categorize. Whether it's a software, you can indicate which kind of software, whether it is an antivirus, Adobe, or even AnyDesk. So that is what you can do. So what I want us to do, I want us to create another class. So let's just create another class. Then we can call it ticket subcategories. So I'm going to stop my project. So for those who are watching this video for the first time and you want to subscribe, please consider subscribing. So ticket subcategory. So I'm going to create ticket subcategory. That will be our class. Then on this class, I'm going to have, you can say public int ID. So this will be our primary key. So I'm going to zoom it so that you're able to see together. Then the next thing is I want us to have, so instead of, so we have the ticket subcategory. So the next thing is I want us to have a string. Then you can call these code. Then you can also have a string, then you can call this name. So that is the name of the subcategory. But one interesting thing, we should always tie our subcategory to the category. So here I'll say category ID. So I'll say category ID. Then this category ID is actually a foreign key, and it should be coming from this particular table. So you'll say category, ticket category. So this is our category. Then here we'll say this is category. So then another thing is, remember we should always import our user activity. So this will have our modified by, created on, and the rest. So I don't know if we had the same thing for the ticket category. Yes, you see, we had the user activity. So this user activity will have some properties that we created. So that is actually the indicating who created what at what time and when. So for the subcategory, we have now the ID, the category ID, which is coming from this ticket category, the code and the name. Then here you can see it will add the user activity properties. So the next thing is I want us to add that particular table. So to add, we need to do it under the application DB context. So I'm going to add that here. So I'll have it here, then I'll just do ticket subcategory, then we can say here ticket subcategories. So we'll just do here sub. So these will be ticket subcategories. So after that, the next thing is to add our package, that is the add migrations. So we'll just do add migration, then we say added ticket subcategories. So this is the migration name. So I'll just do ticket subcategories. So added ticket subcategories, press enter, then it will generate the migration file. So after generating the migration file, then we'll need to actually update the database. So if you are watching this video for the first time and you've not subscribed, consider subscribing as we build the ticket help desk management system. So we'll be happy to engage and have your comments incorporated. So you'll see we have the ticket subcategories, you have the ID, category ID, the code, the name, the created by, created on, modified on, and modified by. So to update this to the database, we'll just do update database. Then these will be updated. So just update database and these will be updated. So once this is updated, we can now scaffold this and we can create. So let's just check everything is okay. As you can see, it has generated the table and you can see here it is actually creating the table. That is the ticket subcategories table with all the constraints. So the next thing is I want us to generate scaffold that particular item. So I'll add new, then scaffolded item. Then I'm going to choose MVC controller with views using Entity Framework Core. Then I'll choose my model, which is the ticket subcategories. So this is the ticket subcategory. Then this will be my controller. Then I'll add it. So this will generate our views and all the CRUD operation code that we need to actually create our ticket subcategories. So if you're following this video and you want to claim the source code, you can get the link down below. You can get the source code as we are going to enhance this application. So there we go. Our ticket subcategories has been created and you can see here we have the index and it's giving us all those information. So one thing that I want us to do, you'll be able to see that we have now the ticket subcategories as a folder here. So this is the subfolder. Then under index, we can actually check for, we can actually display the category, the code, the name, created by, created on. We can remove the modified by. Then we can also do away with the modified by because these are nullable. Then created by, we can always provide the full name. Then the next thing is, if we launch our app, I want you to see something. So instead of accessing the subcategories in a different link, we can actually have them within the category. So you can access them within the category. So let's just launch our app so that you're able to see how that works. So let me just relaunch. So for those who are watching this channel, welcome to MacroCode, and you can consider subscribing so that you help us reach more people. So as you can see, our app has launched, and here, if we go to ticket categories, we'll see we have the details, edit, and delete. But now we can actually add something here. We can add the subcategories, so you can access them from here. So let's just go back to the ticket categories. So here, actually it doesn't have a data table class. We can always pick it from what we have here. So I'll take this class and have it on our ticket categories here. So I'll just have it here. Then the next thing is I want us to have so I'll add the categories, subcategories. So here I'll just do subcategories, categories. So if we do that, Then here we can always take this to index. So then we can specify the controller. So we'll say controller. Then we do that. Then the controller name, we can get the controller name from here. You'll see this is ticket subcategories. So let me just stop the application. Then if I rename this, I can have it here. So if I just update, I'll update that, then we have the ticket subcategories. Then if we go to the index page for these particular subcategories, we can always require to have an ID. So this ID will be the category ID. So here I'll say variable subcategories. Then I'll say here, so here I can have this as a weight. Then you can say include. So here it will include the created category and the subcategory and the modified by. So then here we can now say to list async. So if we do that and we close it, then there's one thing that we need to do. Before we do that, we want to filter only to access all the subcategories for a certain category. So we'll just say x equals to x dot. So we'll pass the category ID. So what we are passing there is the category. So here we can apply the where clause. So here we are going to pass the category ID from these as a parameter. So then on our view, we are going to return the subcategories. So this index will always give us the subcategories for a particular category ID. So if we go back to our ticket categories, so we are going to supply the controller. So the controller that we are provided here is the ticket subcategories, and the ID, which is now our category ID, it will give us the subcategories. Then we have the action, which is index. So the next thing is we need to add the header. So we have the view, edit, and delete. So here we'll be having the subcategory. So if we do that, let's just launch the app and see how this looks like. So that is how we are going to link our category, that is the tickets categories, to the tickets subcategories. So if we launch the app, we should be able to access the subcategories from our categories. So this is how our app looks like. So if we go to tickets categories, we should be able to see this subcategory section. So if we click on subcategories for the hardware, then you can see it is passing a parameter ID. Then we have, this is now the table for our subcategories. So our table looks a bit weird, so we can actually style that. So we can borrow some of the stylings that we had done for the tickets categories. So I'm going to copy some of the details here. Then go back to our ticket subcategories. Then just update from the header, and I'm going to replace it there. So this will be, our title will be ticket subcategories. So that is our title. Then here we will say add new ticket subcategory. Then our data table will have the table head. We have the category, code name, created by and created on. Then for the category, we don't want to display IDs. We can always display the name of the category. Then you have the code, the name, the created by, which we have the full name, and the created on, which is the date which this record was created. So our divs needs to be closed. So I'm going down to this particular area. Then I'm going to close the div that we've just added. So I don't know how many are they. So we'll just see. I think there are 3. So then if I format our app, you should be able to see that it aligns, and you'll be able to see these stripes. So this actually guides us to, if you click here, it will take you to the last div that has been closed. So that is okay. So if we do that, so the next thing that I want us to do, we have our add new ticket subcategory action. So we need to go to the create action and our controller, which is the ticket subcategories controller. I'll go to the create action. You see we have the view data for all the created by, created on, and the modified by. But as communicated earlier on our previous video, we are not going to provide these as options for users to choose, but it will be for the system should automatically give us the user who is logged in and log that particular entry with the person who created it. So I'm going to remove also the bindings for this particular action. Then we'll just remain with the ticket subcategory, and that is it. So also I'm going to do away with this. So I'll do away with that. Then for this particular section, for the create, so I want us to ensure that we are supplying the ticket subcategory ID. So we can do int ID, or we can always have, so this one should be, let's just do that way. Then here, you can always apply the int ID. Then here, we can, so this will be our category ID. So what I want us to do, I want us to take the ticket subcategory view model. That is the model. So I'll just declare it. I'll say ticket subcategory, then say category. Then I can just do here is equals to new. Sorry, I'll just do here equals to new. Then I can close this. So you can always do this, or you can actually remove this that way. So which is a bit easier. Then after I do that, I want to supply this ID to my model. So this model I want it to have to be returned here within the view. So I can always assign the category ID. So I'll say category dot category ID equals to my ID that I've just applied above. So then this will always have my category ID. So whenever we are creating here, it will always come with this category ID. So the next thing is I want us to now, when we are creating the subcategories, I want us to ensure that we are actually getting the logged in user. So what I want us to do is for the, so I'll declare a variable called user. So I'll say logged in user, logged in. So this will be logged in user, logged in user. Then will be equals to user, which is system.security claims. Then I'll say dot first value. That's okay. So if we have that, then the next thing that we need to do is on our ticket subcategory, we need to assign it to the logged in user. So we need to assign the created by ID property to our logged in user ID. So I'll just do that. So this will give us the user ID. Then we also need to log the time this record was created. So we'll say created on will be equal to the date time, then dot that particular time dot now. Then this will apply to our editing. Every time we edit, so I'll just go same to what we are doing here. So I'll remove all this. Then before modifying our record, I'll also do away with this binding. Then before modifying our record, I'll also add these particular details. So I'll get the person who is logged in, but now we are not modifying the created by. Here we are dealing with the modified by ID and the modified on time. So after that, we can now test this particular section. But before that, I want us to pass, whenever we are creating our record, we should always pass our message. So we'll take the success message from what we had created. But remember also we have our audit trail. So I'm going to copy this, what we had done on our add tickets. Then I'll paste it here. So you can see here, we are logging the audit trail. So this is the create. Then you are getting the IP address for the person who is doing this, the date and time it was done, and the user is logged in. So we can take this particular user and pass it here. Then the module it is affecting is the ticket subcategories. So this is our sub module. Then the affected table, we will always have these as the table. So remember the tables are in plural, so I'll just do ticket subcategories. Then it will save that. Then we now pass the message success message. So here we'll say ticket subcategory, category details successfully created. Then we redirect to index. So let's just test what we have done. So I'm going to relaunch the app, then try to create a subcategory from what we have done. So then let me just put in a breakpoint at this particular point so that we see how that happens. So I'm launching the app, then we should be able to see. So let me launch. So for those who are watching this video and you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. Like our video and comment down below in case you need any adjustments or comments for this particular video. So this is our dashboard. So if we go to the ticket categories, then the subcategories, if I click subcategories, it will take me to the ticket subcategories as you see. So if I click add new, we should be able to get the ID. So the ID here is actually 0. So then we are missing our subcategory ID. So what we need to do, let's go back to our ticket subcategories under index. Then here, where is it? Under ticket subcategories, tickets categories, I mean. Then whenever we were passing the index, so here we were passing the index, then ticket subcategories and the ID. So that's cool. So the next thing is under ticket subcategories, index page. Here, I want us to check something. Here we are getting the ticket subcategory as the model. Then we are having all this information. So let's go back to our controller under tickets list. So here, I want us to change this. So this is 0. So let's just change this. So I want us to go back to our index page. Here, let's do something. So I want us to create a view model. So let's just do view model here. So I'm going to create another folder called view models. So we'll just do view models. So I want us to create another view model here called, that is the folder called view models. Then I want to create a class. Then I'm going to say ticket subcategories view model. So you can do view model, you can just say VM. So you can do VM. So if we do that, then on this class, I want us to have a public int. So we can actually borrow all the properties that are there within our ticket subcategories. So I'm going to borrow all these properties. Then I'll have them here. So if I have them here, I can also, so I can import this class under models. So that is okay. Then we can have a list. But before that, I want to introduce you to something called AutoMapper. So before that, I'm going to have here a class. So I'll say public. So this is public list. So I want to have a list of my ticket subcategory. And this one will now give me ticket subcategories. So you can see this is now my ticket subcategories. So that means this VM, I'm going to reuse it within our views. So if you go to our ticket subcategory views under index, I'll replace this. Instead of IEnumerable, I'll just do help desk models. Then I can say my, so here I'll just use my view models. So I'll just reference this to view models. Then here I'll say ticket VM. So this ticket VM now has our, you can see we'll have an issue here now. So here I'll just do model dot ticket subcategories, which will give me what I need. Then created by and created on, we can always have them as properties within our view model. So go back to the view model, then you can always create that as so you can always borrow. Instead of creating, you can actually inherit from the user activity. So if we inherit that, then it will actually address these issues within this particular area. So let's just see. You can see that is gone. So we now have our ticket subcategories, and this is a list, but we have an issue. So on our index page, we want to return, so here we can actually say int that, then we can do ticket subcategory VM, which is a view model. Then we can say VM. Then this VM, we want to return it. So we will take this, then we can always do here VM the ticket subcategories is equals to that. Then we can always return the view model. Now, what we need to check is every time we pass this model, we can always assign the ID. So I'm going to do here VM dot category ID is equals to the ID. So this ID here. So I can always use that ID whenever I want to create the subcategories. So why did I change this? So I want to use this ID whenever I'm creating a subcategory. I should always pass the category ID. So under the subcategories index, I'll come here, then I now have the ASP action create. Then I can always apply a parameter here. I'll just say ASP root. Then I can say ID. Then if I do that, I can then pass from the model. So I'll say at model. I'll just say at model. Sorry, at model. Then dot category ID. So if we check on the controller for the subcategory index, this category ID should always give us a value. So within this index, we will always pass the ASP root ID, subcategory ID, and it will go to this particular action. So if we try now, go to the create action, that is the create here, we should always get this value being given to us, and it should not be 0. That means you can create a subcategory from a category. You need to create the main category, then you create the subcategories. Instead of having them as a drop-down list, you can always do that, or you can always do this approach where you create the categories, then from the categories, you can create the subcategories. So I'll just go to the tickets. Then here, this is the hardware. If I click subcategories, it takes me to this particular area. And it has now filtered to only the subcategories for the hardware. So if I click add new, this ID should always have a value. See, it's now 1. That means that we have the category ID for that particular section. Then I'll also put in a breakpoint here. So if I continue, it should give us the create form. But now for the create form, you can see we have the create ID, code, name, created by, created on, modified. So we don't need all this because this is supplied by the application, and we should not allow users to be providing the person who created or the person who modified. So what we need to do, go to the create eraser page, then let's do away with all those information. This one, sorry, so I'm going to remove them. So I'll just highlight and remove, and also this one. So also our form looks a bit weird, so we can always have these as MD12. Then we can do here, so we can always have these in a row. So I'll just do div class. Then we can have, so we'll say this is, we can have the class here. So we'll say here row. Then I'm going to close this. So if I close, I need to wrap this up in a row. Then I want to have these in 2 columns. So I'll just do that. Then I can say this is MD6. And whenever I have that, then I need to close it here. So if I do that, and I can paste this as well here, and I close it here. So I'll just close it. Sorry, I'll do div. So then I can also have this here, and I can close it here. So I want this to be in 2 columns. Then I need to remove this, so we don't need. So the only thing we need here is the category and the name. But there is one thing that we did. So we don't need the categories. So I want to remove this because we are actually supplying the categories. We already know the category ID. So if I format this, I'll have my 2 fields, the code and the name. Then the only thing that I need is the, so I'll try to borrow the styles. I want to have this in a CRUD. So I'll just borrow this. So I'll borrow it from the tickets that we did. So under the create form, we can now add this. So here I'll say add new ticket subcategory. Then I'll need to close this particular row. Then I'll add 2 of them. So if I format this, then we should be able to see that this is closed and it's closed up to the top. So if we try to update our app now, we should be able to get this particular form. So let's continue. So you can see this is now how it looks. We have the code and the name. So for the start code, assuming we are adding the category for it's hardware, we were doing hardware. So for the hardware, we can say here this is a mouse. So we can say mouse. So sorry. So you can say mouse. Then we can also have this as the name. So you can say mouse issues. So if you click create, it should give us that particular. So if you go to the subcategory, you should be able to see some values here. We have the code, that is the mouse that we provided. We have the ID of the subcategory that we also provided. And we have, so here the ID is actually giving us so it's taking the wrong thing. So if you see here, the subcategory here should be, you should always have this ID should be the one for subcategory. Then the name, then we'll be able to get the person who is logged in. So why don't we have this? So here, I want you to go to the create action. So here within the form, just to have that particular ID, so I'm going to supply something here. So I'll just say here, I'll do input, then I'll say class, then I'll do hidden. We are not supposed to display that particular ID to the user, but we have a value for it. So that value is equals to the model, then dot category ID. So you remember this category ID, it should always come with that particular value. So if you close it, let's relaunch our app. We should always have this category ID with a value instead of having it as null or something else, because we are creating the subcategories from the categories. So let's launch the app and see. So if I launch the app, go back, so let's try to relaunch. So for those who are watching this video for the first time and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. And if you need the source code, you can claim the source code on the link below. Then, so we'll go to the tickets categories again. Under the hardware subcategory, click add new. So you can see this is displaying, but we are not supposed to show that. So this one should be hidden. So you can say input value, then we say hidden. So this is not working. We'll say hidden. Then so let's just So instead of having the ID there, we can have so if we go to the controller under the tickets controller, the ticket subcategory controller, so we can always provide this as an ID. Then if we do that, this will give us an ID. Then here we can always say category subcategory.category ID is equals to, we can say here ID. So if we do that, then we can relaunch the app. So this category ID should always come with the value. So let's just relaunch the app and see. So here, let me just open. So if we go to the categories, subcategories, add new, provide the code. So I'll just say mouse here. Then I'll say this is the mouse issues. So we'll say mouse issues. So if we click create, the ID here should always give us a value. Then subcategories should give us the, you see the subcategory is 0, but the ID is 1. So we should, if the ID is 1, it will actually conflict with some of the records that we have. So what we need to do, come to our subcategory code. Because you are adding, you should always set the ID to 0. So here we should do 0. So I'll just do here 0. Then if we relaunch again, so let's relaunch again. So that will now give us the new subcategory record. So we should now be able to save it and get the success message of our record. So there we go. So if I click tickets categories, subcategories, and add new, I can be able to add the mouse, then provide the mouse description, say this is mouse, sorry. Then if I add, we can get the ID. So then the logged in user, we should get the logged in user ID. You see this is the logged in user ID. Then it will assign the logged in user ID to the created by, and the created on will be assigned the date, that is the current date and time. So if we check on the created category, you'll be able to see now we have the created by assigned a value, created on it has a value, and you also have the ID which is 1 and the name mouse issues and the code is mouse issues. But now if we proceed, we should now have the final entry here, which is the ID. You see the category ID is 1, which is now for the hardware. The code is mouse, created by, created on, ID, and all these others. So if we proceed, our app should be able to create that particular record, and we should be able to see it on our index. So you can see our categories is not being displayed. So let's just go back here. Subcategories, you see, it is actually displaying. But why was it giving us an empty list? So if you go back to add it, we say let's add another particular issue. If it's hardware, let's say UPS. So let's say UPS. So if you say UPS issues and we click create, you will see it is actually giving us the success message, but it's not displaying the records here until you go back to the tickets categories, then subcategories, then you'll be able to see the list of the tickets. The reason is it's actually a redirect issue. So if you go back to our app, under the create action, whenever this has been created successfully, you should actually redirect it to index. So I'm going to remove this. I'll say redirect to index. Then I'll just do here, redirect to index, and we should always provide a parameter. So I'll just say new, then I can provide the ID. So I'll just say ID equals to, so I'll always provide the ID of that particular record. So I'll say ID, and the good thing is we have the ID here. So I'll just say ID is equals to ID. So if I do this, we should now be able to, whenever we save this particular record, it should take us to the index, and it should always provide the ID, that is the category ID. So every time we save, we should be able to see the records that we've saved. So let's just launch the app, try to save one subcategory and see if the record will appear instead of giving us an empty data table. So let's just launch the app and see. So for those who are following this series and it's getting interesting, subscribe to our channel, comment down below on what you need to see on this particular application, then we'll be adding for you. So under the tickets, if we go to subcategories and add another subcategory, we say add where? Add disk. So you say add disk, so this one is the code. Then you can say maybe the description is add disk issues. So if we add, you see it is now creating the subcategory, and it is redirecting us to the list of issues that we've added. So we can also make this a bit better on the UI. So we can borrow some of the styles that we had added for the tickets. So I'm going to borrow the edit buttons. So I'll just copy these three, which are the main areas. So I'll then update this particular section. Then on the headers, I'll have here as a view. Then I can also replicate this to edit. And I think we can have the delete. So if we update this, we should be able to see our application with the new buttons. And we can now, let's just see. So we need to relaunch it. So let's just relaunch it. So we now have the view, edit, and delete. Our buttons are details, edit, and delete. So you should be able to see that. So we've been able to create now the subcategories and the categories. So from the tickets categories, you can have the subcategories, and you can see our buttons now, details, edit, and delete. So if we add new, we say another subcategory can be, let's say, shredder. So then if we do this, so we say issues, so if we create it, then we now have our shredder issues here. The same thing if we go to tickets categories, assuming we have a software issue. So if we click on subcategories for software, you see we don't have any subcategories. But if you click add, then you can say for software, we can say, let's say antivirus. So if we have the antivirus, you can say antivirus installation. So if we add, then we'll have our first subcategory for software. Then if we add another one, we say here we have an issue with AnyDesk. We say AnyDesk installation. Then, so AnyDesk installation, if we create it, then we'll have another subcategory for that particular issue list. So that is one way on how you want that to happen. But assuming you don't want to access these subcategories from the main, that is from the category section, we can also have it within the navigation menu. So how do we do that? So we can go to our subcategory under the tickets subcategories. We can create another razor component. So this razor component, we can call it all subcategories. So let's just call it all subcategories. So we can say, or we can just call it subcategories. So this one will be our razor page. So this is subcategories. Then add it. Then we can duplicate what we have under index. So under subcategories, you can always paste this. Then we'll be having now so maybe then we disable the creation of the subcategory from this part. Then we'll say ticket subcategories. Then we have all these other details. So whenever we have this razor page, we need to have the action to it. So we will go to subcategories. We can always duplicate what we have under index. So I'll paste this here. So I'll just copy this under index, paste it here. Then I'll have this as the name of this action. So I don't need the ID. So then I'll just remove the where. So this one will give me all the list of the subcategories, irrespective of the main category. So that then I can now have my subcategories, but to have it on the navigation menu, I'll go to shared folder and a layout. Then within the subcategory, that is the tickets categories, I can duplicate this and I can paste it here. Then I'll say ticket subcategories. Then I'll always change the controller name. So we're now dealing with subcategories. I'll paste it there and then remove the word controller. So then I'll be having now my subcategories. But there's one thing that you need to be aware of. You see, this is SP action index, then controller name is ticket subcategories. But our action, that is our razor view, is actually subcategories. So you need to copy this and replace this with index. So if we go back to our application, if you launch that, you should now be able to see all the subcategories within a single view instead of having them within a sub, that is within the main categories. So let's just launch and see. So you should be able to see now the layout. You can see here we have now the ticket subcategories. And if I click on it, I'll be able to see all the subcategories for hardware and even for the software. But when we are within the tickets categories, you can always see for the specific category that you are in. So we are going to enhance this application and add more features. And one thing that you need to remember is on our tickets section, when we were adding tickets, we need now to tie the ticket to the category and subcategory, which will be a drop-down list, and you need to create whenever you are selecting the category and the subcategory. Then you'll also change the statuses and the priority to ensure it is a drop-down so that we don't have users giving us various statuses and even priority status. So that is it for today. On our next video, stay in touch. We'll be enhancing this application. That is it for today, and see you in our next. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help-desk management system. So as you can see, we have our tickets. So here you can create tickets. So you can see we have if you add new ticket, we have the title, description, priority, and the status of the ticket. So we can just type in some text here, the priority, then we can create. So when you create, you're able to see we have a success message and we have all the tickets here created. Then we have the ticket comments. So here you can actually add a comment. Then you provide the comment, then you tie it to a ticket. So you can tie it to this ticket and you create the comment. Then whenever you finalize that, from the tickets as well, you can also see the comments per ticket. So you can see here, if I go to access to application and I click it, then I'm able to see the only comments that is based for that particular ticket. Then you have the ticket categories. So you can add a new category. For example, you say it's a mouse and provide the name of the category, say mouse, or it's say network. So you can just provide that. Then you'll be able to see we have the ticket categories. Then from here, you can also see we have a section where you can see the subcategories per the category. So if I click subcategories, I'm able to see the category only for subcategories only for the hardware tickets. So these are the issues. These are the subcategories: the mouse, the UPS, hard disk, a shredder, and the rest. Then you can also see the whole list of subcategories. As you can see here, you can see the whole list. Then you have the audit trails. So every time we are creating something within our system, then you're able to see the action, the ticket, and the module, the affected table, the timestamp, the IP address, and the user. So you can see the user who is actually creating that particular information. Then you also have the system users. These are the users within our application, and we'll be able to see. Then the error logs, I'll be able to show how we'll be able to add the error logs using something interesting, which we'll cover on our next video. So today, I want us to see something. You see, when we are creating a new ticket, there are some information that we are missing. I want us, whenever we are creating a ticket, you choose the category and even the subcategory. So we are going to modify our model. So that is the ticket model. So if we go to tickets model, you'll see that we only have the ID, the title, description, status, priority, created on, created by, and the rest. We can also kind of provide the display names. So I'll just do display name. So that is the data annotation. So we'll say display name, provide that. Then you can say this is a number. So here we need to import something. So if I click that, I'm using component model. Then we can also do the same for the title. So I'm also having here say title. Then here also we have the description. So here we'll do description. Then here we'll also do status. So here we'll just do status. Then you can do also priority. So I'll just do priority. So then we'll also do created by. So this is created by. Then you can see here as created on. So this is created on. So then I want us to add something. So I want us to add the category. So here I'll say ticket category. Then I'll say here. So this will be an int. Then here we'll say category ID. So this category ID is a foreign key that you are actually getting them from the ticket categories. So we need to do here ticket category, and we'll just do this as a category here. Then, so there is one thing interesting here. So we should not be saving the category. So what we should be saving is the subcategory. So we should save the smallest unit. So here we'll just do subcategory ID. Then here we are going to do ticket subcategory. So this is what we should be saving actually. We should not save the category ID. So here we'll just do ticket category. Then we just do here subcategory, and that is it. So here we'll just do here ticket subcategory. So once we do that, we should now be able to add migrations. You know, after tampering with our model, the next thing is to add migrations. So I'll just do NuGet market manage console. Then here we are going to do add migration. Then we say subcategory details. So press enter. Then you can see our details being created. So for those who are new to this channel and you have not subscribed to our channel, consider subscribing. We noted 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you have not subscribed. So if you're one of them, please consider subscribing so that you also help us do more. So here we have done something. So this is our subcategory ID affecting this table, and it's actually adding this column. So you see it's adding the column and it's actually providing us with the foreign keys and the things. So the next thing is we can now do update database. So update database. So when we update the database, it will now add that column to our database. So once we are done with that, then we need to do something. So alter table. So you see table column. So conflicted with the foreign key constraint, the conflict occur in database. So what we need to do, I want us to remove the data that we have. So I want us to remove the data because, so let's just do this. Because that is what we had done, I want us to make it nullable because some of the data that we have don't have that. So let's undo the migration. So how do you undo the migrations? So you just say remove migration. So this will remove the latest added migration. So you can see it has undone. Then what we need to do now, let's do this as a nullable. Then you can add the migration again. So you can clear. Then we can add the migration. So if you add it, then it will add now. Then we should now be able to update the database. So we've just added that as nullable, and you can see it has also created, and this is now nullable. So nullable is true. Then we can now update the database. Update the database, then you should be able to see our database updated. So you can see this is okay now. So the one thing, if you don't want to have this as nullable, you can actually now clear the data that you've just created. So you should actually clear the data so that you allow this to be added. So once we've done that, remember when we are doing the creation of the ticket. So on the tickets, we should now add the subcategory here. So here we should now add the subcategory. So here I'll just do that. Add this here. Then we should now choose here as a subcategory. So we should have the subcategory, and here we should have this as a subcategory. But now this one is a drop down. So let's pick the drop down from our ticket subcategories. That is where we added we have a drop down. So this is how the drop down is defined. Where is it? Under the ticket subcategories here. So this is how that is the creates subcategories. So we can actually get it from the comments, I think so. So this is our select. So I'm going to copy this, then have it on our add ticket under create. So here we'll just add so we'll say this is a ticket subcategory, say subcategory ID. So here we'll do subcategory ID. Then here we'll be having we should be having the subcategories. But now there's one thing that we need to do. You see, we have these as a ticket model, but I want us to use the the view model. So I think we can create another view model here. So we can create another view model here, and I want us to add that as so we can add that as so you'll say ticket view model. So we'll say ticket view model. The reason as to why I'm doing this, I want to introduce, so I'm going to copy the details from our ticket model. So I want to show you why I'm doing that. So I'm going to copy all these details here. I'll just copy it here, then paste it where? On our ticket view model. So if I paste it here, so I want to introduce another property called, I want to introduce a subcategory. So I'll just introduce here a category ID. So I'll just do category ID. And I say maybe this is not nullable. Then I'll do here. So I'll do here, this is not nullable. Then you can see I've introduced now the ticket category, but it's not affecting our database. So I'm introducing this property, but I don't want to be in our database. That's why I have my view model. Then here I can now say within this one, remember what we did on our ticket subcategories, we can have now the list of our tickets within this particular view model. So I'll say here, this should also give us the list of the ticket. If we do that, then we can say this is tickets. So this view model, we can now reuse it on our controller. That is the ticket controller. So here, we can always even have these as so we can change. So let me just show you something. So I'll just have the ticket view model, and I say this is our VM. Then you can say here, our tickets is vm.tickets. So I'll say, so this should be VM. Then here we say tickets.ticket. So we'll say tickets is equals to that. Then what we are returning is our VM. Then on our index, we should now change our index to actually reflect our view model. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to say this is view model, and I'm going to have this as our ticket view model. So if you do that, then we'll be having an error here. So here you will change this now to tickets. Then everything should be okay downwards. So the same thing we now need to do under our create action. Instead of having the models ticket, we are now having the models, that is the view models. Then we have the ticket view model. So after doing that, now all our properties here should be okay, and we should now have another property which is not within our database, but it is called the category. So we'll say here category ID. You see this? So this is now the list that you are going to get. So here you'll say the category ID. So how do we get the list of categories? If you check on our controllers for comments, we have how we are pulling the ticket. You see this? This is how we are getting the list. View data, the ticket, and we get all the tickets. We need to do the same thing for our tickets on the create action. You see here? So we are going to pull the list of categories. So here we'll say category ID. Category ID. Then here we'll say under ticket categories. Then we say ID. So I don't know what is the, let's just check on that view model, on the model, how we are naming. So we have the ID code and the name. So you can take the name. So here we'll be taking the name of the, then you can remove this. So I'll show you how we have that. So here you can now copy this and add it on our create action down here. So you can say then, but now here we'll pass the ticket, that is the ticket dot. So I'll show, yeah, so there's something that we need to check here, but for now let's just have it that way. Then if we run our app, so let's just launch our app. So before even launching our app, let me just remove something on our create action. So let me stop it. Then if we go to create tickets, I want us to remove this view data for the subcategories. Then I'll show you how this is added. So if we launch our app, we should now be able to see the list of the categories. And remember, we are not saving the category ID. We are saving the subcategories. So what we need on our application, whenever you select a category, you automatically get the subcategories. So if you go to tickets, remember we have changed how the list is given to us, and you can see it's already working. So if we add new, you see under the ticket category, we have the list of categories. So this is the list of the category. But now we also have the list of ticket subcategory. If we select the ticket, like the category, we need to get the subcategory, the respective subcategory of that particular ticket. So how do we do that? Remember, we are not saving the ticket category, but we are saving the ticket subcategory, and we should not be saving both. So that is a very poor way of doing things. So we should actually be saving the smallest unit. So, but now to get to this subcategory, you need to provide the user with the main category. If they select, then it will filter with the main category, and we should be able to get the subcategories here. So I want us to define something before even doing that, so that we complete that particular section. I want us to go to our controllers, and I want us to introduce another controller, a general controller that will help us now to be getting those details. So I want us to call that controller data. So let's just add controller, then call it data. So an empty controller, then call it, so it's kind of an API. So let's just call it data, API controller, call it data, and add it. So this is how the controller looks like. So I'm going to remove some of the, I can actually leave it. So I want us to add the application BB context. So we can copy some of the details on our actions here. So this is it. So go to the data controller and you can have the constructor. So you have the data, context, and everything. So on this particular controller, this is now where we are going to have all the data that we want. Whenever we select anything, then we should be able to retrieve the data from that particular controller. So it's actually kind of we can have it as a controller. We can actually have it as a normal controller. Let's just call this controller, remove the others. Then from this controller, we need to have the get methods. So for example, here we want to have we can change this to get ticket subcategories. So you say get ticket subcategories. Then here we want to return. So here I'll just say return, say async. Then you can say task. Then this task, we want a JSON result. So here we want a JSON result. And here we need to return a JSON result. So here I'm going to do a try catch. Then we do that. So here I'm going to have a list of, so we need to get the list of, so you can say variable categories, subcategories, I mean, subcategories is equals to, just use that as, I'll say await, then underscore context. So that is our context. Then we can say dot subcategories. We want the subcategories, right? Then we can say dot order. We can actually, so let me just use the one dot per line rule so that it actually, so you can say order by. So you can actually order. So you can say order by. This one you can order by something. You can say order by name. Then once you order that, we can now say here, we can do here just before order, we can say where we can filter. So whenever we select our main category, we shall actually require an int ID. So that ID should be the category ID. So here we will say where x dot, we'll say where we do that, say x dot, sorry. So this will be x dot, this should be this way, sorry. Then you say x dot subcategory. So you say category ID, where the category ID is our ID that has been supplied. So after you have that, then you need to do to list async. So that is where now we have our list of subcategories. So that list async, we need to return it. So we now need to return our JSON. So we'll say return JSON, then subcategories. Then here, because we have an error, we can always return a JSON that is empty. We'll say JSON. We can do a new empty JSON. So we'll just do that. And if we close it, then we are now okay. So we should always get a list of our categories. So here, this is a get method, and we can always say we allow anonymous. So that is it. So this will always give us a list of our subcategories. So so before we actually do anything, I want us now to get to something else. I want us to create a folder for our JSONs, that is our JavaScripts. So I'm going here to create a folder called custom.js. So we are going to call this as custom.js. So we are going to create a custom JavaScript that will help us now to retrieve those information. So there's one thing that you are going to do so that you actually get all these information. So what I want us to do, let's create a JavaScript here. So I'm going to create new client-side library. Then you're going to want to create a file, new item. All right, just do that. New, we can say new item, show all the templates. So then you can create a JavaScript. So I want here JavaScript file. So you can always say, you can call this ticket system. So let's just call ticket system.js. So that is our JavaScript file that has been created here, ticket system.js. So here I want us, so we've created these data context. So we've actually selected ID and the name. So we are assigning them that. Then we are going to pick this thing to list. Then now on our ticket.js, so I've actually remodified this. So we have the category ID dot get subcategories. So this also, if you come to our create tickets, so I have my category ID, then I have this, I get subcategories. Then we are going to go to data, get subcategory IDs, and we are going to get the value of the category ID. Then this value, before doing anything, we can actually reset the subcategories and assign these holding value. Then whenever we get the JSON, we can log the JSON, or you can actually see the values. Then here, we're going to have the ID as the value, and the name should actually be that. So if we relaunch this application, so this is our JSON, our JavaScript. If you want it, you see, you can actually hold and follow how this has been created. So I'll not be taking more time to create this. As you can see, you are able to see that. But in case you want this source code, you can always pull and you can claim it. Then you can also reuse this particular code. So if you go to our categories now, we should be able to select a category and it should give us the subcategories of that particular category. So if I just go to tickets, so if I go to tickets, add new ticket, then provide the details, the name, the status, the priority, and if I select hardware, my subcategories should only be hardware. You see, mouse, UPS, hard disk, issues, and shredder. If I choose software, then my software issues should actually be automatically pre-populated here. So that is it. So if you now do that, then when you create it, so let's just go to our create action. So this is our JavaScript for those who want to follow how this is created. And you can see for the data controller, we only have one endpoint that we are getting the values. So if we go to our ticket action and create, you see it is actually expecting the ticket model. But here we change this. So we are expecting the ticket view model. So we are expecting the ticket view model. Then on the ticket view model, we want to ensure that we are changing this. So for now, I'm going to define, we'll say variable. So I'll say ticket VM. Then I'll say ticket. So this will be ticket is equals to, or we can actually say, a ticket. So ticket is equals to ticket, then we say new. Say new. So if we do that, we have initialized that. So what we need is we need to assign the values of our ticket now. Dot ID will be that one. Then if we just do the title, so the title will also take the title from our VM. Then so this is a long way of doing things. So I'll be showing you something called AutoMapper. Then we'll be able to see how that works. So in our next video, stay in touch so that you see, instead of doing this one-to-one mapping, we'll be actually looking how you can do that using AutoMapper. So that is the status. Then here is the status. And you can see after that here we have can do the priority. Then this is priority. So then after that, you can now proceed and assign the rest and you save the details. So there's one thing that you are missing. So we need to assign also our main focus for today, the subcategory ID. So if we assign that, we can actually check it from our subcategory ID. So you can put in a breakpoint here, then you see how this works. So I'm going to launch our app now. Then if I launch that, we should now have these ticket details given the values from our view model. So for those who are following this video and you've not subscribed, please consider subscribing, like our video, and comment down below. So you notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you've not subscribed. So if I come to tickets, add new, then I say, so just provide in some information here, then the status. Then if I say hardware, then our subcategories here, we are expecting only hardware. If I choose mouse and create, then you'll notice that under our ticket now, we have our values mapped. You see, we now have our subcategory ID, which is ID 1. Then all these other details are submitted. So if we save, then you see our details has been saved successfully. So assuming we want to see the subcategories from this particular area, we can always do that by come to our index. Then now under index, we can always include now dot include. We now have our subcategory. So I'll just do X. Sorry, I'll just do T equals to T dot. So I'll just do T, then this one. Then I'll say T dot subcategory. So if I do that, then we'll always have the subcategory value. So if we go to tickets under index, then I can add another. So here I can say now, instead of that, I can add another. Do that, then I'll say subcategory ID. Then here we'll always now get I'm going to copy that. Then here I'll do subcategory. Then I'll do the name. So this will give us the name of the subcategory that the user has created. So if we launch our app, we should now be able to see the subcategory details and our list of tickets. So that is how you are able to create a subcategory and tie it to our tickets. And remember, we are choosing the subcategories from our category of the category list. So if we go to tickets, then just do new. So, and just let's add another one. So I'm going to provide some weird values. Then here I'll just say hardware. So if I create it, I can remove this breakpoint. So if I create that, you can see. So you can see there are some values that doesn't have the subcategories, but the two values that we've just added, you can be able to see them down here. We now have the mouse issues and the hardware, that is hard disk issues. So that is one way of creating the subcategories. So and you can see all these now is able to be created and we are okay with the values. So that is it for today. On our next video, we are going to look more on adding the tickets statuses and the priorities so that users doesn't give us weird values, but also select them from a list of what we have just done today. So if you like this video, comment down below and see you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So we're going to proceed with our help desk management system. So as you can see, we have our recent tickets that we've just created. Then we have the tickets section. So this is the module for tickets. We have add new ticket. So you can actually provide the title, the description, the status, the priority, and you can select the category. If it's hardware, then you're able to get the subcategories for the hardware. Then you can add it. So the same case, if you add a new ticket, the description, the status, the priority, you can also say maybe it's software, then this actually changes based on the category. So if you select hardware, you see here we have the hardware categories. If it's software, we have the software categories. So if you add it, then you're able to see all these particular lists. Then you also have the ticket comments. You can add a new comment, you provide the description, and you can tie it to a ticket. So if you create, then you're able to create the comment. We have the ticket categories. You can add a new category, as you can see. Then we also have subcategories. You can also see the ticket within the categories. You can see the subcategories of the tickets. For example, hardware, you see all these as the subcategories. You can also see the all list of subcategories, as you can see. Then you have the audit trails. Everything that you are creating, the system is able to track with the action, the module, the affected table, the timestamp, the IP address, and the user who actually created. Then you have the users within the system. You can add a new user within our application: first name, middle name, last name, gender, email, phone number, city, country, password, and even you can provide the username. So what I want us to do today is I want us to change our tickets. You can see we were adding the title, the status, the description, priority, the category, and the subcategories. So I want us to ensure that our statuses and the priority are actually a drop-down option, so we don't allow users to actually provide those particular information, like to choose the priority and the status. We can actually allow them to choose the priority, but the status should be assigned by the system. So what we need to do is we need to create the options whereby we'll be defining those particular categories and ensure that we have all the options are defined. So what I want us to do is I want us to create a model. So I'll just go to our models. I want us to create a model for our codes. So here we are going to create a system code. So here I'll just do new item. Then we are going to create here system code. So this system code will be now grouping our codes, like the statuses, the priorities, so we can actually group them. So I'll just do public int, then ID, then you can do that. Then you can also provide here the code. So here just do string, then you can do here the code. Then I can also have here string, then you can do here the description. So this is our system code description. Then the next model that I want us to create is our system code detail. So this is where now we are defining the actual values. So here I'll say system code details. So detail. Then on our system code detail, we'll now need to have our primary key. So we'll do public. So let me zoom this. Some of you guys are saying you're not able to see the details. So I'll do ID. Then we can do that. I'll try to zoom. So the next thing that we can see here is we need to also have the code. So I'll just do string. Then I can say here code. Then I also want to have the description. So I'll do string. So sorry. So I'll do here string. Then this is the description. Then the next thing is I want also to provide, so we can actually do here the way we want it to order. So we can do maybe order number. Then after that, we need to tie this system code to our code. So we'll need to link this to our code details. So I'll say system code ID. Then this is a foreign key that we are actually getting them from the system code. So I'll say system code, and you can say here this is the system code. So once we have that, then we should now be in a position to create our tables. And remember, for us to create this, we need to actually provide, add this to our application DB context. So I'm going to have these on our application DB context. So I'll add them here. So here we will have the system code. Then we can say this is system codes. Then that is the database, that is the table name. Then I'm going to also provide another one called the system code details. So here I now see system code detail. Then here we'll do the system code details. So after that, you know what we need to do next is to add migrations. So I'll just add migrations. So I'm going to clear this. So I'll do clear. Then you can add migration. So we'll just say system codes. Press enter, then our migration will be created. So if you're new to this channel and you're following this series, remember to subscribe, like our video, comment down below. And in case you need the source code, you can always claim the source code. And if you feel you want to buy us coffee, use the link down below to buy us coffee. We'll appreciate if you provide hot coffee. That will be really amazing. So after that, we are going to update our database. So we are going to update our database. Then these will now create these tables, the system code codes and the system code details. So after that, we can now proceed and create these options. So if everything goes well, you can see it's done creating our tables, and you can see it has created a table system code details with our foreign keys, and also we have our system code table with the constraints for that particular table. Then, so after we've done that, we can now scaffold this. I'm going to scaffold the system code, so I'll just do a new scaffolded item, MVC controller with views using entity framework core, and I'll choose my model. So I'll choose my system code, then our controller name will be system codes controller. So if you add, it will actually scaffold our system code controller with all the views and actions with all the codes that we all need. So since that is scaffolded, then we'll go ahead and scaffold for the system code detail, and you can ensure that we have all the codes. So that will be really amazing as we proceed and do everything with its project. So you can see we have the system code controller with all our actions. Then the next thing is we can scaffold for system code detail. So I'll just say new scaffolded item, MVC controller with views using entity framework core. Then I'll choose here system code detail. Then if I add it, it will actually scaffold as well that particular controller. So if you're following our channel and you really like what we do, comment down below, and you feel you want to actually help us grow and support our work, you can always buy us coffee, subscribe to our channel, which is goes a long way in ensuring that we provide more videos and we actually do better in terms of our video quality and the rest. So this is our system code details, controllers, we have everything there. So we can always link this. So if we go to our shared layout, we can now provide the links to our system code. So I'm going to add that particular option. So I'll just say here. So this will be our system codes controller, system codes. Then this will say system codes. Then we can also have another link for system code details. So this will be, so you can actually check on the controller names here. So this is the controller name, we can rename. Then if you paste here, you just remove the word controller. Then it's actually taking us to index. Then you can say system code details. So when we now launch our project, we should now be able to access these particular sub-modules that we've just created. And you can see it is a very simple process of creating controllers with all views without a lot of hassle. So you can do that. And this will actually help you create a whole project without actually taking a lot of time. So we are actually, so you can see, so let me just zoom in. So this is how our project looks like. So we now have the system codes and the system code details. So if we click on the system codes, you can see it takes us now to the index page. Also for the system code details, it takes us to the index page. So we can actually make our table looks a bit better. So let's take what we have on our tickets or even on our comments table. So I'm going to copy these styles. So I'll just copy this, go back to our system codes. This is it. Then here I'm going to replace with this particular style. Then I'll say this is system codes. So I'll just do system codes. Then you can say add new system code. So this is our create button, system code. Then if you can see, this is our table. We need now to close all these actions. So we'll do that, div. So you can also do div here. Try to format our project, we see. So this needs to be closed. Try to format it. So this is actually closed at the top. So we have everything closed. Then as you can see, we have our buttons. So we can actually borrow our buttons from the comments as well. We want these particular buttons. So let's just copy that. So it's easy as we are going along. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but just reuse all the buttons. And this is how it looks. So we have the create, so we need to remove this. So we have the details, edit, delete, and view. So here we can also borrow from what we have on our comments, headers. So just take those headers and have them here. So you will see we have the view, edit, and delete. So we can also do the same for the system code details. So I'm going to copy this, go to our system code details folder, then under index, we are also going to replace this. So then you will say system code details. So then here we say add new system code detail. So that is our button. So then we have these particular options as well. So we are also going to close the divs. Then I'm going to copy this, paste it here, then format. Then we have this. So you can see this is formatted. Then under index, I'm going to borrow all this here. Then under index, I'm going to paste this here as well. Borrow the buttons. So instead of writing all the classes, you can just take them and paste them here. So these actually now help us to move faster. So as you can see, everything is well aligned. So on the system code, instead of displaying the ID, we can actually display the description. So that is it. So that will give us the description of our system code. So if we try to launch our app, we now will be able to see that our tables and the details looks a bit better. So we should now be able to create a system code and the system code detail. But before that, I want us to modify our model. Then I'll show you what we need to change. So if I just sign in, I'm going to sign into the application. So if we go to system codes, you'll see the table. This is how our table now looks like, and our system code details. This is how it looks like. But now remember our models. So if you go to our model, we have the system code, but I want us to always ensure that we are tracking the person who created it. So we are going to inherit some properties from our user activity. And the same case, we are going to inherit it for the user activity as well for our system code details. So I'm going to say user activity. And remember, this now will have modified our table. So we need to add these properties to our table. You know what we need to do? We need to add migration. So I'm going to say NuGet Package Manager console. Then I'm going to clear this. Then what we need to do is to add migration. So I'll say system codes user activity. So this will add now all those particular created by, created on, modified by, modified by, modified on, I mean. So it will add all those fields. So here you'll say activity. So if we press enter, it will actually add these particular fields that we have them on this particular class, that is the user activity. You see we have the created by, created on, modified by, and the rest. You can see it is actually adding the columns, and all these columns will be added to our table. So the next thing is to update the database. So we'll do update database, press enter, then our database will be updated with those particular columns. So after that, then we can be able to check some of the items that we need, like so you can see we have, so introducing, this is an issue. So let me just clear this, and we are going to remove this migration. So we'll just do remove migration. So if you do remove migration, it will actually remove the recent added migration. So because of the error that you are getting, we are going to do something with our, so it has removed that. So just go to our own model creating model builder. Then I want us to do something here. So let's go here, then do here system code detail. Then you can say here system code. So then here you'll say system code ID. So if you do that, then we are good to go. So let's now add our migration. So we remove, so we'll clear that. Let's add the migration again. So once you add this, it will create that particular migration, and we are going to update our database now without any challenges. So if you do that, then run update database. So you can use the arrows, that is the down and upward arrows, to just pick the commands that you had already typed. So you don't need to be typing them again. So as you can see, that is it. Everything is now complete and it's okay. So after doing this, remember on our project, you have been tracking the audit trails. So you see this particular code, we need to ensure that we are actually tracking the activities that you are doing. So under our system codes, under create, we can actually remove this binding. we remove that binding. And here we can always add this particular, we can always add this particular, so this is actually, yes, so you can always add this here before doing anything. So you can add that. Then you can say this is create user activity. We need to ensure that you are taking the user who is logged in. So on our tickets, you'll note that you're actually getting the logged in user, and you can see we have these details here. So before you actually create the system codes, we need to append some details to our system code. So we need to tell our project the person who created. You see the created on and created by. These details need to be appended. Then the user activity, and we need to tell the table that was affected. So I'm going to copy this, and our table name is actually system codes, and this is actually system codes as well. So then it will take all this action when it was created and everything. So I'm going to remove this because we are not using the view models. So I'll just remove that. So that is it. Then we can also do the same thing to our edit. On our edit, we can also add this particular. So we say that, and we can say update, and we can get the user who is actually logged in. Can always do that. But now for the edit, we are not modifying created by. Here we are now doing modified on and modified by. So those are the users who actually do that. So these are the fields I mean that we need to be updating. So the same case you have done here, we should always do the same thing to our system code details. So if you go to system code details under action, we should always remove this. So I'll remove this. Then I can do away with this. This one, sorry, I'll do away with this one. Then after saving the changes, we can save our system, that is audits. Then we also need the person who is logged in. So I'll just borrow what we have on our system codes create action. Then under our system code details, I'm going to add all this. So you see here now we are dealing with our system code details. So I'll change this, and we can always have the created on and created by. Then this is a system code details table. So we need to provide the table here, and you can also do the same thing here. So then this will update our tables and save the details. The same thing we need to do with our edit. So you can always do away with this, do that. Then if I just add this here and add this, then this one will be modified on. So modified on, and this is modified by. So after that, we need to now add also our audit logs. So you can always do that. So all these you can have it here. Then you can say this is system codes, this is system codes, and you can say this is update. So you can say update. Then after doing this, we can now proceed and try to create our system code. So let's launch our project. So if you're following this video and you like what you are doing, please subscribe to our channel, comment down below. And in case you want to support us, you can use the link down below to buy us coffee. And you can also claim this source code. So if you claim it, then you'll be able to get this particular source code, and you can always build the project as you want. So you can see this is how the project looks like. So if you go to system codes, so this is the system code. If you add new, this is how it looks. So if I just say here status, so you can also say system ticket status. So these are the system ticket status. If I create, you can see we have our system tickets already created. We can also add another system code. We say priority. Then you can say system tickets priorities. System ticket priorities. So if I create, you'll be able to see we have the status, priority, and all these are the options that we now have. If we go to system code details and add new, you see it is actually telling us we provide the code description status, and we need to show the system code that we are tying them to it. But now you see it is displaying 1 and 2, but we want to show the users the description. So here, I'm going to choose this to description. So we want to display the description, not the IDs. So I'll do the same here. Then our create action, we do the same here. So if we just launch again, so I'll have to restart the application. If I just update our application and relaunch it again, then we should now be able to choose our system codes, now displaying the description instead of integers. You cannot actually tell when you are using the numbers, so that's why we are changing that. So if we go to system codes now and try to add, you'll notice that we now have the description. You see, we have the system ticket status and system tickets priorities. But here, I want us to use the status. So you can say pending, then you can say pending ticket, then you can say this is the first one, and these are the ticket statuses. So I'm going to have system ticket status and create it. So you can see we have the pending status, and these are the tickets. So you can say here maybe awaiting. We can say if you assign pending, we can say awaiting assignment. So you can say ticket awaiting assignment. So you can say this is awaiting an assignment. Then you can say this is the second one, and that's the status. So if you do that, we can say ticket assigned, assuming our ticket will be assigned to an individual. So we can say ticket assigned. You can say this is the third one, and this is the status. Then if our ticket is assigned, then you can say in progress. So you can say in progress. So you can say ticket resolution in progress. So you can say that is maybe the ticket is being resolved. So then this is the fourth one. If we save that, then you can now say again, you can say maybe the ticket is resolved. Then you can say here ticket resolved. Then you can say this is the sixth. So if you do that, then you can say maybe ticket it has been resolved, or it has been, you can say escalated. So you can say ticket is escalated. So you can say escalated. Then you can say this is the fifth one. We had actually jumped the fifth one. Then if the ticket is resolved or it has been escalated, we can say maybe we can say reassigned. The ticket has been reassigned. Ticket reassigned. So you can say this is the seventh one, and you can. So that is how we are creating the statuses. So you see all this information. So you can actually we can actually display the date it was created and the user who is created. So let's go to our system codes. So let's start with the system codes. So in our system codes, we can actually borrow here. We can say created by and created on. So here you'll say created by. Then you can also have created on. So you can say created on. The same case, we can actually provide the data here. You can say created by and created on. So I'll just do here created by ID, and here you can say, so you'll do created by ID, and you can say here created on. So I want you to see something. If we launch this particular project and go to system codes, the created by and the created on will be displayed, but the created by will give us an ID, and we might not be able to tell who is that person. So we need to be able to tell within the interface the person who actually created that particular ticket. That is options. So if we go to system codes, the system codes, you'll note that we have the created by, and it is actually displaying the unique IDs of the users. So to display the names here, we need to do a small modification. Let's go to our controllers under the system codes, and we can now, instead of doing here, so I'll just do here, I'll do variable system codes equals to that. Then if I just close this, then I can return. So I can return my system codes here. Sorry. So I'll do return view with our system codes. So for me to display the names of the users, I'm going to do dot include. Then I'll just do x is equals to x dot created by. This will give me the user details. So the same case, I'll now go to my system codes. I'll go to system codes, and instead of created by ID, I do created by, then dot full name. So this will now give me the person who created that particular system codes. So if I relaunch, then I'm going to see all the details of that particular system. That is the particular user. So that is how you do that. So for those who are following this video and it's getting more interesting, like the video, comment down below, and let's share. So if I go to system codes, I'll now be able to see that Jacob Mwangi is the person who is actually logged in. So if I create another system codes, for example, I want to get the gender. So I'll say gender, and here I'll say gender. So this is how you group the options. So if I create it, then you can be able to see now I'm having the all options of that particular user. The same thing to the system code details, we can do it. So let's just go, we can copy this. Then if we go to system code details, I can now add this to my options that is here. And you can see here, this one should be created by, so let me just do this. And I can say this is created by ID. That is our header. And also we have the created on. So if I do created on, then I can also do here the system.created, sorry, the created by ID. So I'll say created by, then I'll provide the full name. So if I provide the full name, the same thing I'll do with the created on date. So I just do here created on. So that will give me the date. So I'll do away with that. Then remember, to get the created by and full name, we need to actually join in a join. So we need to go to system codes, and on our index, you can always do, so we'll say variable. So this is system codes details equals to that. Then we can do here, let's do await. Then I'm going to do that. Then I'll do here dot include system code, and also we can include the user who is actually created. So if they say s dot created by, then we can now do dot to list async. So you can do to list async. So if we do that, I can now return my view with this. So I'm going to replace that there. Then everything will be fine. So if we just relaunch our app now, we'll be having our system codes created by and created on dates appended to it. So that is it for what we had planned to do today, just providing the options of created by and the created on. So the next video will entail how now we need to link these options to our ticket. So if we go here, you'll see we have the ticket system codes, created by, created on, then system code details. We now have the, you see, the created by and the created on, and you can see the order of the tickets of the options. So I'm going to leave it there for today. For our next video, we are going now to ensure that our ticket here, system, the statuses and the priority are actually tied to our options, which are actually these ones, and even the statuses. So user should not be keying in the statuses, but the system should be providing the status automatically. The same case we have been doing with the category, whereby you choose and the subcategories are already pre-populated. So if you like this video and you like what we do, comment down below, subscribe to our channel, and see you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. As you can see, this is our login page. So I'm going to log in to our application. So here we are able to see that we had done some work on tickets. So we have our dashboard here. We have our tickets whereby you can create a new ticket, then have the title, provide the description, the status of the ticket, the priority, whether it's urgent, then hardware, then you are able to select the subcategories. So if I choose mouse and create, then you can see that our ticket details has been added. Then under comments, you can also add a new comment and you can tie this comment to a ticket. So you can see then if I click create, then my ticket is automatically, that is the comment is automatically added. So you can see this is a list of our comments. Then you have the categories. You can add a category. So you can choose here the category that I want to add. So if I just choose, let's say this is our audit logs. So just do that. If I create, then you can see these are some of the details that are added. So you have the category description, the person who created, and the date and time. Then you can be able to see the subcategories. So on our subcategories, you can actually click on subcategories, and each of the category has a subcategory. You can see we have these tickets. So the hardware tickets, we have the subcategory called mouse issues, UPS, hard disk, and the shredder issues. So then we have all the subcategories list. You can see all the subcategories here. Then you have the audit trails. So everything you are doing on our application, we are able to track it via the audit trails module. Then we have, we'll be covering the error logs in some video next as we are doing this application. Then you have the system users. These are the users that are able to log in with the application. So you can add a new user. You can see first name, middle name, last name, gender, email, phone number, city, country, username, and password. Then you have the system codes. So these are some of the options that you are able to do with. You see, we have the statuses, you can do priority and even gender. Then the system code details now gives us the specific options for all those system codes. So on our today's video, under the tickets, when you're creating ticket, you can see we are allowing users to choose the status and the priority. But I don't want us to do that. I want us to ensure that whenever you are creating the tickets, we want the status and the priority. So you can have users choosing the priority, but the status, we should always assign the status in the background. So let's just go and do that. So on our project, under the ticket, so I'm going to the ticket. So let me just close this. So then I'm going to system, that is the tickets create. Then I'm going to remove the status. So we are not going to be allowing users to add the status. Then I'm going to change our priority to be a drop down. So I'm going to copy the one for category, just replicate here. Then you can say this is a priority. So I'll say priority. But now, before even doing priority, I want us to change this. So this priority will be, so let's go to our model first. There's something I want us to change. You see, this priority is actually a string, but I want us to change this and ensure that we are actually saving a priority as an int, because this will be a drop down from another table. So you can say priority ID. Then you can say this is a system, so it will be getting the values from there. So this will be system code detail. Then you can say this is priority. So if you do that, I'm sure we'll be having some errors. So let's go to our tickets. Under create, this should be our priority ID. This is ID. So you can change this to be priority ID. So I'm not sure if yes. So let's just change also this create. That is the ticket. You can say, so you can have this as, so you can say priority ID. And you can say this is int. So if we do that, then we can always change that here on our create. So this error should be gone. Then we have, so we can remove this. Then this will be our priority ID. Then we have a viewbag.priority ID. Then we'll say select priority. So this is now. So on our delete as well, we can change that to be priority ID. I'm sure it will be having an issue. So let's just do that. Then also for the details, if we don't change, we'll get an error. So I'm going to change that to priority ID. As well on editing, we'll have to, so yeah, I think we don't have that priority. Yes, we have it here. So if we change that, then that should be cool. Then under index, we'll be having this. Then also priority ID. But now, whenever we've changed the ticket, you can see we've changed our ticket from priority ID to now converted this to a foreign key, which is getting the values from our system code details. So we need now to modify our table. So I'm going to do NuGet package manager console. Then I'm going to add migrations. So for those who are watching this video and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. So I'll just now add migration. So I'll say add migration, then say priority, ticket priority. So let's say ticket priority details. So if we do that and press enter, then our ticket, so our migration file will be generated, and we are going to now update this to our database so that we have those details. But now we might get some errors because we already have some details. So let's just build. So the reason as to why we are getting errors, you'll note that we have been using that particular field. So let me just rebuild, then we rectify where there is errors. So you can see we have an error on this side. So here we'll say priority ID. So there we go. And here we can also say priority ID. So if we do that, then that's okay. Let me also try to rebuild. So if I rebuild, so let's just check our project to ensure it's okay before we add migration. So everything is cool. So let's add migration again. So if I create add migration, so in case you get a build failed, then you can just rebuild your project, then see if there's any issues before doing anything. So you can see our migration has been added, and you can see it is actually going to drop the column, and it will add another column. So if we now update our database, so let's just try to update, let's try to update our database. So we'll just do update database. So if you press enter, then our column will now be changed to priority ID. So let's just wait and see if there's any issue. We address it. Yes, you can see the alter table system contain that the conflict occurred table column ID. So what I want us to do, let's go back to our table, and I'm going to, so we call it that is our database. So this table is we are going to have it as tickets. So let's just see what is the issue. The conflict occur in database table system code details column ID. So let's just do this. So let's first remove the migration. So you can remove the migration using that command. So this will remove the latest migration. Then I want us to go to our application DB context. Then here, I want us to copy this. And here I want us to have, so we can do this. So here, so let me just push this back. Then here we can say ticket. So if I do that, then I can say priority, then you can say priority ID. So then we can have restrict. So that has removed our migration. We can now add the migration using our previous command, add ticket priority details. So if you add that, then our migration file will be generated. Then we are going to update our database. So let's just update our database again. Update the database. So if there's an issue, So that this particular code that we've just added should be able to address that particular error. So as you can see, we are still getting the conflict. So these are the data that we have. So the reason as to why we have this is actually the data. So let me just show you what is happening. So if we just access our database, remember how we have been creating our application and the tickets. So these are some of the details that we have. You see the priority ID. We have been having this priority ID, and it is actually showing some values. So what I want us to do, I want us to change these details. So I want us to remove these particular tickets details. So let's just say delete from that. So we're going to drop all the tickets details. So there is a conflict on the comments. So let's drop the comments as well, because I don't want us to have the nullable. So I don't want us to have the nullable values. So I'm going to have the comments. So I'm going to delete everything from the comments. Then I can also delete everything from the tickets. So that's it. So after that, let's clear this because we don't have any data. Sorry. So because we don't have any data now, our update database should work. So you can see that is okay. You can see that is done. So we now have our priority ID, and that priority ID should be a dropdown. So if you go to the tickets now, we have our priority ID, select priority, and we should be able to define this particular view bag. So how do we do that? So let's go to tickets controller, then under create action, we should be able to define this particular section. So we do view data, then our priority ID here. So let's just remove that. Then, then we'll be able to have this. So let's just do that. Then here we now get the system code details. But before doing that, we should also do dot include. We say x equals to x dot system code. Then here we are going to say dot where we are not getting all the system codes. So if I just do this, let me just show you what will happen. So if we just do this and we say description, so we want to see the description. And let's launch our project so that you see. So let me also copy this and just paste it down here, because we should also be having that particular option here. So if I relaunch our project, let's just relaunch our project and you see what happens. It will actually give us all the system code options, which we only need the priority options. Remember when we are creating our system code details, we have other options like the gender, we have like the statuses and the others. So if I go to our system codes, just to show you, we have these statuses and we also have the priority. But I don't know if we had created the priority status. You see these priorities, we have not created the priority. So we should be able now to define the priority of the tickets and how they are defined. So I want us to create now these priorities. So if I click on system code details, add new, I should be able to say maybe urgent. We'll say, so these are some of the priorities. I say urgent, I say urgent ticket. So we say this is the first one, and these are the system ticket priorities. So if I create, I'll be able to have my ticket as a priority. Then I can say very urgent. Then I'll say this is very urgent tickets. So I'll say tickets, this is the second one, and these are the priorities. Then I can say medium. So I'll say medium tickets. this is the third one, and you can have it here. Then you can say highly, can say what other, can say we can actually have those three. You can say medium, urgent, very urgent, medium tickets. Then we can say, so these are the options. So if we go to tickets and try to add a new ticket, you'll notice that under priorities, we have everything. So we have the pending ticket, and these are the statuses. These are the, you see, we have the pending, awaiting, this, so it has actually mixed up everything. So we don't want to have this kind of drop down. We should only able to see the priorities in our system code details. You see, on our system code details, we have the pending, which are actually ticket statuses, and we have the priorities, system ticket priorities. So we should only be able to see these three. So how do we do that? Our ticket priorities code is dot, that is the priority. So if we want to see that, we can go to system here. Then here we can actually do something. We can say dot where, then we say x, so equals to, we say x dot system code. So you can say system code equals to, we do that. So you can say system code dot code. Just do system code dot code equals to priority. So if we do that, then we will not only be able to get the options for the priority. So I'm also going to replace the one we had pasted down here so that we get the correct options. So let me just now launch our project so that you're able to see those particular tickets. So we've been able now to create all these options. So we should be able to add the tickets. So if I just click here, then I'm going to go to, so let's just go to tickets. So if I add a new ticket, then I should be able to see the priority. I should only see the three. You see, urgent ticket, very urgent ticket, and the medium ticket. So if I just try to save now, maybe I say access to application, then you can say, can have this as the description. Then I say very urgent, and our category is hardware, our subcategory is, we say software. Then you can say antivirus. So if I create, we are now having an issue. There is something that we removed. You see, we are not allowing users to select the status. The reason behind is we want every time you create a ticket, a status is already assigned to it. So how do we do that now? So on our create action, we should always get the variable, say pending status. So this will always be all the tickets that were created by the users should be assigned pending status. And you can say here system codes details. Then you can say dot include. You can also say, so let me just do here one dot per line rule so that you are able to follow. So if we just say here include, then you are going to include all the, you are going to include the system code. So system code. Then after that, I want us also to do dot where. So we don't want to get all the options. So I'll say x equals to x dot. So here I'll say system code dot code. So here system code dot code, we want only the options for. So here we want only the options for system codes. So I'll open it on a new tab, and you can see we want only the options for status. So I'll just now take only the filter for status, and I can say dot. So we can actually even get the first one. So you can do here where dot that is that, and you can also do and. Sorry. So we can do and x dot code. So we can only get maybe the pending status alone. So if you go back here on our system codes, we can actually get the statuses for pending. You see this? So you can say dot code is equals to pending. So this will give us the first status for pending. So we can say and first dot default. So this will give us only the first status. And now we can be able to assign this pending status. So we can call this pending status. So once we have this status, we can now assign our status. You can see our priority is that. Then our status, we can always say this is status. Here we can do, you can now do here status.id. Status.id. But now, you see this status, it is actually getting the values from our system code details. So I also want us to modify that. So if you go to our priority, you see what we did with our priority. You can always do that with status as well. So you can say this is status ID, then this is our int, then we ensure that the status also is getting the values from our priority. So that is status. So we can always take this and have it on our view model. Remember, we had our view model here. So I'm going to add it on our status. So that is the ticket status. So I'm going to replace this here. So I'll just do away with this. We just remain with status. So this status ID, remember on our tickets, we also be showing, so we need to remove the errors like this one. We need to indicate status ID. And this one is also status ID. I don't know if we had the status ID. So that is it. So then under create, I think we had removed that. Under delete, if we have status, we should always have a status ID. Then under details, we can do that again. We have the status ID. Then edit, we also need to have the status ID here. So let's just do that. And we can rebuild so that we see if there's any errors, because we've just, so let's stop the project. So if we rebuild, we should check if we have any errors on our project. So we have an error. So let's just see which kind of error is that. So this one. So this one should be status ID. So now our status ID should always take the status of pending status. Now after that, remember we've changed our status ID. We need to ensure that we don't have any data in our table. So just remove everything. And I'm going to also remove everything here. So I'm going to now add the migrations. I'm going to add the migrations, clear this. Then I'll also add migrations for, we can call these now status, ticket, status, details. So if I press enter, our ticket status details file will be generated with all the migrations. So we've now altered our status column to ensure that it is a foreign key from the system code details. So you can see we have the status ID, and this has been changed now to status ID. So if I do update database, so that is it. Our status update database will be generated and everything will be updated to our table. So as you can see, everything is okay. Then after that, we can now try to create our project. So let's just launch our project and we can have a breakpoint on our tickets controller. So if we have a breakpoint here, let's just add a breakpoint so that you see what happens. So if I create a now login and create a ticket, I should be able now to create. So there we go. So if I do tickets, add new ticket. So I'll choose here, say access to application. Then, so I'll say application here. So that is it. So this is the description. I can choose it's say very urgent. Category is software. Then here we have antivirus. So if I click create, you see it is taking us to this particular area. So if I proceed, I step in, so you'll be able to see we have a status. And the status is pending. This is the ID, and this is the system code, and everything is there. So our system code is system ticket status, and this is the status. So if we proceed, our project will be able to create this particular ticket. So let's just proceed. You can see our ticket has been created. So, but now there is one thing that I want us to see. So here, you see this particular table, we can remove some of the things. I think we can just remove the description for now because the title says, so let's just remove the description on that table. It's becoming long. So let me remove the description here. And you can remove the description as well at the top here. So if we do that, update our data, our application, then you should get this particular table a bit. So let's just see. There we go. So, but now you can see you have the title, access, status, and priority. The status and priority are integers. So we need to ensure we are now displaying the values. So to do that, you know what we need to do. So let's just go to our tickets controller under index action. Then I'm going to include two things. I'm now going to include the priority. So here we do priority, and also I'll do status. So if we have that, then we should be able to have now our status and priority. So I'm going to do here now under index, I'm going to do status. Instead of status ID, I'll do status. Then, so this should be status ID. Then down here, we can do status dot title, description I mean. Then priority again, you can do status, that is priority. Then we can do dot description. So that will give us the names of the codes. So let's just relaunch our app again. So we are going to relaunch the app again, and we'll be able to see all the details. So if I just sign in, you'll notice that I now have our tickets, and you can see we have this particular information. But now on our dashboard, you see we are missing the status and priority. But if I go to tickets here, you'll see I have the pending ticket and the very urgent tickets. So those are the options that we have. So here, I can now copy the tickets. So under index, let me just take the tickets categories here, and I'm going to copy this and have them on our dashboard. So where is it? Under home. So I'm going to have them here. So if I have them there, then I'll say this is variable tickets. So that is our dashboard. Then we can now include on our home dashboard, we want to see all those information. So I'll just come here and now say status, then dot description. Then for the ticket, I'll also do dot description. So if we launch our app now, we should now be able to see all those particular information. So let's just launch our app and see. So for those who are watching these videos and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. Like our video, comment down below in case you like the video and the project we are doing. And if you feel you need to contribute to our videos and our channel, one way of doing that is by subscribing, and you can also buy us coffee. We can really appreciate. So if we add a new ticket, so let's just say hardware challenges. So if we do that, I can also do this. Then if I choose a priority, I say very urgent category is hardware, then I can say it is actually hard disk. So if I create, then you can see now I have my statuses. So I can also add another one, say Windows. So if I just type that Windows licensing, so then I can say it is very urgent. I say it's software, and I can say maybe something else. So you can create sub options. Then after that, I can also create a comment. So if I just go and say maybe what type of Windows. So you can do that, and I can say this is Windows issues. Sorry, and if I create it, I'll see I have my comments. So if you come to the tickets and just access the comments and this section, you'll notice that you're able to see all the comments for that particular ticket. So now when we are creating our comments, you can see we are now able to attach the title, the description, the priority, and the status. So you can say here, antivirus, then I can say antivirus installations, then I can say urgent. Then if I do urgent, then I say this is software, then you can see antivirus installation. If I click on it, then I'm able to see the tickets. Then I can add a comment. So if I just choose comment and add it, so I can say here so I'll say so I'll say install antivirus for macro code. So this is our comment. So I just say install antivirus for macro code, and you can say the ticket is that. And if we create on it, you're able to see we have these comments. But now these comments, you're able to see all of them. But what happens if we go to the ticket? I can just go to that particular ticket, and if I click comments, I can only see the comments for that particular ticket. So that is it on how you are able now to link our tickets to the statuses and even to the categories and even to the subcategories. So if you are following this video and you like what we are doing, please consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below, and in case you want to support our channel, you can always buy us coffee and we will really appreciate. So that is it for today. See you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. As you can see, we are able to access our landing page. So here we can log in with our username and password. Then after logging in, you'll note that we have been doing some series of videos. And for those who are new, you can actually follow those series. We are now on episode 13 of our help desk management system. So as you can see, we have our tickets module where you can create a new ticket. So here you can indicate the title of the issue. Then you can provide the description. Then here you can indicate the priority of the ticket. Then the category, you can say it's hardware. Then you're able to get the issues. That is the subcategory. Then if you do that, then you can click create. Then it will be able to create now the ticket. So you can see, then we also have the ticket comments. So these are the comments that will be added by the technicians. So they will be able to tie the comments to the ticket in case they need any clarification, then they will be able to do that. Then for the categories, these are the tickets categories. You can indicate, as you can see, you have a list of categories. You have the hardware, software, and all these other categories. So you can actually create some categories depending on what you need. So for example, you can create another category. For example, let's say memory. So let's just say memory here. So it'll say this is a memory issue. Then if you create this category, you can be able now to see we have this category here created. Then if you select this category, you can also create a subcategory that is tied to this particular category. So if you go to subcategory, you can also do the same. So here you can see you have the subcategories. If you click subcategories, you will be able to see the subcategories for that particular category. And on this subcategory, you can add new, then you can actually create a subcategory for that particular category. So I'll just say here, let's say it's we can add another. So you can say here, add disk. So if you do that, you can also do the same here. So I'll just put this here. So if you create, then you'll be able to see the subcategory here. So the next thing that we have is the audit trail. So everything we are doing on our application, it is actually being tracked by our application. So you'll be able to see the details, the action, the module, and the table that was affected. And you can see we have the details that are here. So we'll be announcing this audit trail. So keep watching our videos and you'll be able to see what we can do with it. Then you can see we have the system users. So these are the users within our application. You can add a new user, providing the first name, see the first name, middle name, last name, gender, email, phone number, city, country, username, and the password. Then you also have the system code. So this is where we are storing the codes. For example, you see you have the statuses, the priority, and the gender. And these are actually the system options. For example, the status and the priority, if you go to tickets and click add new, you'll see this priority list as options. We are actually getting the options from the system codes. So this is the priority. Then you have the system code details. So for every, if you add a new system code detail, you'll choose whether it is a system ticket. You're actually providing the options. So for example, like the gender, I don't know if we created, we can actually create the gender. So here we'll say male. So gender, we know it's male and female. Then here we have one. Then we have gender. So you choose that. So if we create, then you'll note that you have male and female. That is the male as a gender option. Then you can also add another one, female as a gender option. So you can say here female. So then here is female, then this is 2, then this is also a gender option. So if you create that, then you'll see we have another option as a female. Then you have the person who created and the date when this was created. So those are some of the items that we have done within our application. So for those who are watching and you really want us to do more on this channel, please consider subscribing, because your subscription actually help us to do more of this. So it pushes us to actually create more videos. And in case you want to support our work, you can always buy us coffee, which always goes a long way in ensuring that we provide you guys with a good content. So what we are going to do today, I want us, assuming you are creating a ticket and you want to share with the technician a screenshot or even an image or even a sample document that will actually guide them towards the resolution of the issue. So what we are going to provide today on this episode is actually a documents attachment. So you can attach a document or even a file, which will also help us now to resolve the issue. So let's go to our code. So on our code, so I'll just zoom in so that you're able to see. So here we are going to our tickets, create action. So this is the razor page. Then I'm going to indicate here, I'm going to have now where we are going to have the document. So I'm going to copy that. Then let's just go to our view model. So on our view model, we can add another class here. So we are going to add something here. So I'm going to say, so this is, I can actually remove this. So here I'll actually say file. Then here I'll say, so I'll say attachment. So here I'll just do, let me just do string. Then you can display here, we can say this is, sorry. So you can say here, this is document attachment. So you can have this as a document attachment. So, or you can just call it attachment. Let's just call it attachment. Then now on our application, we can now go to, so here we have our attachment. Then we want us to do something. Let's go back to our create action. So here we will call these, so here we'll call this attachment. So attachment. Then you can say now here, I want us to change this. So this is not now a drop down, but it should be actually a file. So we should allow the user now to attach a file. So how do we provide that? So what we need to change, we need to ensure that someone can attach a file. So here we are going to provide an input. I'll say input. So I can actually copy one of the input like this one. Then we can say here, this is, so let's just remove this. We can have the class form control. Then here we will just do type. So we just provide the type. So the type here will be file. So that is it. Then we need to provide the, so you can say it can accept, we can provide the options that it can accept. So you can say PNG, we can do .jpg, we can do JPEG, then we can also do .pdf. You can also do .doc. So those are the maybe files that we need. Then the next thing that we need to do is we need to provide it with a name. So we'll say the name is actually attach. So you can say attachment. We can also say our ID here will be, let's just provide with that. Then since we have these now, if we launch our app, you should now be able to see that we are providing the options to attach the document. So let's just launch our app and you see. So this will accept these particular options that we just provided, so that whenever we want to attach, you can limit the kind of files that the user is attaching. So for those who are watching this video and you have not subscribed up to this point, consider subscribing, because you actually are the reason as to why we are doing this video. So share the video with your colleagues and you help us reach more people. So if I just go to tickets and create new, you'll be able to see now we have the attachment. So under attachment, if I just click here, I should now be able to choose a file. So you can see these are some of the options that I can do. So I can attach a document, I can attach, you can see this is a file, and I'll be able to attach this file and upload. But now this is not yet complete. So currently we have not defined how this file will be uploaded. So we need to define that. So first thing first, we need to go to our controller. Let's go to our controller. That is under create, tickets controller under create. We need to ensure that we are getting that particular document. You see here? So to get that file, I'll do comma I form file. I'll just say I form file. Then here, I should actually provide the name of our file. So just go here and you see this particular name here, copy that name and have it here under the tickets, then paste it here. So our file now will be uploaded to our controller. But now before doing that, we should actually check that. We should actually check if, so you'll just do if the attachment dot length is greater than 0. So that means the file has been attached. So you should always check that. So if the file has been attached, you can actually now define the file name. So you can say equals to, you can say this is a ticket. So you can call it ticket attachment, ticket underscore attachment. You are trying to provide the names. You know, users can give file names some weird characters, and even it can be long. So let's just control that. Though, so we can also do, then we can give it the date, time. Then we can always know the time the file was uploaded. Then we can say to string, so that the file is always unique. So here, I'll just provide now, say, provide me with this. Then I can do month, day, hour, minute, seconds. So I want my file, my date to be in that format. Then if I just do that, then I can always then put in, can say plus. Here I'll just do plus. Then can put in that underscore. Maybe then you can put in the name of that particular file. So you can always, if you want to reuse the name, you can do attachment dot file name. So, but in case you don't want that, you can always remove this particular bit, and all that file will always be unique because of this. So the date time will always be unique up to the seconds level, even if you reattach multiple times. So the next thing is, I want us to now define the path. So the path of that file, we are going to introduce something called a configuration. So that is what we need to do. So to do that, go to our controller at the top. Then I'm going to introduce something called private read only. Then I configuration, which will help us to now access where the file will be stored, and you can always upload the file to a certain path. So I'll just do that. This is configuration. Then I'm going to do here underscore configuration. Then I can assign it. So we can now reuse this. So we'll say our path equals to, so our path will be equals to, so we'll say here equals, then you can say underscore configuration, then you can say we need to get the location where the file will be stored. So how do we do that? So to get that particular area where we need to store, we should actually store all our path where the file will be stored on our app settings. So just go to our app settings here. Then we need to define where our folder will actually sit. So I'm going to do something here. So I'll just do that. Then I'll do here comma. So here, then I'll do file settings, then I'll do this. Then we now have, so inside here we can now define where the document will sit. So we'll say uploads folder. So this is the folder where the file will sit. Then you can always define the location. So I'm going to define the location. So I'm going to define the location on my PC. So let me just create a folder. So you can create a folder on a certain location that you want. So documents upload. So for my PC, I've chosen to be to this location. You see, that is the location where my file will be uploaded. D, then document upload. So you can always do that. So you can define where you want your file to be uploaded. So after that, so I've actually created this folder on my D directory. So as you go to our tickets now, we can now access our files settings. So we should be able to tell our system that under file settings, you should access our file settings. So here you'll just take the name. So let's just take the name from our here. So this is the name. Then we just have it on our controller. So paste it here. Then do full colon. Then say under file settings, pick this. And one thing that you need to be aware of, so if you do that, then it will get that particular folder. And here you can see this. So here you can always define as many folders as you can, assuming you have other folders you want to separate the folders. You can always have another folder here. So if you do this, you can always have it. So you can always give different names. Then this will be maybe for another module. So you can always do that. So assuming you want all those documents to be in different locations or even folders. So you can always define as many folders as you can inside that file settings. But now for our case, we are going to define that. Then now we'll get the file path. So our file path will be equals to path.combine. So we are going to combine this path and the file name. So as you can see, this says path may be null. So to remove that, you can always put an exclamation mark here, and that will always go away. Then the file name and is what you have it here. Then the next thing that you need to do is actually to save our file. So we'll just do stream equals to new file stream. So if you do that, then we say here file path, then file mode. So we'll just say file mode, then dot create. Then the next thing is we need to now copy. So we'll say await employee. That is now the file. So we need to get this attachment. So we'll say attachment dot copy to async, then to that particular stream. Then after that, we now say we need now to assign. You see this file that has been, it will actually save this particular file to this particular folder. But now what we need to do in every file that we save, we should always ensure that our ticket in our database, we're able to tell the file name. So as you can see, this is the attachment. So we need to ensure that our model has this attachment so that we are able to track. So that means we are going to change our model. So if you just go to the tickets, we are going to introduce another property called attachment. So this is the attachment. You should always check the attachment that the user has attached. So here you can say the document attachment. So this is attachment. So if we do that, then remember, whenever we change our model, we need to add migrations. So I'm going to add migrations. So I'll just do NuGet package manager console. Then I'll just do here add migrations. So add migrations, then you say documents attachments. Press enter, then our migration file will be generated, and we can now update our database where we will now see all those information. So for those who are watching this channel for the first time, for those who have actually encountered this video and you like what you see, subscribe to our channel, and you can always claim the source code using the link down below, which actually goes a long way in ensuring that we do more videos. So if I just update database, so this will now add this particular column to our database. So it will add it to our database. So once that is added, then we can go away now and upload a document. So you can see our migration has been done and everything has been added. So if you go back to our controller, after saving the file, you see it, after saving the file, this will now save the file to this particular folder. We need to tell our application that now the ticket.vm here dot attachment, we need to give it the name. You see this name, because this is the name that will be saved to our folder. Then when you are going to assign here, we now need to assign the attachment names. So you can say attachment is equals to the attachment. So we can now save our application. So we can now run our application and see if that particular folder file will be saved. So I'm going also as the application launches. So let me just open our database so that you see what happens. So for those who are watching this video for the first time and you want to help us, you can always buy us coffee using the link below, and you can subscribe to our channel. So let's just log in. If you go to tickets, I'm going to access the tickets module. Then if I just click new, so here I can add, let's just provide some information. Then priority, say urgent, subcategory is hardware. We can say this is UPS. Then I'm going to attach a file. So I'll attach that. Then if I create, there we go. So there's something wrong. You can see this is actually coming as null. So let's just try and see again. So if we assign that, so if we reassign, let's just do hardware, then you see here. So if I just click here, I want to see what happens. So if we create, you see this is null. So we need to ensure that our form, so some of you might be wondering what could have happened, because we've actually tried to add everything and the file is not being uploaded. So there is one thing that most of guys struggle with. So when you're attaching the file, if you go to the create action, you see we've actually added everything and it looks okay. But there is one thing. For us to get that particular file, we need to add something on our action here, on our form action. You see here, we need to say first this method. You can actually have the method here as post. Then there is one thing. So we need to do something called enc type. Then we can provide multi-part form data. So we need to ensure we add this. So this now will give us the file. So if we just relaunch our app again, that particular file should not be null. We should always get the file and then we save to our database. So if you go to our application, that is the database that we have. So let me just show you how my database looks like and also my table. So if I just select 1,000 for the tickets table, you'll notice that we have now a column for documents. You see, this is attachment, and this attachment is actually null. So let's just log into our application. So we are logging in. Then we should now be able to attach a file. So if I just do tickets, add new. So provide some weird characters here. Just provide some characters. Then we say agent, category is hardware. This is mouse. Then we provide the attachment. So if we just create here, let's see. You see our file, we now have the data. Our file name is .NET Blazor series. And guys, if you're also watching our videos for the first time, we have a .NET Blazor series that will be continuing. So please consider watching that particular series because we're actually doing some bits. Then we'll start uploading new videos for those particular series. Then the headers, then the length, you can see we have the length. The content type is an image. So if we proceed, let's just proceed for you to see what happens. So our ticket name, you can see it is ticket underscore attachment. Then it has appended the date and time, then .blazor series. Then it's going to our file path. You see our file path. It has actually accessed our file path D document upload. Then it takes to the that is the file. So you see where the file will be uploaded. That is there. If I just do so, if I just zoom so that you guys can see, you see the file path is D documents, then tickets attachments. This is the file name. Then once we proceed, our file should be uploaded, and you can see the file name will be assigned. So if we continue, you see our ticket has been saved. And now, if you go to our database, we are expecting to see something. So you see the file name has been appended to our attachment. So whenever we want to retrieve now this file, we'll always be using the file path. And you can always, in case you want to save the path and the file name in the database, you can always do that. So if we try to attach another one, so let's just do another ticket. So I'm going now to remove the breakpoint. So let's just remove the breakpoint, do another one here, then select hardware mouse, just save this. So if we create, you can see it is saved on our database. We should now be able to see the file. So that is how you upload documents to our tickets, and you can always now see all the details that has been uploaded. So if you just click on details, you can see that we have this particular layer. But now let's just update our details so that it gives us all information. And we actually need to adjust this particular area. So let's just go to details of the ticket. And on the details, this was how it looks like. So for the priority, we need to actually save priority, then dot description. That's what we should display. So we say description. So this actually should be priority ID. Then this should be priority description. Description. Then created by, that's okay. So I'm also going to add another one. So here I'll add, so there's something I had seen like status, yes. So here we have the status, and you can say dot description. So you can always add modified by. So you can say modified, modified. I don't know if we have it. I think we don't have that. Say modified. So let's just say attachment. So then here we'll have our attachment. So if I do that, then you can remove this. Then there is one thing. So on our model, so we have that. Then if we go to our tickets details controller, that action, we should actually include some of those information. So if we go to tickets details, so where is it? the details action. So let's just, so in case of actually scrolling down, there is one trick. You can always come at the top here and you can access it. So you can scroll it from here, then you can always get the action. So this is it. So if you go here, you can see you can also dot include. So dot include. So you see subcategory. You can also include. You can include the status. You can also include the priority. So this will give us all the options. So there is one thing that we failed to add, which is the category, subcategory. So if you come here on the details for the tickets, we can now add the subcategory. So here you can add it at the top here, and you can say subcategory ID. Then you can say subcategory. Then you can do dot name. So if we launch our app now, we should now be able to see all those particular information on the details. So let's just launch our app. So for those who are watching this video for the first time, remember to subscribe, like our video, comment down below, and you really help us to grow and also reach more of our audience. So if you access our app, let's just log in, then go to tickets, add new. So you can just add some characters here, sorry. Then our priority, our hardware, subcategory, then we can assign a document. So if I create it, you'll see these are the details. So let me just view one of the tickets. So if I click view, you'll see we have the title, the description, status, priority, created by, created on, ticket subcategory, and the document attachment. You see it is actually getting the file name. So today I'm going to leave it at that particular point. If you are following this video, be assured that you are going to cover most of the details in this help desk management system. So that is it for today. If you are new to this channel, consider subscribing, and see you in our next video. Welcome to MacroCode. If you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So we are going to sign into our help desk management system. Then we are going to proceed with our series. So as you can see, we have our tickets, the tickets that you've been creating, and you can see from this section, you can actually access the various comments that has been assigned to the tickets. But also on the navigation sidebar, we have the tickets module where you can actually see we can add a new ticket. Then you can provide the description of the ticket. That is the title, the description. We have the priority, it's urgent. The subcategories, whether it's hardware, the category and the subcategory. Then you can also attach a photo. So if you attach that and click create, then you can see our ticket is actually created, and you can view the details of that particular ticket. So you can see here, you're able to see all this information. So we'll be styling this particular part, so don't worry about it. Then you have the ticket comments. So here you can actually provide comments to a particular ticket. And that is when maybe you are addressing the comments or the tickets, you can always assign it a particular comment. Then if you create it, then that particular ticket will be assigned with the comments. Then you have the subcategories of the tickets. So you can have the hardware, software, marketing. So if I just click new, I can add the category of the ticket. And you can see I have various categories, then I have the subcategories. So here I'll be able to see the subcategories. Then you have the audit trails. So our application tracks every activity that you are doing. So you can see we have the action, whether it's a create, update, delete, then the module, the affected table, the timestamp, the IP address, and the user. Then you have the system users. So here you can create a new user. So here I can say provide the first name, middle name, last name, gender, email address, phone number, city, country, username, and password. Then we have the system codes. So for every options within the system, you are providing them as a grouping. So we have the priority. Then within the priority, we can have the high, medium, low. So that is how we are grouping them. For example, gender, we have male and females. Then under system code details, that is now where we are having the particular options. For example, you can see here, we have the male, female, and they belong to this particular group. So on this video, I want us to do something. Because we are going to have our application be role based. So we need to actually create roles, and we'll then assign roles to users. So what I want us to do in this series, I want us to create roles. So I'm going to create a controller. So let me just zoom in so that you're able to see. So that is it. So I want us to create a controller. So I'll just go here, then right click new. So let's just stop our application. Then I'm going to say new, add, then a controller. Then I'm going to call these roles. So I'll just say, so I can actually have, can create an empty controller. Then we're going to call these roles. So we'll call these roles controller. So I'll just do here roles. Then I'll just remove the one. Then we'll have our empty controller. So this controller, I want us to borrow some things from the user's controller. So let's just go here, and I'm going to copy all this. You see this? I'm going to copy all this, then have it on our tickets. That is our roles controller. And of course, we'll need our constructor. So I'm going to copy that and add them here. So we have the user manager, which deals with everything related to users. Then you have the role manager dealing with everything related to roles, sign in, and we now have our application DB context. So we need to close our constructor. Then we have this particular index. So since we have the index, I want us to do something. Our index should always give us the list of roles. So I'll just do roles, then equals to. Here we can actually say, let me zoom in. So here you can actually say async, then you can say task, action result. So we'll just do action result. Then here we can have that. Then here we will say await. Then you can say roles, which this should be actually underscore context. Then you can have here as dot roles. So you see these roles will actually give us all the list of roles. So, and this is actually getting from our ASP.NET roles table. So once we have that, then we can actually return our roles to the view. That means we need to create our razor views. So how do we do that? So let's just go to our application under views. Then I want us to create a folder. So folder called roles. So that is roles. Then here we can create a razor view, an empty one called index. So that is it. So on this index, I want us now to display the list of roles. So we should be able to display the list of roles. So let's borrow what we have on our users, I mean. So I'm going to copy all this data table, then paste them on our roles index. But now on our roles, I want us to have here enumerable, then we can say something. We can do here identity role. So I'll just do identity role. So if I do this, I'll need to import something. So on our here, I'll need to do at using. So I'll say at using, then I'll say Microsoft. So I'll do Microsoft. So I'll just do Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.identity. So if I do that, then here should be identity role. So this one should be identity. So that's a wrong spelling. So if we do that, then we should be able to have identity role. So then here we'll have our system roles. Then you can say create add new role. So we can add new role. Then on these roles, we can now display the roll number. So we can say here we can actually call this roll number. Let's just call it roll number. Then you can have this as roll name. Then you can have the various actions. So let's just remove all this. So you can have the edit, view, and the rest. So you can just have the edit, view, and the rest. So let's just do here edit, delete. Then you can say here. So let me remove this. So this will be view. So you can view, you can edit, and you can delete. Then within our roles, we can actually display the ID, and we can also display the name of the role. So then I'm also going to remove all this. Then I'll also remove this. Then here we can be able to view the roles. So we'll be having the edit. So this will be view, and you can always call these details. So these will be details. So these will be our roles table. But now to access these roles, we need to go to our shared layout, and we need to assign it to the navigation menu. So here we can copy this, and you can always say system roles. So you can say system roles. Then here, this controller should take us to the roles and the action called index. So that is our controller roles, and this will be our system roles. So if we try to launch our application, then we should be able to access these roles and see if we can be able to create a new role within our system. So for those who are following this series and you like what is coming up, remember to subscribe, like our video, comment down below, and in case you need the source code, you can consider subscribing and also claiming the source code using the link below. So that will be appreciated, and we will really appreciate in doing this particular series. So our application is launching. So I'm going to sign in to our help desk management system. Then I'm also going to see. So as you can see here, we now have our system roles down here. So if I click system roles, it now takes us to our roles index. But now we don't have our create action. So we need to have our create action. And one way to do that, we need to go to our controller. So just go to our roles controller. So within our roles controller, we can actually have another action called create. So I'm going to have just done that. Then here I'll say this is called create. So this action will return. So we can say return view. So we can do return view, and that will give us the page. So we can also now go forward and create this particular action. So I'm going to copy. Let me just do that. So I'm going to create another razor view. Then I'm going to call this. Create. So if I do that, then I'll have that particular page. So I'm going to copy some details from our system code details, our system code, then I'm going to paste it here. But now we are going to change our model. So our model, remember, we are using our identity. That is our identity. But now I want us to go forward and create another view model, which we are going to call it roles view model. So I'm going to call it roles view model. So on that roles view model, I want us to actually provide the details of the roles. So we can provide the ID, the name of the role, and the rest. So here we'll just do, this will be public. So let me zoom in. So I'll just do public int ID. So you can actually do here string. Then you say ID, then get set. Then I'll also have a string name, which will be role name. So this will be role name. And you can have the display names here. So I'll say display. So display name. Then you can provide here, you can say this is a role number. Then you can always do this, and you can say this is something else. So we'll say this is a role name. So if I just do role name, so this will be role name, and you can always do that. So this roles view model, if we go to create, we can always replace now our view models with our role. Then you can say here, this is a, so you can say add new system role. So then on our create, we have, so this will be, we don't need the ID. So what we only need to provide here is the name of the role. So we'll say role name. So it's a very simple CRUD. So we are going to do role name. Then that is the only thing that we need to provide. Then the rest is to save. So if we just provided that, let me just zoom in a bit so that you see. So that is how our form looks like. So, but the next thing that we need to do is we need to save these particular roles. So if you see, this action is taking us to create. So we need to have a post create action. So if you go to our roles, so this was a get. So you can actually do this. We say att get. So this was a get method. So we need to have a post method. So I'll just copy that and have it down here. Then I can say http post method. So our create actually will be supplied by the roles view model. So roles view model, and you can say this is VM. So inside this one, I want us to initiate one thing. So I'll say identity. So I'll say identity role dot role, and I can say is equals to new. So if I just do that, so that is it. So I've done that. Then I'll just come here and say role.name is equals to vm.rolename. So that will assign the role, our role name. Then the next thing is I'll just save this particular role. So I'll just do variable. I'll say variable result is equals to await. Then I'll say role manager. So we are not using a context here. So you are using role underscore role manager. Then I'll just do create role. Then I can say if succeeded. So I'll say if result dot is succeeded, then I'll be able to know that my role has been created, and I can either provide something else. So here I can actually redirect. So I can say return, then redirect to action index. Then else I can always return back my VM. So I can always return my view with the model. So that is with the VM. So this will now create our role. So if we just launch our app, we should now be able to create our role without any particular challenge. So let's just launch our application. Now, whenever we create this, we should now be able to create assigned roles to users, and then we'll be able to manage rights on who does what and what needs to happen at what particular point in time. So let's just sign into our application. Then let's sign into our app. That is our app. So we are now on the dashboard. Then under roles, you can see if I click add new, I'm now being given an option to provide. So I'll just say system administrator. So if I just do that and create, you can see our role has been created. So this is our role number and we have the role name. So if I do another one and say ICT technician, so I'll see technician. Then if I just do create, then I'm able to have that. I can say ICT manager. So if I save, I'm able to get that. I'm also able to say network administrator. So if I create, then I'm able to see my roles. So I can have as many roles as you can. So HR manager. So I'm able to create that. I'm able to have, you can say ICT officer. Then I'll be able to provide the details. Then I can also have a software developer. So if we do that, then you can see I have now my roles. So we can change the UI for the view button. So let's just go back to our index page, and I'm going to change this to, let's say, warning. So if I update, then our page will now change this particular UI to something else. So let's just see if that BTN warning. So let's just, yes, as you can see, the style has changed. So we now have our roles. So one interesting thing is we've just created our roles, And now the next thing that I want us to do is I want us to add countries as one of the items that we need to have within our application. So I want us to have the countries within our app and even departments. So the first thing that I want us to do, let's create a model for countries, or we can just start with departments for this series. Then we'll be doing another thing on our next video. So the reason as to why we are creating departments, we need to tie users to departments and even get to know their geographical locations. So here, I'm going to create another model called department. So let me just do that. So I'll do department. Then after doing department, then I can now have my properties here, public int that. Then I can say I want, so this will be string, sorry. So this will be string. Then you can have here the code. Then I can have, that is the department code, and I can say maybe department name. So I'll just do name. And here we can always do display, display. So for those who are following this video and you like the video, comment down below, subscribe, and even give us some insights. So in case you want to claim the source code, that goes a long way in actually helping our work. So you can always claim the source code and you can share with others. That is the link. So let's just save here. So this is, so you can say department name. So this will be department name. Then you have department code. That is it. So after that, remember, whenever we add a model, we need to go to our application DB context. Then we need to add our table. So I'm going to add it here. Then I'll just copy this. So instead of writing all those codes, then I'll just provide here departments, and my model will be departments. So this will be my table. So then remember, whenever we do that, we need to proceed to NuGet package manager console. And from here, I can now add migrations. So if we add migrations, then we should be able to proceed. So I'll just do add migration. Then I'll call these departments. Then press enter. Then our migration should be added and we should be good to now update our database. So we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you have not subscribed. So if you're one of them, please consider subscribing, like our videos, and comment down below. So our migration file has been generated. You see departments, we have the ID, the code, and the name, and we have we have a constraint. So the next thing is to update the database. So I'll just do update. But now let me change something. Instead of doing that, let me remove migration. So we missed something. So I'm going to remove migration, which will actually remove the immediate migration that you have just done. So on our department model, as we indicated, we should always indicate the person who created it. So let's just go to our departments model and remember what we need to do. So I'm going to ensure that we have actually inherited the user activity model. So here we are going to do to now do clear. Then I can add the migrations for our model. So we'll now have the activities. We should be able to track who created that department, at what time, and when was it modified. So after that, you can see now our departments has been created and the number of columns has increased. We have the created by, created on, modified by, and modified on. So then I'll just proceed and update our database. So I'll just do update database. So I'll just do update database. So that will now create our table called departments with all the properties. So there we go. As you can see, everything is okay. So then the next thing is to scaffold. So we can actually scaffold this to ensure that we are getting the code, all the CRUD operation for our project. So I'll just do a new scaffolded, that is add new scaffolded item. Then I'll just MVC controller with views. Then I'll pick my model, which is now the department. So I'll just pick the department as one of the model that I need. So here I'll choose, where is it? So let me just check. Let me just check. So we are looking, so this is it. So then our departments will be the controller. So if I click that, then our project will scaffold and it will give us all the code that we need. So if you're following this channel up to this point and you have not subscribed until this episode, so consider subscribing. In case you need the source code, you can claim the source code, which actually goes a long way in ensuring that we give you guys the best content. And in case you have any suggestion on how we do things, we are always here to learn together. So please comment down below and we'll be ready to actually improve and even get more insights. So let's go to our shared layout. So here I'm going to add now the section for department. So I'll just go to the navigation menu and I'm going to have here department. So I'll call these departments. So these departments, I'll just do that. Then I'll say this is departments, which is also our controller. So if we launch our app now, we should now be able to access the departments sub-module. So this particular sub-module, we can now be able to create all the departments within our institution and ensure that we are tracking all the departments, and we can as well tie users to departments. So I'm going to sign in. Then on signing in, I should be able to access this particular section. So you can see our application is growing bigger every day. So here we have now the departments. So if I click on department, you can see we have the department code, department name, created by and modified by. So let's style. So let's borrow some styles from what we did. So the best thing is now we are borrowing the styles from what we did on our previous video. So I'm going to copy that, go to our departments folder, then under index, so I'll just paste this here. Then I'll say this is so I'll just remove. So let me just remove this. So I'll say add new department. Then this is our table header. Then if we do that, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Then if I do that, then we can always close that and we have everything there. So I'm also going to remove the modified by and modified on. So these two, so that we have that. Then on our table, we can actually have the buttons. So let's also borrow these particular buttons for delete and edit. Then we can add them on our department. The next thing also is on our headers. So you can also borrow the headers. So these three headers, and we can paste them on our department's headers. So these ones. So after that, on our create, we are also going to do something. So we are not going to ensure that allow users to select the created on and created by. So we are going to do away with that. Also the modified by and modified on, we are going to do away with that. So we need also to provide the styles that we've been using. So I'm going to copy this, then paste it on our, replace it on our create action. So I'll just also do the same thing here. So I'll just say add new department. Then I'm going to close this. So if I just format, so you can see this is already formatted. Then let's just check how so whether we need so yeah, so we need these styles within. So we are grouping this into, well, let me just check. Yes, we need the row. So let's just copy that. Then inside here, I'm going to do this. So then I'm going to close this. Going to close that. Copy this. So I want to have 2 columns. Then I'm going to close that. Then I can close it here. So if I just format, then our application now looks a bit better. So let's just relaunch our app and see. So we should now be able to create a department, and that department we need to ensure that we are providing also the created by and created on. So let's just see how our form looks like. So I'm going to sign in there. Then when I go to departments and add new, you'll see I have the department code and now the department name. So what I want us to do is, on our departments create action, we need to ensure that we are going to remove this because we are not giving options users to choose the created on or modified on. So I'll do away with them. So also created on, modified on, I'll do away with this binding. So I'll also remove this. So we can actually retain it. Then we have, so on our tickets, remember how we were getting the user who is logged in? So that is what we need. So before you create anything, we need the logged in user. So this is how we were doing it. So we are going to replicate this. So going forward now, it will be easier because most of the activities will be duplicating. So I'm going to get this and update it here. So you can see the created on, created by has been updated with the user who is logged in. And the same case can be done when updating. So if you go to edit, so you can do away with these ones because we are not updating. Then we are not, I can do away with those bindings. Then inside here, you can always also update that. So, but here we'll now be doing modified on and modified by. So that is it. So let's now log in and create a department. Then you should be able to see how it appears. So for those who are following this video until this particular point, remember to subscribe, share our video with others, and also comment down below in case you need us to include something on this video. So I'm going to sign in. Then after signing in, I'm also going to now create a department. So under departments area, add new. Then on this department, I can call it ICT. Then I'll say ICT department. I'll call it ICT department. So if I click create, you see it's not doing anything. So there's one thing that you are missing. So I'll need to, so just come to our create action. So I'll need to copy this and have it at the top here. So if I do that, so we need to ensure that so let's just see our user activity, the only nullable values are created on and that is modified on and modified by. But created on and created by is actually compulsory. So you can always do that, and also we can as well even remove this. So if you get your values not saving, you can do away with that. So I'll be showing you the best way to do this. So let's just right click. So let me just see. So let's just go there and see. So let's sign into our app. Then I'm going to, so let's go to the departments, add new. We said we are creating ICT, then we have ICT as department. Then if I just click create, there we go. You can see it has now given us the ICT. We have ICT department created by and created on. But for the created by, we are only having the ID of the user, but we don't want that. We actually want the user who is actually logged in. That is the full name. And you can see we have the .include here, and we have our .include for the created by and for the modified by. That means under our index, we should just change, instead of doing created by .id, then we can do created by .full name. So this one will actually give us the name of the person who is logged in. So if you update our application, instead of this weird string, we'll actually get the name of the person who is logged in. You can see Jacob Mwangi Karanja is now the person who is logged in. We can add another department. We say FIN. So that is the code. Then you can say finance department. Then if I create, I'll have my department. I can also say HR. Then I can say human resource department. Then if I create, then I'm able to see that. I can also say proc. I can say this is procurement department. So if I save, then I'm able to see all those particular departments. So that is it for today's. For those who are watching our video, as you can see, today we have been able to add departments and we have also added the roles to our application. So if you're following this series and it's getting interesting, subscribe, like our video, and you can as well claim the source code, which will actually go a long way in ensuring that we provide you with the best content. And also you can buy us coffee. Hot one will be really appreciated. So see you in our next video. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So as you can see, we have our dashboard. Here you can see the tickets, that is the recent tickets. You have the number, title, description, status, priority created by, and the created on. And you can as well see the comments that has been done for those particular tickets. So if you go to tickets, you'll be able to see here, we can see the comments, details, you can edit and delete. And you can also add a new ticket. So here you can provide the title of the ticket, the description, the priority of the ticket, whether it's urgent, very urgent, or medium. Then you can see the category, whether it's hardware, and we have the subcategories, whether you have an issue with a mouse. Then you can also attach maybe a photo if there's something that you need to attach. Then if you click save, then you'll be able to save the details of that particular ticket. So you can see these are the details that we have. Then you have the ticket comments. So here you can actually add new comment. You can provide some comments to a particular ticket. So you can see these are some of the tickets that we have. Then if you create, then you'll be able to see the comments that has been added. Then you have the ticket categories. You can subcategorize your tickets. You have the main category and the subcategory. For example, you see we have the hardware, and within the hardware, we have the various subcategories. You see the category is hardware, and the subcategories are mouse, UPS, hard disk, shader, all these. Then you have the all subcategories. You can click here and you'll be able to see all the subcategories. Then you have the audit trails. So everything that you are doing within our application, the system is actually tracking all those things. So you can see we have the action. It was a create. Then the module is ticket. The table affected is tickets, the timestamp, the IP address, and the user who actually did that. Then you have the system users. So we'll be dealing with error logs for now. Let's just leave it. Then system users, these are users within our application. So you can actually add a new user, provide the first name, middle name, last name, gender, city, phone, all these details. Then we have the system codes. So here we are actually grouping our options in the system. For example, the gender. So we are creating the gender. You can also create another option like marital status. Marital status. Then on these, we can have the description. So if you save, so this will be our system code. Then for the system code details, we'll be actually now providing the option. So for example, we can say single. So someone can be single, married. So these are the options that we have. And the system code details is actually tied to marital status. So if you save that, you'll note that now we have the single, which is a marital status. You can have married. For example, if you add another one, which is married, then here we can see married, then this then you can choose here. So you can provide the various options that are actually within that particular status. So instead of add coding, you can adopt these particular options. Then you have the system roles. So these are the roles within the system. So you can see the software developer, administrator, network, IC technician. So you can also add a new role. You can say finance manager. So if you save that, then you'll be able to see the role added. Then you have now the departments. So these are the departments within the organization. So you can have many departments. So you can also, for example, here we have the ICT, finance, human resource, procurement. You can add another department. Maybe you can say security. So these can be a department. So you can say security department. So once you save that, then you'll have all these options. So for those who are following this channel and you have not subscribed until now, please consider subscribing, as we are going to ensure that we complete this particular module. Then we also get back to some of the modules that are still yet completed and some of the projects. So if you are following most of the items, we are going to cover them here. So one thing that I want us to do today, I want us to do something. So you can see as we are adding a new ticket, so you'll be able to see that you have the priority, the category, the subcategory, and the attachment. So if you go back to the list, you can see we want to arrange this so that we ensure that we have our statuses. And so I want us to move this status to appear somewhere here. So let's just go back to our tickets and index. So I want us to do something. So I want us to move the status. So this status, I want us to have it here. So then the next thing that I want us to do, so once we have this status, I want us to ensure that whenever we just open our application, we should be able to see, we should actually assign various statuses with their respective colors. So you can see, so this should be, so we should also change the title here. Then we move it here. So we refresh, so you can see that this was actually reading created on, and this is the status is wrong. So the title is actually wrong. So you need to move the header and the title. So let's just confirm if that has been updated. Let's go back. So it says changes has been updated. So let's confirm, yeah. So this status should be the last thing. So you should actually borrow it, copy it here, and have it here. So I'm going to have it there. So if we update our app now, try to zoom in. So if we update our app now, we should be able to have that already updated. So you can see this is the status. So what I want us to do is, whenever we have these statuses, I want us to ensure that for each of these status, we have the respective color codes for all those statuses, so that whenever we are doing anything, we can be able to track that this particular status is for which colors, and we can actually check even when these particular tickets maybe delay or something. So you should be able to hold those accountable to ensure that we actually don't have a lot of issues that has not been addressed within the organization. So what I want us to do is I want us to provide some color codes. And those color codes, we are going to use them so that we ensure that the statuses of those color codes are different, and even we check the, so let's just go back to our app. So I'm going here. Then I want us to do something here. So I want us to have here, a string. So I'll just do variable. Then I'll call it, so I'll call it color. So I'll just call it color code. Then this color code, for now I'll just have it as something empty, or yes. So I want us to have some color codes here. So here I want us to ensure that these, our colors, our background color, so you can say this is can have this as green. So that is our color code. Then I want us to check if, so we can say if item.status, we can say item.status. So if item.status, I want us to check this. So here, do you have status? Yes. Item.status.code. So you can actually check these statuses. So equals to, say something. Then you can actually provide the color code here. So you can say maybe the color code equals to, then you can say here red. So assuming you want to have the color codes differently. So if you go to our app, and for example, within our system code details, so I want us to check the statuses. So for these statuses, so these are the ticket statuses here. So I want us to say if it's pending, we can have it as so for the result you can have it as so let's just do, if it's a result you can have it as green. So then this, anything that is pending we can have it as gray. Then you can say if, so you can say if the status is in progress, then you can have it as can say it's yellow. Then you can also say something here if the status is so let's just do here, we can do so you can say if else, can do here else. We can also have that. Then here we can also check if the status is reassigned. We can have these as purple. Can also have another one. So you can also say if the status is can say if the status is, can also have here the status is, can see here pending, so or awaiting assignment. You can have it as red. Then we can also have anything, if the status is pending as well, we can have it as red. So we can say anything that is not that, you can have it as red. So then what I want us now to do is, in our status here, I want us to have these as we can say color. This will be style. So we need to have style. Can say color. Then we can provide now our color. So that color code will now give us this. So let's try and see what will happen. So let's try and see that. So I'm going to relaunch our app. So let's just relaunch our app and look at what will happen to our color code. So for those who are watching this channel for the first time and you like our video, please consider subscribing, like our channel, and even you can share. So if you need the source code, you can also claim the source code, and you can also buy us coffee so that we actually do more of these videos. So I'm going to sign in here. So let's just sign in and see. Oh, there we go. So if we go to tickets, you'll be able to see that we have the status with this is pending. So we can actually have this as a background. Let's have it as a background color. So we can do here, can have this here, can say background. So this will be background color. So that is it. So if we update, so let's just see how it will look like. So I think the background color looks a bit better. So you can see. So it's actually kind of appealing, so that whenever you are doing anything, then you should be able to see that there is a problem. There are a lot of pending tickets. So that is one thing. So the next thing that I want us to do is, I want us to change our details view. You see, this is how our details look. So I want us to change how this table looks like, so that we have all these details aligned, and we're also able to see the comments, and we can also see the documents attachment for this particular ticket. So let's just go back to the details view. So going to the details, then here I want us to have these as so here, where is it? So here we go. So I'm going to have these as a row. Then I'm going to say here call MD12. Then I'm also going, or you can just have this as 6. Then this one, let's close it within our table. So I'm going to close it here. DAV as well. Then we also have another MD6. Then we can also close it, div. Then on this table, I want us to have, so this is a table, but I want us to have, so this is our table header, and this is, so this is table row, table data. So I want us to have table head and table data. So what I want us to do, I want us to arrange these in a very, so I want us to arrange these in one column. So we have the title going this way. So instead of having two of them, this one, I'm going only to have one of them. So I'm going to have that. Then I'm also going to have this. So let's just see how it looks. Then also subcategory, I'm also going to have it. So I want just to have one column. So if we do that, let's just update, then we see how it looks. So I'm going to have one, there we go. So you can see it is one row, but now I want us to arrange these in one. So you see here we have the table head, table data. So I think we will have now to arrange this way. So I'm going to close it. I'm going to start it. I'm going to close it. I'm going to start it. I want to have one row. So let's just see. I'm going to close that. So let's just see how it looks. So if we update, then I want us to have one. Yes, I want us to have this way. I want us to have the table this way. Then that's cool. Then I can also do here, start this. And I'm going to close it here. So I'm going to have it. So it's just a matter of arranging these data so that we have, so it's a matter of UI. So I'm going to have this that way. I'm going to open this, close that, and also we need to open. You can also close it here. Then it can open. Then I can also close it. So I don't think we have another table head. So this, we are going to remove this. So we can remove this. So if we just now format our table and try to update, we should be able to see that we now have our table in just, you see, we have it in this one column. Then what happens to these buttons? So let's change these buttons. So I'm going to have these buttons. So I'll just do here. Then I can just say here. So this should be div row. Then I can say here, so this is, can say update. This one actually, we can actually have here, let's remove one. We don't need this. So this is, so we can have here class. So I think we have it already. So we can do here. So we can have this as warning. Then I think that's cool. Then the next thing that we can have now, you see we have this table. So let's just update so that you see what is happening. So if we update it, you'll notice that we'll now be having one button. And I actually don't want this button to cover the entire screen. So I'm going to have, yeah, so let's just see how it looks. So this one. So I'm going to stop this. So let me just launch. So for those who are watching this video for the first time and you like what you are able to see, please consider subscribing, comment down below. And if you need the source code, you can also claim the source code using the link down below. And if you wish to buy us coffee, you can always buy us coffee, and we will really appreciate. So let's just launch our app and see how this works. So I'll sign in. Then if we just go to the details for the tickets, so I'll just open the tickets, go to the details. You see, this is how it looks. So I want us to remove these. So this button, I don't want to have a long, so you can have a button that's not covering the entire space. So let's just do that, remove that, and see how that happens. So I've refreshed it. So here, I'll now call these here. So I'll call these here. So you can call these here H4. Then you can call ticket details. Then, if you go back to our app now, I want us to check something. I want us to have another table. I want us to have another table that will be displaying the comments for that particular ticket. So instead of you coming to the ticket, viewing just these details, and you go again to view the comments, we can always display all those details here. So I'm going to have another, so this is table head, table data. So this one I'm going to, let me just have it as a table row. Then close this table, an empty table. So if I format this, I'll be having my empty table here. Then I can also call this here H4. Then I'll call it ticket comments. Ticket comments. So if I update our app, we should now be having two tables. We should be having this and also another one here for the comments. So you can see how this now looks. We have the ticket details and we have the ticket comments. So for these ticket comments, how do we display them? So this is the details. So if you go to the tickets controller, under the details action, so this is how it looks. So let me zoom in. So this is how it looks. So we are getting the ticket details and all this information. But now I want us to do something. Because we need to have the tickets and the comments, we need to have so we can actually create a view model. So you can see we have here the ticket view model. So this ticket view model can actually also give us the comments. So you see this is the ticket view model. It's good we have it. I think we had created on our previous videos. So for those who are new, you can also consider watching our previous videos. So here you can see you have the list of tickets. You can also say you can have a list of comments. So here you can say ticket comments. So this should be ticket comments. Is it comments? So let's just see. Yes, so I think it's comment. Yes. Then we can call this ticket comments. So we can have our ticket comments here. So what I want us to do is on this view model, I want us to go to our ticket details. You see these details. I want us to say here, I want us to pass our VM. You see that? Then you can say VM. So that will initiate. Then if we come here, we can say VM.tickets. See, VM.tickets is equals to that. Yes, so it is actually one ticket. So let's just go back to our, it's not a list of tickets, but it is just a ticket. So let's go to, so we need here to have ticket. So we see we have tickets. We can also have another one here. So you see we are adding this without actually affecting our table. So you can have here ticket, and you can say here ticket. Ticket, you can call it ticket details. So if we just do ticket details, so this will be ticket and then ticket details. So if we go back to our controller, we can call these ticket details. So that error will actually go. And the next thing is, so here we'll just do if vm.that is null. Then the next thing is we want to return our VM. But before returning our VM, I want us to do something. Remember, for every ticket, we can have the comments. So we are going to do here vm.comments is equals to await underscore context dot comments. So that comments, then you can say dot include, you can have those details. Dot include, you can also have another one, dot include, what other thing? You can say t dot ticket, you can have the ticket as well. Then so these yes. Then we can also have so you can say here to list async, so that if we do that, so here it says, so this one should be comments, ticket comments. So you are getting all the list of comments. But now we need to do something. We are not pulling all the tickets. We are actually pulling the tickets. That is the comments for specific tickets. So you can say dot where t dot ticket ID, so is equals to the ID that you are getting. So this will now give us all the tickets for the specific ticket comments for the specific tickets. So let's just go back now to our view details. That is our details Razor page. So here, where is it? So we need to go to our details. So here we are going to, so here I'm going to, instead of using now the ticket model, I'm changing this to view models. Then I'll say here, ticket view model. So then anything that is not here, you can see here we have the ticket.status. So that means we can actually go back to our ticket details. Where is it? Where is it? So we can go back here. So I'll just go back to our view model, tickets view model. Then I can actually do here. So where is our ticket status? Here. So here you can actually say system core detail. Then you can say status. So if you do that, we're expecting this particular error to go. So these will go. So then we also have priority. So the same thing. So you can also copy this, have it here. Then you can say priority. So then we can have our details. So this error will go. So if you save it, we are not expecting anything there. So and you can see the others is okay. So the next thing that we now need to do is, instead of doing here, so you can see here for each. So where is it? So here, there is one thing that we need to check. So instead of doing display for title, here we will need to do model dot ticket. You see this ticket details dot title. So that's what we'll need to do for every data. So I'll do the same thing here. I'll do the same thing here. Then I'll also do the same thing here. I'll do here as well. Do the same thing here. I'll also do the same thing here. So that is the details. So it will actually get the details and will display those information from the ticket details. Now the next thing that you are going to do is the same thing that we have been doing under index, doing a for each loop here. We should actually now do it for our comments. Remember, one ticket can have many comments. So I'm going to copy. So let me just copy some data. So you can actually have it here. So under details, I'm going to have that here. So I'll just do for each, then close it here. So the next thing that we need to have is inside here we can have our table head, and we can also have our table data. So that is what can happen. So we have two things. We have, so we need to define our table heads. So let me just copy some here. So here I'm going to have, so so let me just copy this down here. I show you something. So this one will be our heads. So for the comments, that is, and remember here we are doing, so one thing that I also want us to do, let's go back to our view model. Then I want us to do is we have the ticket list comments. So I want also to have just the comment. So here I'll just do ticket comments. So we have the comments and the comments. So here, then I'll go back to the details. Then I'll just do here, where is it? Under details, I'll do display name.id.ticket comment.id. So you can actually borrow some of the information that we have under ticket comments. So let's just check what are, so there we go. So under index, so I'm going to borrow this. So I'll actually borrow this here, then have it on our details. So here, but now instead of just doing model.id, so we'll just add now the ticket.comment, the same thing here, the same thing here as well, and the same thing here. So after that, we'll now be having, so remember on our, so this one should be table head, then we should close it. So under details, ensure we have this as a table head here. Then we need to close it here. Then we will now begin as a table body, which will now have another, so this is where our loop will come in. And within our loop, that is now where we'll open another table head, table row. So under the details, I'm going to now add this. So you'll have the table body for each. Then I can also, what's wrong here? So this one, I need to close it here. So I also need to do this. So we now have this. Then here, instead of doing tickets, we need to say ticket comments. Then here we need ID, we need the ticket, we need the, so do we need the ticket? Title, yes, the ticket title, created on and created by. So I'll just do it here. So you can actually remove this. We don't need it. And I can also add this here. And I can say here that we just need the ID. So do we need created by? No. You can actually remove. Yeah, I think we need it because we need to see who created that particular comment and what they meant. So I'll just do here created by, then dot full name. So I can remove the ID. ID might not help. Then you can also say created on. Then once you have that, you can also remove the ID here. So if we format our page, So this is how it looks. So we have now our ticket description, the title, and all these information. So for the, I don't think we need also the ticket information. So because you have opened that ticket, we can just display the description of the comment, the created on and created by. So if we now launch this app, we should be able to see a comment with its description. That is the ticket with its comments, without necessarily having to navigate on both sides. So that is what we need to do, and everything should be okay. So let's just launch our app and see. So for those who are watching this video for the first time and you like what you see, you can consider subscribing, comment down below. You can also claim the source code if you want the source code, and that will go a long way in ensuring that we provide you with the quality content. So I'll just go back to our tickets. So if I go to details, you'll notice that we now have the ticket details and the ticket comments, and the comments we don't have anything. So let's just look for one of these one. So let's add a comment for this particular ticket. You can say testing 1 create. You can also add another comment, testing 2 create. So if you go to details, comments, you see you have 2 comments. So if you go to the details of the tickets, click details, you see under the details here we have the ticket details and we have the ticket comments, and you can see who added and what time. So we've actually interchanged the created on and created by. So let's just rectify that. So we can interchange the titles. So then there's other thing that I want us to do. You see these, I want us to have these headers with one color. So let's just do here, I'll do here, I want to have a background color for my headers. So I'll just do style, and then I can say background color, I can say green. But that green, I want which type of green? I can say spring green. So this spring green, I want it to apply to my headers. So I'll just do here that way. Also do here that way. Then I can do this one as well. And I can do this one as well. Can also do this one. Can also do here. Can also do that one. So that's cool. Then the next thing also that I want us to have is my table heads. So I can have my table heads as well. So if I refresh this screen, you'll note some changes in colors. So let's just see. You see, this is how now my app looks like. So let's see my table head. So this is my style. It has not reflected, I don't know why. So the style of my tickets, so this is actually what I wanted. So after we now have this, let me just remove this button here. It's kind of misplaced. Let me just see under departments. I think we can have a better one. So yes, so this one. So let's just copy that, have it here. So then remove this. So I'm going to have this as a class. So btn warning. So after we now change this, you'll see now we have our screen where we can see the ticket comments and we can see the details. So we can also have a scenario whereby instead of just going back, what happens if we want to add another comment? So instead of going back here and adding comment to the ticket, we can do the same within the details. So we just open the details and we add the comment within here. So I want us to leave it there for today. So as we proceed, the next thing is we are going to add a way to resolve our tickets. You can see here. So we can actually check how we can resolve these tickets and how we are going to filter them. So if you're following this video and you like how it goes, subscribe to our channel and see you in our next video. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So as you can see, we are able to log in using our email address and password. So I'm going to sign in to our application. So this is the dashboard. As you can see, we have the recent tickets, and here you can see the number, the title, description, status, priority, created by, created on, and the comments. So these comments are based on the tickets. So under the ticket submodule, you can actually add a ticket. So here you can provide the title, the description, the priority of the ticket, whether it's urgent, the subcategory, then you have the dropdown, which is the subcategory. So the subcategories are based on the category. Then you can also select upload a document. So if you upload and save the ticket details, then you can see our ticket details are successfully saved. So here as well, you can see we have the created by and the created on, then we have the statuses. So the statuses are based on the colors are based on the status of the tickets. So we'll also be checking how we can actually resolve some of these tickets, and we see the colors that will be appearing based on the statuses that we've done. So you have the comments, the details. So when you click the details of the tickets, so you'll be able to see you have the ticket details here and the ticket comments. So we also have the ticket comments. So these are all comments based on the tickets. So you can see these the ticket descriptions. Then you have the ticket categories. You can add a new category. So here then within the ticket category as well, you can see the subcategories within that particular main category. So we also have the main, that is the subcategories list. So here you'll be able to see all the subcategories of the categories for the tickets. Then you have the audit trails. So every activity we are doing within our application, we are actually logging the audits. Then we will be leaving, so currently we have not implemented the error logs, but we will be doing this as our end options, so that we'll be able to see how this is done. Then system users, these are all the users within our application. You can add a new user, provide the first name, middle name, last name, gender, all these information. Then you have the system codes. So these are all the codes categories. You can see the status, priority, gender, and marital status. Then for the system code details, these are options now. For example, like gender, you can have these options, male and female. So you can see the main category is gender. Then you have the system roles. So all these are the roles within our application. You see the finance manager, all these information. You can actually create a new role. We say security officer. So this will be our role, security officer. So if you create, you'll be able to see the role here. So this is the role of what we've done. Then you have the departments. So these are all the departments within our application. You can add a new department. You can create the department code and the department name. So here you see all the code, the department name, the created by, and when it was created. So I want us to do something interesting, and these are some of the features that we are getting from you guys. So if you want us to enhance something, you can always give us some comments. So here on our tickets, you can see we have the number, title, priority, subcategory, created by, and created on. Then we have the status, the comments, and the view, edit, and delete. So I think we don't need the delete button. So let's just remove that, because I don't think we can delete. So let's not allow users to delete tickets, but we can deactivate those tickets. So here I'll just remove that. Then I'm also going to remove the delete button. So once we remove the delete button, so what I want us to do today in our video is, let me just remove that. So what I want us to do today in our video, so you can see we've removed the delete button. So the delete button is gone. So I want us to add a column for the number of comments based on this particular ticket. So you can see here we have the comments. So if you click on the comments, then you'll see within the comments we have the 2 comments per per that ticket. But I want us to see the number of comments just within this particular data table. So what I want us to do, I want us to go here. Then we can say, can provide another header, and we can say number of comments. So we can have this as our table header. But now, within the number of comments, we need to ensure that we are getting the total number of comments per particular ticket. So let me just do this table data. And here we don't want the styles, so I'll provide it empty here. So if we launch our app now, we should be able to see that we have now the table header called comments. So you can see we have the number of comments as a column, but we don't have values. So how are we going to add these values? So let's just start that. So let's go to our model. So I want us to go to our model, and that is the ticket model. Then here, I want us to introduce something called public, then I collection. So here we will be doing I collection, then comment. So that is the model for comments. Then we can say ticket comments. So then we do get set. So that is our comments. So we have our ticket comments. So we've introduced these ticket comments within our ticket model. So you can see this is our ticket model. Then another thing that I want us to do, let's go back to our application DB context. Then you remember under on model creating, we did a comment then has one ticket. Then you can say with many. So you can say with many c dot ticket comments. So you see this with many ticket comments. So after we are done with that, then let's go back to our controller. So our controller under index. So this is where we are pulling all the tickets. Then we can now do dot include. Then here we can say t dot ticket. So you can say ticket comments. So this one should actually give us all the comments per particular ticket. So once we are done with this, we now have the ticket comments as our collection. So let's go back to our tickets. So within our tickets now, we can be able to now get the values of that is the number of tickets. So here we'll now do dot ticket comments. Then we can say here dot count. So this will give us the number of, so if we do that, this will give us the number of comments based on that particular ticket. So let's just launch our app and see if that works. So if we launch our app, we should be able to get the number of tickets, that is the number of comments per ticket. So let's just launch our app and see how this goes about. So we are going to, so let me just see. There we go. So if we sign in, then we go to tickets. You see, we have something not going on. So you see here, we are saying templates can be used only with field access property. So here we are saying, so at model, yes. So here, I want us to do something. So here we can say, so here what we need to do here, as you can see, we have the display for, so actually this, we need to remove one of the options. Then the next thing we need actually to remove this. We need to do at item. We need to do at item.ticketComments.count. So if we do that and update our application, we should actually get this. You see, we have the number of comments is 2421000. You see that those are the number of comments that we now have. And we can actually have these in a center. So you can say text. So you can do style. Then you can say text, align. We can do center. So we can align our text at the center. So if we update that, then we should be able to get our, you see, our comments now, the number of comments is now within the center of our table. So you can see we have now the ticket, that is the status and the number of comments per ticket. And if we click on the comments, you'll be able to see we have the 2 comments that we have. But now, assuming we also want to ensure that when we click on the number of comments, we can actually navigate to the tickets as well. So what we can do here, we can actually have these as a link. So here we can do that way. So we can do that way. We can put this as a link. Then we can have it that way. Then what we need to do now is we can do SP. So we can just use this one. So we copy that. Then we can have it here. So I'll just do it here. So here you can see we have the SP action ticket comments. Then you have the controller and the root. But now what is being displayed is our number of comments. So if we update this, then our numbers will be hyperlinks. So let's just go back to our tickets. So you can see these are the numbers. So let's just wait and see. So let's just update. Yeah, it's not updated. So let me relaunch. So if I relaunch, then we should be able now to click the numbers and it takes us to the comments. So if you're new to this channel and you have not subscribed up to this point, please consider subscribing. If you also need the source code, you can actually claim the source code. And this goes a long way in ensuring that you help us to do more of these videos. So I'll just go back to the comments. The tickets, you can see now our numbers are hyperlinks. So if I click on the number, it will actually take me now to the ticket comments. And also we have this button. So if you click on the comments as well, it takes you to the same comments. So if you go back to the tickets, you'll see the numbers. If the number is 0, if we click on it, we don't have any comment. So the same thing that you have done here, I want us also to do it on our dashboard. So I'm going to copy this, go back to our home controller, that is our dashboard under index. Then we can have it here, and also we can remove the delete button. So also let's copy the number of tickets header so that we go fast. So this is the number of tickets header. Then I'll go back to the dashboard, that is the home. Then I'm going to add this here. So we have the number of comments, and I'm going to remove the delete ticket. Then you can also duplicate what we have on our tickets controller. You see this include, we need to have it on our home controller as well. So if we have it here, then we should be good to go. So if I just relaunch our application, then we should now be able to see also the number of comments on our landing page. So that is how you can add the comments and the number of comments, that is the ticket comments on our application. So let's just launch and see. So if I just do that, then if we do that, then we have this particular option. So you see the number of comments, tickets comments, and this is on the landing page. So if I click on the comments, you see it is actually there. So I think if we go to the dashboard, so we have the comments. So let's just interchange these. I think we need to interchange that. Under home, we need to move. So this one, yes, I think it's here. So we need to move something. Yeah, we need to move these up so that we don't have the headers interchanged. So if you see the headers are interchanged, so I'm going to update it. So this was interchanged. This should be here. So let's just update our application and see. Hope it, yeah, but reload has failed. Let me just relaunch. So we are going to do this application up to the end, guys. So if you are following and you want to see more about this project, so you're going to cover various aspects in this particular project. So if you're new to this channel and you like to see how this goes, please follow this video up to the end, and you'll really appreciate how this comes up. So you can see we now have the number of comments, and they are all kind of hyperlinks. So if I click on the number of tickets comments, you can see it is taking me to the number of ticket comments. So that is it on adding the number of comments on our application. So the next thing that I want us to do is, so I want us to go to the ticket details. So if we click on the details, you'll be able to see that we have the ticket details here, and we have the comments here. So also I want us to have the table data. So let me just go back to the ticket details. So I wanted us to also have, remember we added the comments. So on the details, I mean. So we had the table header here. So what I want us to do is I want us to have these as important. So we can have these as green. So let's just do that and see. So if we update it, I want us to have the background color of our table headers as green. So let's just check. So we can do that so that we see what is happening. So if we hover here, yeah, we can actually do table. So this should be table. Let's remove this here and we can have it on this row. So if we update that, let's see how our row will appear. Our table headers. Let's just try and have it on our table. Let's try have it on our table headers here. So we'll actually style this. Let's just do that for now. So I want us to have that as a different color. So this way. So I want us to have these as a different color. So we now have, we can choose a different color. Let's say green. Let's choose a different green color. Can choose this. So if we have this, then I want us to, if we update it, then we'll be able to have now. So this is our ticket comments. So what I want us to do, instead of going to tickets, then add new ticket, then choose the details, you provide the description of the ticket, that is the description of the comment, then you choose the ticket, then you create. I don't want us to be going that direction. So I want us to go to the tickets. So within here, if you just view details, then you can add the comments on this particular area. So on our details, I'm going to provide a section to add the comments. So just here. So I'm going to do another div. So you can actually do within this section. Yes, here. So I'm going to do here div class and do row. Then I'm going to have input. Then on this particular area, remember we have our ticket view model. So we need to provide a description. So we can provide another. So that's the good thing of dealing with view model. You can see we are now tampering with, we can add as many properties as we can without affecting our tables. So here we are going to do ticket. So I'll just do, say, comment description. So this is the comment description. So on our details, we are going to provide now an input area. Input, can say type text. Can say which type do we need. Can say, we can actually say input, or you can have it as a text area. So you can say type text. Then we can say class. We can say form control. Then I'll want, so you can do LG. Then I'll close this. Then here I'll say SP4, then equals to, then these will be, sorry. So these will be where we now get our comments. So these will be comment description. So this comment description, if we update it, so let's just relaunch our app. So I want us, whenever we need to add comments without actually going to the comment section. So we can add it on our details. So let's just open our details. So I'm going to sign into our application again. So if you're following this video up to this point and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. So I'm going here, then do details. then you can see. So here we can now have a section whereby we can add comments. So then I'm going to put in now a text area. So I'll just do here a label. Then you can say class control. So it'll do control label. What kind of let's just check our labels, the style we are using on our labels, so that we ensure we have consistency. It is actually control label. So on our details, I want us to put in here. So here we just do control label. I think you are right. So then we can close this. Then we can say new ticket comment. So that is the comment of the ticket. But now, just within this new ticket comment, I want us now also to have a button. So let's just borrow one of the buttons, like this one. Which one? Let's borrow the one for creating. So this one. But I want us to have it as a, so we'll have it here. But this one should not be input. You can say button. Then you can say, so that is a button. And you can say text. So we can remove this. So we can also do away with this. So that is our class. Then if we do this, then you can have now, so you can say add comment. Add comment. So all this information, we actually need to wrap all these in a form. So you'll do form. Then you can say action type is. So you can actually say, let's just borrow one of the form here. So we need to wrap it, so we can do it this way. So on our details, we can have this. So action type, we need to say add comment. So this will be our action, add comment. Then method is post, and that is it. So here we actually also need to close it for our form. So then we can format. So this is our form. Then we'll be having our button to add comments. So if we try to launch our app now, we should be able to see that we can now add comment on the details page. So we should be able to add the comment without navigating to various modules. So if you like how this video is going along, you can always buy us coffee. You can comment down below on what you need us to improve. And we are going a long way to ensure that we have this particular project. So if we go to the details, so here you can see now we have the new comment and save add comment. So here you see it's a bit, so I want us to do something. Let's try to see, you can have a margin 5, margin top 5. Let's see if it will move down. So I think we can do it. Where you can do it, it's actually on the button, sorry. So this the button is the one I want us to move down. So margin top 5. Yes. So you can see it has moved down. So that is how you will actually deal with that. So here we now have, we can say not save add, we can say add comment. So this should be add comment. So if we update our application as well, so here we should be having add comment. So there we go. So the next thing now is we need to ensure that whenever we are saving this, we actually have the action. So you see this action that we provided here called add comment. We actually need to add it on our ticket controllers. So on our ticket controllers, we need to add that particular action. And it is actually the same way we've been dealing with. So let's just go down here. So it's actually the same way we've been dealing with create action. So I'm going to have that particular, so I'll just create the action here. Let me just do this. I'll copy that. Then we'll call this add comment, and you're expecting that. So I'm going to close this. So we are expecting the ID, and you're also expecting the ticket view model. You see that view model, we called it VM. So this is the one that will come with our, it will come with our ticket description. Then the next thing that I want us to do is we are going to save everything there. So I want us to copy, it is how we've been adding ticket comments. So let's just go to the comments. So I want us to copy the add action for the comments. You see these comments? So this is it. So this is how we've been adding. So I want us to copy that up to here. So then we go to the tickets comment. Then we do this. So now here we are going to do the ID here will be the ticket ID. So we'll just do comment. This comment will be our model. Then we say comment. We say new comment. Then we say here new. I want us to instantiate that. Then if we do this, then you can now say new comment dot create that one. Then the next thing that we need to add is the description of the new. So we'll say here description. So the description will be coming from our VM dot ticket comment description. Then the next thing that we add is our comment. So once we add that, then you can always log the activity and we save everything, and you can post this particular message. Then once we do that, I don't want us to go back to the index. So you can always go back to the details page. So action or redirect to action. So here we can actually say, here, we go back to details, and on these details, we can always apply our ID. So if we do that, let me just show you. So for the details, we can always apply the ID. So we'll say new. So we say here should be new. Then we say ID equals to, we supply the ID. So details, then we just apply the ID. So this will redirect us to action with the new ticket. But now here, there is one thing that we had missed. So we need actually to tell our new comment which type of ticket. So we need to supply the ticket ID, and the ticket ID will be the ID here. So if we do that, then we should be able, so we can also decorate this. You can say it is an HTTP post. Then we should be good to go. So let's just proceed and see. So if we now add our comment, we should be able to add our comment within the details page, and it should redirect us back within the details page with our new comment displayed. So let's just see how this goes along. So I'm going to sign in. Then when we sign in, there we go. If I go to the ticket details and click on the details, you can see I'm able to see this particular area. So I'll say our new comment. So if I say that and click add, there we go. So what is wrong? So you can see insert conflicted with the foreign key constraint ticket, the config example ID. There we go. So what we need to do is, if we go back to our ticket details, I see what is the issue. So if we go back to our ticket details, here, we should actually, so we have our ticket ID. So what is the issue here? the conflict occur in the table tickets column, ID, comment tickets. So let's just check here how we are getting that. So if I refresh, so we are getting ID is 0. You see here, the ID is 0, and our ID is actually the ID for the comments. That is the ticket comment, the ticket ID, I mean. So what we need to do, if we go back to our details here, you see here on our details for the comment here, where is it on the details ticket? So here we actually need to tell our application. So you can actually do input, then you can say class, you can say Eden. So you can do Eden, and you can say here SP4. You see the here, you can say ID. You can say value is equals to at model. Sorry, I think you can just do, you can do that. Let's just check. So if we do this, I want us to have the input value here, then our ID should be supplied. So we should actually get the value of our ID, so without doing anything. So we should always have that particular value whenever we are. So here we can actually do here type, then we can say Eden. So if we change that, then we should be able to get the value. We should not be getting 0 for our ID. That's why we are getting that problem. So if we sign in now, then let's go back to our details and try now to add a new comment. So there we go. So I'm going to the details. Then here, you see we are getting this particular ID, but we should not be able to allow users to see it. So here I'll try to hide this. So this one we can say Eden. So input type Eden. Don't know why it's displaying. Let's try to add a class called Eden. So if we try and update our application, we should always ensure that this is not being seen. You see? So it is not being seen. So we have our class Eden. So I think we can remove this. We just use that particular class. So if we just provide the class Eden, so that ID should not be seen by the users. But in the background, we should be able to know that the ID is being supplied. So whenever we add a comment, it should always go with the ID of that particular ticket that we've just opened. So if you're new to this channel and you've not subscribed up to this point, please consider subscribing. We notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you've not subscribed. So don't be part of those guys. So if I go there, yeah, so I think we need both. So let me try to have a type. Don't know why. So let's just do Eden. So if I do Eden and update our application, then this should go. There we go. So if I just say new comment added, so if I add, our ID should have our ID value. See, it is now 1030. So if we proceed, we should be able to save our comments. So you can see comment details successfully added, and you can see we are able now to see our comment details here. So as long as we are now, so let me remove this particular breakpoint. So as long as we are adding new comments, so you can say the second comment, then if we add it, you can see we have the comment added. So let's try one ticket that doesn't have a comment. For example, like this one. So if we click details, you see we don't have anything. So you can say our first comment. And if we add it, you see we have our comment details here, our second comment. So if we add it, then we are getting the comments. The same thing if we go now to the, let's pick the last one, say our first comment. If we add it, there we go, our second comment. So if we add it, then we are getting these particular details. So that is how you can add now the comments, and we've tried to enhance our application to cover all these features. So I'm going to stop there for today. As you can see, some of these comments that we are implementing are actually based on your feedback, guys. So we'll be actually going through some of the feedbacks that you provide, and we'll be implementing them. So we are also going to ensure that we do all the exports, which are some of the features that we've asked, exporting data in PDF and even in Excel. So we'll be covering that in our next series. So stay focused and always watch our videos and ensure you've subscribed. So that is it for today, and see you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to Macrocode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So as you can see, this is our landing page. So I'm going to sign into our application. So here you'll be able to see we have our tickets. So we have the number, the title, description, status, priority, created by, created on, the number of comments, and you can see here the numbers are actually based on the comments that has been added to those particular tickets. So if you click 4, then you'll be able to see it is taking you to the comments for that particular ticket. So also here you can view the comments. So you have that button, and you can as well click on the details, then it will give you the details of the ticket. So from here as well, you can add the comments. So if I just put in some characters and I add it, then you'll be able to see we have the comments here. Then you can also delete or edit the details of the ticket. So you can see this is the edit button. So on our comments, so we have a section for all the comments. So you can see here we have all these the comments, and we have the ticket, the created on and created by, and these details. We have the ticket categories as well, and we also have the subcategories per ticket. Then we have the audit trail. So everything we are doing within our system, we are tracking the audits. So you can see here we have the action that was done, create the module affected, the table affected, the timestamp, the IP address, and the user who did that. Then we have the system users. So these are all the users within the system. So you can add a new user, and you can see here you'll provide the first name, the middle name, last name, gender, email, city, phone number, country, username, and password. Then you also have the system codes. So this is a way of categorizing our options. For example, the gender, priority, and all this. So from here, you can also see the system codes. So here, like the gender, we can have the male and female. Like marital status, you can have single and married. So those are some of the options that you have. Then you have the created by and created on. Then you also have the roles. So system roles. So here you can see you have the finance manager, software developer, system administrator, the network administrator, the ICT technician, all this. And you can add a new role. So here you'll just provide the role of that particular person. So if you just provide that and add, then you'll be able to get that particular role. Then the next thing is the department. So here we have the ICT finance. So we have the department code and the department name. So you can always add a new department. Sorry. So you can always add a new department. So in today's video, I want us to do some items. So as you can see on our tickets, we have the comments, view, and the edit button. So I want us to collapse these buttons into a drop-down kind of a button. So we want to have these as actions, but it is actually kind of a drop-down, so that we also provide an area to improve these and provide as many options as we can. So to do that, I want us to go to our application. So let me just, I want us to go to our code. So under system tickets, search is the tickets option and the index. So you'll notice that we have all these buttons here. So you see these, we have these particular buttons. But what I want us to do is I'm going to provide a section. So on one of these table data, I'm going to provide this particular code. So this one will now give us an option to kind of, so we'll actually say this is actions. Then I want us to, for every action, these actions that we have now will be our drop downs. So here I'm going to do drop down item. I'll just do here drop down item. Then I'll also want to have a separator. So I'll just do here the separator. I'll add this here, and I'm going to remove this. So I'll also add this. So I'm going to also borrow the details. Then I add it here. Then I also have this particular class. So let me zoom it so that you see. So I have this particular class, so I'm going to replace it here. Then I also do, so we have the edit. So I'm going to copy the edit and also provide it here. So I'm going to remove this. And here as well, we need to have a separator. Then I'm going to remove these table data. So we'll just be having one table data, but carrying all those particular options. So then I'll also provide I'll also change this particular class. So we have now edit and all that particular options. And as you can see, that is cool. So the next thing is I'll also now collapse our actions into one. So I'll call these actions. And if I just remove this and we save our application, we should be able now to have those particular changes. So let's just see. So here we should be having only one. So the button should be a drop down kind of an option. So let's just see. So yes. So as you can see, our buttons has been collapsed into one. So if you click here, you'll be able to see that we now have these particular options as buttons. So you can see we have the comments, details, and if we click comments, it is doing the same thing that we wanted. So we now have the comments, details, and so here we can also maybe want to have them as kind of a button. So I'll just provide these as let's say btn warning. Then I'll also do here btn primary. Then I can also do here btn secondary. So if we do that and update this, then we should be able to see that now our options are kind of buttons. So you can see it looks like buttons, but I don't think that looks better. So what I'm going to remove, I'm going to do away with these as buttons. So I don't think they look better. So it's better to have it that way. So I'm going to remove this. So if we update this now, we'll be having our buttons now kind of looking this way. So if I just click here, I'll see comments, details, and edit. So assuming you want another button, instead of now kind of having this particular data table having a lot of buttons, then we'll be just adding on our drop-down option. So another button could be assign. So I want us now to assign tickets to users. So you can say assign. So if I just do that, then we can say resolve. We can say assign, then you can say resolve. So those are kind of like buttons. So if we just update our app, we'll be having now our buttons here, and you can see we have the comments, the details, edit, assign, and resolve. So you might want now to have these tickets assigning to users. And these are kind of assuming like the system administrators. So I want us to, when you are creating users, you can actually have them assigned to particular kind of roles. I think we'll be covering that. But now, assuming we want to assign these particular tickets to users, we'll also be covering this. But let's deal with this first, the action of resolve. So we can actually create another Razor view. So on tickets, I want us to create, so I want us to add another Razor page here. I'll just do, I'm going to do here resolve. So I'm going to add another Razor page called resolve. So I'll just call this resolve. So this one, we are now providing the options to address anything that we'll be having. So I'll just copy the details page. Then I'm going to have it here. So on our resolve, instead now of adding comment, we'll be providing the action to resolve. So I've just duplicated the resolve, but the details page. So I'll go to our controller. So that is the tickets details controller, I mean. Then on the details page, so I can actually navigate it from here. I'll just go to details page. I mean action. Sorry, so I'll just do details. So this is it. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'll just paste it down here. So let me zoom it. I'll paste it down here. And this will be my resolve action. So I'll just rename this to resolve action. So whenever we go to our index and just click resolve, so this now should point to the resolve button should point to our resolve action, and it will open this particular page. So here we can say ticket resolutions. So then we'll have the ticket details and we'll have the ticket comments, so that whenever you are addressing or resolving, you are able to see those particular information. Then we need an action called resolve. So I just go back to our tickets controller. Then I'm going also to copy this particular action. But now, this particular time, I want us to create, to have this as a resolved confirmed. So this is resolved confirmed. So there is one thing that I want us to do. So whenever we are addressing the ticket, we can track the statuses of what is happening. So what I want us to do, I want us to add another model. I want us to add another model called ticket resolution. So we call it ticket resolution. Just call it ticket resolution. Then on this particular ticket resolution, I want us to have public. So public, so I'll just do public int ID. Then I want us to have here we'll be having the ticket ID. So I'll just do ticket ID. So this is our foreign key from the tickets. So I'll do here ticket. So let me zoom this. So I'll just do here ticket. Yes. Then the next thing that I want us to do is to add. So you can add. A comment. So we'll just say description. So these are particular information that will be comments that you'll be getting from that particular person who is addressing or resolving the comment. Then another particular thing is I want us to have something called the status, whether it has been resolved, it is on hold, whether it is has been escalated, or there is any particular status that we'll provide. So I'll just do int, then I'll say resolution is resolution. We can call it status ID. Status ID. Then this particular status will come from, is a foreign key. So here you'll say system code detail. System code detail, and this will be status. So after we do that, we'll now borrow. So after we have these particular details, we also need to have the user activity. So we have the user activity. So this will give us the created on, modified on, and all those particular information. So what other thing do we need here? We need the ticket, the description, and the status that has been provided by the ICT engineer or someone who is actually addressing those particular comments. So this is a table, so we'll need to add this on our application DB context. So I'm going to add it here. So I'll just copy this, and I'm going to do here as a, so this is so here we'll say ticket resolutions. Then on our tools, NuGet Package Manager console, I'll just add. So I'll say add migration, then we say resolution status. So that is our migration name. So for those who are watching this channel and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below, and we will really appreciate. So if you need the source code is not yet complete. We are actually building this up. So you can always claim the source code and will always be updated on the code. So the code will be updated and will be having full access. So this is what has been generated from our migration. Now we are having the ticket resolution table and all this particular information. So to add this to our database, we'll just now need to do update database. So if you press update database, so this particular table will be created. So let's just confirm if everything is okay with our migration. So if all is well, then our table will be generated. So let's just wait and see. So we have some challenges. So what I need to do is let's go back to our. So let's just come back to our own model creating. So I want us to add something here. So when you see on our migration, we are having ticket resolution, ticket status, may cause a cycles or multiple cascade paths. So I'm going to add it here. Then I'll just say here, ticket resolution. Then you can say it has one status. Then you can say status ID. So if we do that, then let's just confirm. So what we need to do, we can remove the migration. So can do remove migration. So when you click on remove migration, then it will actually remove the migration. So we can always re-add it. So I'll just do add migration. So you can add the same migration with the same name. So if we do that, then that is okay. So we can also update now the database. So migration file has been created. Press enter. There we go. So we still have something. So we have the tickets. So we can always go back to our application DB context within the same. So we can always do here ticket resolution, then you can say ticket, and we can do here ticket ID. So if we do that, then you can now also remove migration. So I'll just use the up arrow. If you remove the migration, it will actually remove the recent migration that you've just added. But you can always provide the name of the migration that you want to remove. So we can now re-add. So if you add, we are now trying to ensure that we don't have any challenges with our migration. So once that is done, we can always add update our database. So I'll just do update database. So press enter. Then our database will be, our table will be generated. So as you can see, the table is being, so that is okay now. So you can see everything is okay. And you can see our commands here now, the create table tickets resolution with all these particular fields. So since we now have our resolution, our tickets resolution table, we'll be tracking all the resolutions here. So let's go back to our tickets controller. So whenever we resolve the ticket, what we need to do is, we'll be providing the description. So here, I'll change this to my resolutions model. Then I can say resolution. So every time we do that, so I'll just do here ticket ID. I can also provide created by and also the description. Then we can add. So then here will be creation and the table name will be resolutions. So these are actually audit trails. But now what I want us to do, remember here we don't have the status. So I want us, whenever we are confirming any particular resolution, we should always provide the status. So here we can also do here status ID should come from the ticket view. So let's just confirm this view model. So you can always have this status ID. So if we do that, let's go back to our ticket controller. And you can always say this is VM dot ticket ID, status ID. So we'll be getting this status and we save it there. Then you can always say ticket resolution details successfully created. Then we pass this to our, so you can always return it to our, resolve action. So let's just see. So we have this action here. So you can always return it back. So if we do that, then we are good to go. But there's one thing. So let's just launch our app and see how it goes. So for those who are watching this video up to this point, but and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below, and you can share. And you feel if the video is also interesting, you can always buy us coffee. A hot one will be really a good thing. So I'm going to launch our app. And if you open the application, so there we go. So if I sign in, I'm going to see the dashboard. So there we go. Then on the ticket details, I just go to the ticket details. Then under actions, you can see if I click resolve, it will now open this particular page. And you can see this is the ticket resolution page. But now I want us to change this particular area. Remember this, we actually borrowed what we were doing on our details page. Instead of adding the comments, I want us to now, so I want us to change this. Instead of having it as a ticket comment, I want us to have this as a, so this will be a resolution comment. So we can change that. Then you can just call it a resolution comment, ticket resolution comment. But also I want us to add another thing. I want us to have another status for, I want us to have the status. So we can say here ticket status. So someone will be providing the status. But now this will be a drop-down option. So we are going to call this select. Then we are going to have these as status ID. So this will be status ID. And I'm going to remove this. Then, so this will be our status ID. Then I'm going to have these as single select. So this will be our drop down option. But now, if we update our application, we should see now we should be able to have two fields here. We have the resolution, so you can see you have the resolution status, and we have this particular option. So I'm going to remove this particular control. So this will be form control that way, so that it doesn't look big. Then if we go back, then you can see now we have this particular, so this will be status, and then you provide the description. So to get the status, we need to add them on our system. So I'm going to add this as a new status. I'm going to call it resolution status. So I'm going to call resolution status, then this will be my description. So if I add it, I love my resolution status here. So for the system code details, I'm going to add, then I'm going to call these, so we can add now the various options that we want to ensure that our status will be following. And these are the resolution status that our ticket will be following. So for example, we can have closed. So that is one of the status. So you can say closed. This is the first, and this will be our resolution status. So if we add that, so we'll be having now the first status as closed. We can add another one as in progress. Then our description will be in progress. So that is it. This is the second. Then we can have these as create. Then we can also add another. We can say escalated. So a ticket can be escalated. So if we do that, can say these 3. So if we save it, that is our status. Another one will be on hold. Then so you can do this as a one word. Then you can have it this here. So that is another status. Then you can also have another one called resolved. Then you can do that. Then you can say here create. Then you can also have another one called reopened. So you can reopen a ticket. Reopened. So we can say this is a reopened ticket, and this is the resolution status. So all these now are the resolution statuses for our tickets. So what we need to do, if we go to tickets and we say resolve, we should ensure that now the ticket statuses that are being populated here is now what we have added. So let's just go back to our application as well under the tickets controller. So we are going now to add all those particular options. So let's just copy one, and I'm going to add it on our, you see, it should be on our resolved options. So let's just action, I mean. So where is our resolve action? So let's just search resolve. So here. So I want us to have these here, and you can say this is status ID. So you are going to take all the statuses where the system code is resolution status. So this will give us all the particular options. So then on our so I'm going to copy, let me copy one of the drop down and just paste it on our resolve page. So this is it. So I'm going to add it here. So here will be status ID, but the view bag will be, let's just confirm. our viewbag will be status ID as well. So if I do this here, then you're expecting to have our status options pre-populated. So let's just relaunch our app and see. So whenever now we'll be resolving any comment, you'll be choosing the status and you provide some description and then you save. So that will give us all the details. So I'm going to log in. So if you're following this video up to this particular point, remember to subscribe, like our channel, and comment down below. So I'm going to the tickets details, then under resolve, I'll just go to resolve. Then you can see now I have my options. So I can say close in progress. So if I do in progress and I say this is still work in progress. So let's just go back to, yes, so there's something we need to do. You see this is still pointing to add comment, but we want it to point to our, you remember the action that we added called resolved confirmed. So we need to add it here. So I'm going to update that and update our application before doing anything. So let's just wait and see if it will update. There we go. So I'm going to say in progress. Sorry. Then I can say this is still work in progress. So if I say, so you see this is saying add comment, but let's just put in a breakpoint on our ticket here. Then we see what happens. So if we add, there we go. So we have it there. So let's just hit here and see if everything goes well. So it means it has actually saved our details. So you can see ticket resolution details successfully created. So let's change this particular action and you can say resolve. So here, instead of saying add comment, you can say add resolution status. So I'll do that, update. Then once we have that, you can see now we have add resolution status. But now I want us to do another interesting thing. So we have our resolution status, we have the ticket comments, we have the details, and we have our resolution. So assuming this was in progress, then it was escalated. So you can say this has been escalated to macro code. So, but there is one thing that we'll be checking here. Whenever we say escalated, we need to know the person we're escalating to. So let's just say this is on hold. This has been altered. So if we add, so let's remove this one. So if we add, you see it has been added. So I want us to track all those history here. So I'm going to the resolution status. Then you remember where we had the comments here. I'm going to copy this and I want us to have it. So let's confirm this particular, yes. I want us to have it within this area here. But now here, I want us to remove this portion of adding. I just want us to track the history. So I'll say ticket resolution history. So if we do that, we will now need, so in our resolved actions under the tickets controller. So let's resolved. So we'll do resolve. So this is it. So we are now getting the ticket details, the ticket comments, but I also want us to add another one. I want us to get the ticket resolutions. So here I'm going to add another list. But instead of now doing comments, I'll do ticket resolutions. Resolutions. And this is the resolution. Ticket resolution. Ticket resolution. So you see this one, if we now go back, I'm going to I'm going to get all the resolutions of that particular ticket. So I'll just do ticket resolutions, and these will be ticket resolutions. Then we can include that, and also we can include the status. So here we'll say status. That's cool. So this will give us all the resolution history. So if I go back to our resolved Blazor page, I'm now going to populate all these resolution history. So I'll just do here ticket resolutions. Ticket. So if we paste it, so here we'll be having ticket resolution history, but I'm going to add another thing. So we'll be having the comment created by, created on, and we can add the status. So I'll just do here. So here I'll just do ticket. There we go. There's something we need to add. So on our view model, I'll need to add. So this is the view model. I'll need to add the ticket resolution model. So I'll just do here ticket resolution, and you can say this is resolution. So if I do this, go back here, I'm going to do resolution, and resolution. So instead of created by, I'm going to say status. Then I'm also going to add another table, data table here. I mean the table data, and here I'll just say status. Then you can say dot description. So that is it. So we can now track our history. So let's just relaunch our app and see. So this will give us a table showing all the history of resolutions that has been done to that particular ticket. So let's just go back, relaunch our app, and see how this is happening. So if we log in, I'm going to see. So I'll just go back to our tickets. Then under actions, so I'll just go back to our tickets. Under action, if I click resolve, you see I'm having the resolution statuses. So I have the ticket resolution history, the description. So if I add another one, so let's just say this has been resolved. This has been addressed. So if I add, it will take me back here, and you'll see I'm able to track all the particular details. So that is it for today for those who are watching this channel. So if you like us to improve this particular video, continue subscribing, like our channel, comment down below, and if you need the source code, you can also promote our channel by either providing us with coffee or claiming the source code, which will actually go a long way in ensuring that we continue posting more videos. That is it for today, and see you in our next video. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we're going to proceed with our help desk management system. So I'm going to sign in. So this is our landing page. So I'm going to sign in to our application. So then we are going to proceed from where we left. So on our dashboard, you'll be able to see we have the recent tickets, and you can see the number of comments per ticket, and you can actually drill down to see the details of those particular comments. Then if you go to tickets, you'll notice that we have the statuses and the number of comments, and also under actions, we have different actions. We have the details, comments, edit, assign, and resolve. So in our previous video, we dealt with a resolve. So here you can actually assign various statuses to the ticket. So you can see here we have the ticket resolution history, we have the description, the status, the created by, and the created on. But there is one thing. So you see the status of the ticket, it is still indicating that it is pending. So that means we need to ensure that whenever we are adding any resolution to the ticket, then we update the main status of the ticket to reflect what is happening. So we have the comments. So here you can see all the comments per the ticket. So you can see the description, the ticket, the created by and created on. You have the ticket categories. So these are also the categories, and we also have the subcategories per ticket. Then we have the audit trails. As we indicated, every activity in our application is actually logged. Then we have the users. So here you can add new users within the application. We have the system codes. Here we have the resolution status, the marital status, and the gender. Then the options related to those particular grouping is actually now within the system code details. So you can see the resolution statuses can be closed, in progress, escalated, on hold, resolved, or reopened. Then you have the system roles. So these are all the roles that we'll be actually using them within this application. Then you have the departments. So for those who are following this video up to this particular point, I'm sure you are following. And everything. So what I want us to do, if we go to tickets, so I want us to ensure that whenever we go and let's just deal with one of them. So if we say resolve, you'll notice that we don't have any resolution history for this particular ticket. But if we say it is in progress and we say this is being handled, so if I add the resolution status, then you'll notice that we have now the ticket history has been created. But if we go to the particular ticket and see the status, it is still saying pending ticket. So what I want us to do is whenever we are addressing the ticket, so let's go back to the ticket controller. Then whenever we just say resolved, so I want us to do this. So if we just say resolve confirmed and we save, so I want to do one thing here. So I'll just also do, so I'll want to say variable ticket. So I want us to get that particular ticket details. So I'll just do await. Then you can do underscore context, then dot tickets. So these tickets, we are getting it based on the, so we'll say dot where, then we do that. Then we say dot ID is equals to ID. Then we do first or default. So this will give us the details of that particular ticket. So this should be equals to. So this will give us the details of that particular ticket. So the only thing that we need to do is to update. So I'm going to do ticket.status ID. Then I'll just do vm.status ID. So if we do that, this particular ticket will now get the status of this particular ID. And also, we need now to check this and we say this, then update. Sorry. So we need to do here update. Then we pass now this particular ticket here. So it will add and update our ticket based on the resolution that we've just provided. So let's just proceed and see. So I'm going to log, that is launch our application, then try to resolve one of the tickets. And we now need to track all this particular information. So for those who are following these videos and you like what is coming up, so subscribe to our channel, like our videos, and let's proceed. So I'm going to log in to the application. So I'll just click sign in. Then whenever I sign in, we are going to address one of the tickets. So let's just go back here. Then let's say resolved. We choose one. So if we choose here and we say it is escalated, say this has been escalated. So if we say this has been escalated and we add, you see it is saying escalated. So if we go to the tickets, we need to see that this particular, you see escalated is actually the status of that particular ticket. So remember we had added also some colors. So let's just go back to the tickets. So I want us to ensure that we also have, so we can say if it is in progress. So here we can say now resolved, can say escalated. So if it is escalated, if it is reassigned, so we can actually have another status called reassigned. Then we can also have another status called you can say closed. So you can say this is green. Then you can also have another status called, let's say, so let's try these ones. So if we update, we should ensure that we are having a different coloring for escalated. Let's just see. You see, this is now, it is saying escalated. So let's check, for example, this one and say it is resolved. So if we say this is resolved and we say this has been resolved. So if we say resolved and we add, then if we go back to the tickets, resolved, let's just ensure we have the correct color code for that. So this should be green, I think so. Yes. So closed should be, let's say you can have it as green. So if we go back here, our closed, you see, we now have a resolved, escalated. Assuming we have these as in progress. So we can do that and say this is being addressed. So if we add that, if we go back, we can now have another status called in progress. So what is the code? So let's go back to the system codes. I'm going to open it on a new tab. So in progress, this is the status. So if I come here, I can say in progress, you can have it as purple. So if I update it, go back to our application. Let's just see if that will be refreshed. So you're saying that is purple. You see, in progress. So we now have this as statuses. For the resolved, let's say this is has been addressed. You can say this is resolved. You can say resolved. This has been fixed. So if we click that, then go back to the tickets, you see, we now have different statuses. So that is the best thing. So if we go back to the dashboard, you'll notice that you also have these statuses, but we can have this particular, I'm going to copy, let me just copy this. So I'm going to copy this. So I want us to have it on our dashboard. So if we go to the dashboard, where is it? Under index. Then I'll just have this here. Then I can have my tickets background styles. So I'll just copy this. And if we go back to home, where we have the status, I add this. So if I update, this will now be updated. So let's just see. So you can see we now have these as our statuses. So we can actually move these a bit to this end. So let's just move that. So I'm going to move the status to somewhere here. So we can have it here. Then I'm going also to ensure that I have my status in the correct position just before created by. So you have there. Then if we update, then you're going to have these moving somewhere here. So you can see. So that is now how our application looks like. Now we've been able to, so if we click on if we go back to the tickets and whenever we just say details, you see we have the ticket comments and the ticket details. But now I want us to ensure that we have also under ticket details, we have the ticket history resolution. So remember we had added it on our resolved history, on our resolved view. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to add it on our details page. So I'm going to add it on our details page. Then remember what we need to do on our controller. I'm going to the tickets controller. Then we need to have it. So that is the details. So let me just go back on our, so we need to have our resolve. So I'm going to copy something here. So you see these resolutions, we need to have it on our details as well. So we need to add it here. So whenever we open our ticket details, we should be able to see even the resolution statuses of that particular ticket. So that will actually help us to ensure that we have a 360-degree view of what is happening on our tickets. So if we launch our application, so I'm going to sign in. So I'm going to sign in. Then as you can see now, under tickets, I have these statuses. And if I click details, I should be able to see even the history of that particular ticket. So we can actually even have different coloring. So let me just add that on our details. So let's just go back to the details of the ticket. So I can do here, we can say this is green. So I can have this dark olive. I can say green. So which green? I can say orange. Can say or coral. Let's just do coral. I'm going to have it here. So that is our header. Then for the other, I'm going to change this for the, so I'm going to have, that is coral. Then for the history, I'm going to have it as green. So you can say dark green. So let's choose the best one. Let's just have it as green, green, green. So if we update it, so you can have different colors based on the section that you are looking at. So let's just see. So you can see this is how now our application looks like. So we can also do the same for the other one, for the resolve. So if I do here, this is ticket comments. So I'll do here green. So I'm going to do green. This is green. This is green. Then I'll do coral for the. I'll do coral for the resolution. So that is it. So I'll do coral. So that is how now our application will look like. Now if we update, that gives us, so if we go to tickets, so we'll just wait and see. If we go back here and I say resolve, you'll notice now our view page looks this way. So I want us to ensure that on whenever this has been addressed, so I want us to check something. You see the status of the ticket is actually resolved. That means we should not be allowing any resolution to happen. When it is resolved, that is closed. So the only thing that I want us to do, if we go back to our resolve page, I want us to come here and check. So you see this particular area. Where is it? On this particular form here. I want us to have a condition here and say if. So I want us to have a condition here and say if. So I want us to check if the status. So you see this particular status here. Status that we have for the ticket. So we check the ticket details. I want us to check if the ticket, if model, so here I'll do at model dot ticket details dot status, if status dot code equals to resolved is not equal to resolved. So here we can say resolved. So if we do not equal to resolved, it will actually show this particular section only if, because the status has not been resolved. So it will show that. But if it's closed, but if it's resolved, then I want us to do something. I want us to ensure that we only provide the button for closing the ticket. So here it will now show this whenever we only have the state, when the status is not resolved. So if we just open, let's just open this. So if we launch the application for any ticket that is resolved, So if I just go here and do sign in, so if I sign in, then we go to tickets, details, then here you see this is resolved. So let's just confirm our model here. So this should be at. Let's just confirm so I want us to ensure that let's confirm this. What will be the status here? So if the ticket is not resolved, if the status is not resolved, then we should show this, but else this should not be shown. So I'm going to launch that. So then if we go to ticket details, then resolved, let's just check the status. So I'm going to, so this is the model. So if we go to the ticket details, then status, then you see it is resolved. So if it's not resolved, so let's just proceed. So you see, it is not resolved. It is actually resolved. Then we don't have this particular section to add comments. So what I want us to now do, whenever the ticket is resolved, we should ensure that we provide an option for closure. So if this is, so you can do here else. So if that is the case, I want us to provide a button here. I want us to provide a section here for closure. So, but now here we don't provide, so here we'll say, here we'll just do. So I want us to remove all this. Then we just provide a button and say, close ticket. Close ticket. So if that happens, then we can only close the ticket. So we want us to have these the resolve confirm action. So let's just go to the tickets controller, then find the result confirmed action. So here I want us to duplicate this. So I'm going to duplicate it here. So instead of updating, yeah, so here the status will be, so here will be closing. So we say close confirm. So here you are closing the ticket. So what I want us to do here, so we'll say ticket resolution details, ticket closed. So you can say ticket closed successfully. So we are now closing our ticket. So on this particular area, I want us to get the status, closed status. So we are not allowing the user to choose the status. So here I'll just say equals to await underscore context, then dot system code details. Then you can do dot include. So I'll do dot include. I'll do here x equals to x dot system code. Then here I'll do dot where. So here I'll do dot where. Say x equals to x dot. I'll say x. So I'll say dot system. I'll say dot. So this will remove that. Then here we'll say system code dot code equals to. So here we are getting, we want the closed status, and you can say here and. So here I'll just do and. So I'll do and x dot code. So I'll do x dot code. So this should be actually this one. So the system, this should be code, then this should be resolution status. Resolution status. So then we can do dot first or default. So if we do that, then we'll have our close status. So we don't need the users to select. So if they just close, then we assign this particular status. So here we'll just do, instead of vm.status_id, we just do status.id. Then here we will update as well the ticket, and this will be, we are closing, then that is it. So we say ticket closed successfully. So this particular action here, we are now going to confirm it on our status, so it will be here. So let's just check and see. So if we launch our app, we should now be able to close a ticket. Whenever it has been resolved, we can now close it. So let's just launch the app and see. So for those who are following these videos and our channel, and you have not subscribed and you're watching most of our videos, please consider subscribing. We notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you have not subscribed. So don't be part of those guys. So I'm going to sign in. Then we are trying to close one of the tickets. So I'll just go to the tickets details. Then if I just go to this particular one, which is resolved, if I say details, this is also, I think we need to check something there. So if we go to resolve, yes, you'll notice that you are now having a button to close. So if I click close, yes, so there is something that is showing, you see, insert the value null into, so here we can always provide the description. So we are not having the description. So the description here, we can always maybe call it closed. So we can say ticket closed. Ticket closed. So that is the description. So let's just relaunch. But in case you want to have the users put in more description, or you want them to add description, then that is okay. So, but for me, I've just provided a standard description here, but you can always leave it for users to provide. So if I just go back to the application, then try to now close. If I do details, there's something wrong there, so you need to check that. So I'll just go to the details. Then here, not the details, but closed. So I'll just do resolve. Then if I just say closed, there we go, we still have an issue. So the system status ID. So let's just check what is our status ID here. So if I just refresh this particular page, we should be able to know if we've actually found the status ID. So you see the code is closed, ID is that, and we have system code is resolution status. So why are we not having the status? So yes, so there is one thing that you need to check. You see here, we need to reuse this particular ID here. So we need to say this is status closed status ID. So you are closing the ticket. So you have two statuses. You have this one and this one. So that's just a matter of tracking the history of statuses. So that whenever you are dealing with a ticket, you can be able to see some of the actions that had been done before, and to ensure that you are not actually repeating any solution that had been given and maybe it failed. So let's just go back to the dashboard again. So the tickets, then resolve. So if I click resolve, you see our ticket has been closed. So if we go back, you see the ticket is closed. But now on details, I want us to do the same thing. On details, you see our ticket is closed and we still have the area for comments. So let's just do that. So we can do the same thing here. So I want us to actually have this. So we need to say if it is not resolved, or if it's not resolved and it's not, or it's not closed. So once you have those two, then anything that is not there, we should not allow that. So I think also what we need to do is say, yeah, so let's just do this. So if I copy this, go back to our details. So on our form, we can also add this. So we say we want to ensure that we have only this particular action whenever the ticket is not resolved and not closed. So we have that. So on our resolve as well, whenever a ticket is not that, and also we can say if a ticket is not here, can say if the ticket is not closed. That is when we have that. So if we launch our app now, we should now be in a position to see those particular comments, and we can be able to see that whenever a ticket has been closed, you cannot do anything. So if we launch the app, let's sign in. So if I go to the details of the ticket, then let's just say resolve. So you see here on the resolve, we are able to see this. Why? So I want us to check our status here. If ticket is not resolved or ticket is not closed, then you should be able to get that. So what is happening? Let's relaunch. So if the status is not resolved or the status as well is not closed, so if we go back there and say resolve, let me just check why do we get that. So if I over there, so we need to check which is the status code here. So let me just see. Yes. So if we go to the status, ticket details, the status is, you see the status is closed. So here we are checking the status.code. So if we go back here, so you say and model.status.code is not closed, then it should not come here. So let's just see. So it is actually getting there. So we say so here we say and model.status is not closed. So let's see. So what I want us to do is I want us to close these in brackets. So let's just do that. We close these as well. Then let's say and that close this is not equal to closed. So that is it. So if we just update our app now, we should be able to see that these particular comments are now not there. So whenever a ticket is closed or it is resolved, then we should not be able to do anything. So I'll do that. So let's go back to the actions. So I'm going to say here resolve, and you can see nothing is happening. So there's also one thing. So if you can see here on these particular buttons, you can also hide this button whenever a ticket is closed so that even the assign one. So we should only allow whenever something is in progress or pending for you to see these particular actions, the assign and the resolved. So we can do that the same thing. So let's just use our, let's go back to index. So under index, we can always close these two buttons. These ones can say, here we can always say at if, and say at if, say at model. So this is actually, you can say at item dot if item dot status dot code. If the status is not equal to resolved, and so if that and this is not equal to this and this is not equal to this, closed, then we can always now see those particular two actions. So I'm going to copy these now and have them inside here. So if we have these two, then that means we can only see these particular actions whenever a ticket has not been closed or it has not been resolved. So that is it. So assuming now we launch our app, we should now be able to see that these particular buttons are not there. So let's just launch the app. So I'm going to sign in. Then if we go to the tickets, you should see that we don't now have the buttons. So the buttons are not there. But for the escalated, we should actually see those particular buttons. So I want us to do something. For these closed tickets, you can see we have only comments, details, and edit. I want us to introduce something. I want us to have another button. We say else, if the ticket has been closed and it is resolved, what can only happen is to reopen that particular ticket. So I want us to reopen it. So I want us to have a button called reopen. So that reopen, so here we need to say else. So that reopen will also kind of revert the status of the ticket to open pending resolution. So you can say reopen. So if you do reopen, then you can actually reopen that particular ticket for reconsideration or for someone to action it as well. So if you reopen, the ticket will also go through the same workflow of resolution. So let's just see how that will go. So if we do that, sign in, then if we do that, then go to the tickets, you can see for the closed one, we now have the reopen button. So this reopen button should now revert this status maybe to pending or in progress. So let's just do that. So let's create another form here for reopening the ticket. So I'm going to say reopen. So I'm going to close this and say, I'm going to create here another empty razor view called reopen. So there we go. So I'm going to say reopen. So if we add this, then we can borrow the resolve razor view and paste it here. So this one will now give us the option to actually reopen it. So here we'll only reopen if the ticket, so we'll be able to see this particular action, the details, and we can say if the ticket, so we can only say if the ticket is closed. So if the ticket is equals to closed, then we can now reopen. And to reopen, we can provide the comments. So I want us to provide the comments, and the ticket status will assign it. So you can say ticket reopen, reopening comments. So if the ticket is closed, can be reopened. So let's just go back to our controller, tickets controller. So for the resolved action, so there we go. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to duplicate this and have it here. So then we are going to call this action reopen. So I want us to reopen. So I want to call this reopen. Then whenever we reopen, then we can always now close, confirm reopening. So I'm going to reuse this as well for the closed action. So I'm going to paste it here. Then you can say this is we are reopening. Reopen. Then here we are going to say ticket reopened. Reopened. Then for the status, which status do we assign? So we can assign status. So let's just do, so this one will be reopen confirmed. So you can say reopen. And this one will have it here. So we'll have it under here. Then now for our reopen action on our index, we need to redirect it to our reopen. So this one should point here. So let's just launch our app now and see. So we can now, if our ticket has been closed, then we can reopen it. And it can follow the same workflow that had been done. And you can see why it was reopened and the comments and who actually reopened. So let's just launch and see. So I'm going to sign in there. Then let's just go back to the tickets. And if we click now reopen, you'll see we are being taken now to the ticket details. You're able to see the history, but now we can reopen the ticket and we can have the comments. But this one, we can say instead of add resolution, we can say reopen the ticket. Reopen the ticket. So if we reopen, then we provide the comments. So which status do we assign a reopened ticket? So let's just go back and see some of the status that we have. I'm going to open it in a new tab. So here the resolution status is, we can say here reopened. Yeah, we have that. So you can use this status. So I'm going to the tickets controller, and then I'm going to assign it a reopened. You see here, I'll do reopened, and that is the status that will be assigned. So let's relaunch our app and reopen that particular ticket we see. So it will actually do the same thing. So let's just launch. So let's just launch and see. So I'm going to the tickets. Then I'm going to see here reopen. And you can say this has been reopened. So if I do that and click reopen the ticket, you see the ticket has been reopened. So let's just go back. You see the ticket has been reopened and you can see the status. So the comment here down here should be the ticket reopened successfully. So if that ticket has been reopened, that means we can now go back and maybe add comments and even the statuses that we want to address. So let's just go back there. So I'm going to now maybe close. So if we go back to the ticket, then the one that we've just reopened, and say, you can see now the buttons, we can say resolve. So, and you can see it is now providing us an option to all these information. So we can say maybe now it's in progress. This is being addressed. Then you can. So there's one thing, you see now we have two buttons here. You see you have the closed and add resolution. So we need to add, so we need to control this. So the closed button on the details page, the closed button on the details page should not be there. So this one, let me just go back to the details. So here you can say and, sorry. So you can only do that. If that is not equal to that and this is not equal to this. And also we can say if it is not closed, and it's not I'll just do here. I'll not do that then, and this is not, so I'm going to close this here. Then this one, you can say this is not equal to reopened. So that is it. So we can have this particular condition. Now this is okay. I think we should be having that. The only one that we should not be having is on the resolve button. You see this one? We should ensure that this one, if this one is closed, we should say if this is equals to resolved. You can do this. If this is equals to resolved, then change that to that particular one. Then let's see on the reopen if that is equals to close. So that should be good. So if you go back to the app now, you should now be able to see all those information, and you can reopen the ticket and do all those information. So another thing that you can do, guys, is for every action, maybe you can provide a scenario where they can attach or something. So that is based on your requirements. So here you see, if I just do resolve, you see now I have one add resolution status. So I can say it is on hold. This is on hold. So I can do that. So if I add, then you can see this is, I'm tracking the statuses there, and you can now see I can close. So if I click close, then that ticket has been closed. So that is it for today, guys. So for those who are watching this video and you like the progress so far, comment down below, subscribe, and you can also comment, claim the source code, or even buy us coffee if you are willing. See you in our next video. Bye. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we're going to proceed with our help desk management system. So I'm going to sign in to our application. So as you can see, this is the dashboard. And here you can see the number, the title, description, and the statuses based on the colors, and even the number of comments per the tickets. So we also have all the tickets. So if you click there, then you are able to see the comments. So you can see the comments per ticket. You can also see the details. So you can see from the details, you can see the ticket details, the comments per the ticket, and you can also see the resolution status. You can see some of the actions that has been taken to that particular ticket. Then here you can see also, you can actually resolve the ticket. So here you can indicate the status that you want to assign. For example, if you say in progress, or you can say on hold. So you say this has been altered. Then if you add, then you're able to see that this resolution is actually added down here. So then you can actually resolve. So today we are going to deal with the assignments. So we have the comments, and we have all the categories, the subcategories of the tickets. Then you have the audit trail. So the audit trail tracks all the information that you are doing. Then you have the system users. So you can add new users within this application. You also have the system codes. So these are kind of groupings like the gender, then the system code details. You have the male and female. So that is how we are grouping the options. Then you have the system roles. So these are all the roles within the system, and we have the departments, and these are all the departments. So today what I want us to do is, you see here, when we have these tickets, you can actually assign this ticket to someone. So I want us to deal with the assignments, whereby you can assign this particular ticket to someone. But now, before that, I want us to go to the controller. Then not even the controller, but to the ticket ticket model. So on the ticket model, I want us to add two fields. So these two fields, I want us to add the assigned. So you can say assigned to ID, then this is nullable, and this should actually is a foreign key from application user. So this is a foreign key from here, and you can do that. So assigned to, and you can also indicate the date it was assigned. So here you can do that. Then you can say assigned on, then this is date time, so which is also nullable. So you can have these two things. We have the assigned to ID and we have the assigned on. So after doing that, you know what we need to do next is to add migration. So I'm going to do tools, then you get package manager console, then I'm going here to do add migration, then I can say assignment. So if you do that, then the migration will be added. So for those who are following this channel and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. So that will add our migration. So the next thing will be to update our database and actually our table, the tickets table, to add those particular fields. So when we add those particular fields, so let me just see if everything is okay. That's cool. Then let's just update database. So if we try update database, so these particular fields will be added. And the good thing is they're actually nullable, so we don't have to delete the data on our tables. So there we go. It has been added. So we now have the assigned on and assigned to. So the next thing that I want us to do is on our views under tickets, I want us to create another Razor view, which is empty. And here we can call it assign. Can call it assign. Can call this assignment. You can actually call it ticket assignment. So ticket assignment. Then we can borrow what we have on resolve. So for the resolve, we can add it here. So that is what we have. So we can also have this particular ticket assignment. Let's just go back to the tickets controller, and we can see we can actually duplicate the resolve action. So I'm going to just find it. So this one. So we can duplicate this, and we have it here. So this now will be ticket assignment. I'm going to borrow this. So I'll just say this is ticket assignment, and we are going to have it here. So then we'll have all those information. So the next thing is whenever we are in the index, so when we click assign, it should take us to the not to edit, but ticket assignment. So it will open the ticket assignment page. So on the ticket assignment, what I want us to do is here, I want us to, so there's also one option actually. On the resolve section, you can have these as a, you can actually check on the status of the ticket. So whenever you select assign to, then you are able to populate some of the options. But now what I want us to do here, I want us to introduce another. So we have the ticket status. So here we'll actually say assign to. So this will be the options here will be the list of users. So when we go to the tickets controller, just within our assignment option, I want us to have another view data, and this view data is actually based on users. So we'll actually take users, and these will have so let me do away with this. So we are going to take users, and here we will do ID, and I'll do full name of users. So then here I'll say user ID. So now our view data our view data will be on our tickets assignment. Instead of doing that, so here I'll say assign to. So this should be assigned. So I think we don't have that, so we'll add it on our view model. So if you go, we added it on our model, so we need to replicate this to our view model. So I'm going to copy this to our view model. Let's just go back to our tickets view model. Then I'm going to add this here. So now on our tickets assignment, we can now assign these two. You can say this is assigned to. So this one will be assigning to a particular user. So once we do that, we can actually do away with this. And we can do away with this. So any ticket with any status can be assigned to a particular user. So I'm leaving it there. Then I can say here assigned, confirmed, assigned, confirmed. Then I'll also duplicate what we had on our controller. So I'll just say here, so we have assigned. So let me just see. So reopen, we can actually duplicate this. So I'm going to copy this, then paste it here. So here, then I'll just give it this particular name, assigned, confirmed. So here we'll be now getting the, so here the status, remember we are assigning. So here we'll have a status called reassigned. So that is our status, and this is actually resolution status. So this is reassigned status. So then we'll update this here. Instead of closed, we do that. Then here we'll say reassigned. Then you can say this is reassigned. But now our resolution status here, you can see we are having the resolution status as reassigned. But now we need to know who has been assigned to that particular. You can say this is assigned, not reassigned. You can say assigned. So we can now take that particular option. So one thing is, I want us to have the. So I'll just go here to the ticket. So this is the ticket. So we'll be updating the status as assigned, and also we need to log the person who has been assigned to, and that will be VM, then dot assigned to ID. Then also we need to log the date and time. So this will be assigned on, and this is the date and time. So you can say date time dot now. So that is when it was assigned. So I think that is cool. So since we now have this, we can now go back and try to do some assignments. So that is okay. So let's launch our app now and see how this goes along. So for those who are watching this video for the first time, you can consider watching other videos. Like our video, comment down below in some of the items that you'll want to see on this particular video, and also in our upcoming series. So there we go. So if I go to tickets, and I can say if I want to reassign this. So if I say assign, you see it is taking us to the correct page that we were. And here you can say assign to, I now have a list of users. So I can say this particular ticket, I want to assign it to Maruti Duncan. And I can say this has been reassigned. So if I add it, let's see if there is any particular issue. Yes, there we go. So our status here is null. So we need to ensure we check what is our assigned status. So that is one thing that we need to make sure it is correct. So the statuses of tickets. So we have the reopened, resolved, escalated. So we don't have the assigned. So we can say can add a new status here. We call it assigned. So this is this assigned. You can say number 8, and this is the resolution status. So that is one of the status. So if you come here now, we'll be having this particular status as assigned. So that means someone has been assigned and they are working on it. So let's just launch our app and see again. So you'll now be having all those particular statuses, and we can always see what is the progress of the tickets. So let's just confirm. So if I go to tickets now and say assign, so I'm going to say assign. So if I do that, I can choose Duncan and I can say this has been assigned to Duncan. So this has been assigned to Duncan. So here you can say Duncan. So, and you can see on the ticket history, if we add this, we should now be able to get, you see, the ticket has been assigned to Duncan. So one thing that you need to see on our ticket details, remember we added some 2 fields. That is the assigned to and the assigned on. So we can actually now pre-populate those particular information. So if we go to the tickets assignment, so let me just go back there on the ticket assignment. You see on the ticket details, we can actually include another item here. For now, the assigned to. You see this assigned to. So this will give us the person who was assigned. So we can actually do the same for the other options, like the reopen, can have it, like the details as well, you can have it. So if we go to the details, we can now add the 2 fields. So let me just check. So before the document here, we can add this. We say this is assigned to, and we can say this is assigned to, and you can do here dot. So this is we need the full name. You can say dot full name. So that is cool. Then we can also have the date and time when it was assigned. So I'll just do assigned on, and this will be also assigned on. So that is the date and time when the ticket was assigned to someone else. So assigned on, and we can do that. So I'll now copy these 2, and I'm going to have it wherever we have those particular information. So I'll have it here. So I'll add them here. Then also for the resolved, I think we are using them somewhere. I'll also add them here. Then for the ticket assignment, we need them. Yes, so I think I'll also add them here. So once we have this information, the next thing that you can do, so if we launch our app, we should be able to see whether a ticket has been assigned to someone or not. So we are able to tell that. So let's just launch our app and see. So for those who are following this video and you have not subscribed, please consider subscribing, like our video, and also you can share. So if we go to the tickets now, under tickets, and we say assign, let's just use one of the tickets here, we say assign. So you see here we have so you can assign this to Amon, you can say this is good, or you can just say please address this issue. So if we add, then you can see we have the ticket has been assigned, and you can see here assigned to ID and assigned on. But we have assigned, but it has not given us the assigned to. So let's just go back to the resolved action and see what is the issue for the tickets. So I'm trying to, yes. So if you go here, I want us to see if we added the assigned to. Yes, we missed the assigned to here. So we can say assigned to. So this will give us the person who was assigned. So let's just relaunch. So if we relaunch that, then we should be able to see who was assigned that particular ticket, and we can always follow up. So let's just wait and see. So there we go. So here I'm able to see the tickets. So if I say assigned to, so here I'll just choose maybe Karanja should be okay for you. So if I add it, you can see now, yeah, we are still missing something here. So let's just see. So ticket details assigned to, yeah. So let me just see something. So if we assign to and we refresh, yes. So let me see, assign to. Do you have a value here? Yeah, we don't have a value to assign to ID. Why? So let's proceed and do something. So that is adding. Yes. So here, if we come and say assign to, then let's see. This has been assigned to you. So if we add, let's see. Yes, so it's not adding the assigned to ID. So let's just check. So our confirmed action, is it saving the assigned to ID? So let's just check. So here, if we go there, tickets, yes. So we need to do that assigned to. Let's confirm if it is actually getting a value. So let's open we assigned to these two. Say this has been assigned. So if we add, so let's see our assigned to, it is actually null. So our assigned to is actually null. That's why we are not getting the assigned to ID. So here we see select SPNet is for that, and our items is that. So let's confirm our tickets. So our options. So let's confirm our options. So I'm just going to copy this. And we have that. Then here, I want us to see the drop-down list. So we're expecting this to be ID, and we have the full name. Yes, so I think there is something. Yeah, I've actually seen the issue. So if you go back to the tickets, we actually say that this is an int, which is wrong. So this should be actually a string. So change that, and also let's go back to our view model. This should also be a string. So if we do that, let's do NuGet package manager console. Remember, we need to update our table. So you can say add migration, assignment updates. So these are some of the updates that you're doing. So press enter. So it will update that particular table to ensure that the user ID is a string. So because actually the user ID is a string from a SPNet core users table. So if we do that, then we say update database. So that should update our database, and we should be good to go. So for those who are watching this channel for the first time, subscribe, like our video, comment down below. And in case you have any comment that you feel we need to add, please comment down below and we'll be able to take it out. So if you go now to the add assignment, you see this is now a string and this is a string. So let's now try and assign one ticket. We see. So the good thing is it is actually nullable, so we don't need to, and that is what you should do if you are modifying any table that it has data. So I am going to do tickets, then I can say I want to assign. So if I do assign, so if you go to the view data, you will actually see that this particular, so that is the users. So if you come here, if you see the users, you'll know that the ID is actually a string. Let me see if we can have the data. Let's just proceed. So here I'll just say assign this to Maruti. Good. So if I add, so you now see that assigned to ID is assigned to Maruti. So we are able to see that. So if we can also say assigned to, and we say, so this is now when we say resolved, you can always do that. So we've now able to assign. So if we come to our tickets, you see the assigned to, it has now changed. So you can also assign this. So say assign, say you're assigning this to James. Say assigned to James. So if we click add, you can see it has assigned to James. And we have actually logged it here as a ticket assigned to, and it has been assigned to James. So the person who created should not be the same. So you see here, so these assigned to can actually change the naming. So you can go to tickets view model, and we can always provide the display names. So here we can do, instead of here you can say comment description, and you can say here assigned to. So if we do this, then we can say assigned on here. So that will now serve as, so we now have those two. So if we have them, then we are good to go. So for those who are watching our videos and you have not subscribed, please consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below, and see you in all our series that we are doing. So as you can see here, we now have all the tickets. Then you can assign. So if you click assign, so you'll see now this is assigned to, and if we just say assign, say this has been assigned. So if we add that, then you see the person who is assigned. So that is it for today. So I wanted us to just handle the assignments of tickets, and you can actually later do this in an advanced stage whereby we can have these as an automatic assignment based on roles and even areas of expertise. So we'll be actually looking that in our next series. So stay in touch and always subscribe and like our video. That is it for today. See you in our next video. Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our help desk management system. So as you can see, this is our login screen. So I'm going to provide my username and password, then just enter my password, then login. So as you can see here, for those who are following these videos, you can see this is where we left previously. So we have our recent tickets, the number, title, description, priority status, created by, created on, number of comments, and even the comments. So if you click on the numbers, it will take you to the number of comments. And on this other side, you can also click on the tickets, then you have the action. So you can see here, you can actually go to comments, and from the tickets, you can as well go to the various details. So these are the details of the ticket. So as you can see, the ticket details, the ticket comments, and the ticket resolution. Then you also have the ticket categories. So all these are the categories and the subcategories. Then you have the subcategories. All are the list of the categories. You can see the category, the code, the name, the created by, and the created on. Then you have the audit trails. So here we have the action, the module, the affected table, the timestamp, IP address, and the username. Then you have the system users. So these are all the users within our application. Then you have the system codes. So here you are actually grouping the options that will be used by the system, gender, marital status. Then for the system code details, we are now providing the specific options. For example, you can see for gender, we have male and female. And this is the category. Then you have the system roles. So here we will be having all the roles within our application and as well as departments. So all these are the departments. So if you go back to our application, so under the tickets, you can actually add a new ticket. So here you'll be able to see that we are providing the title, the description, the priority, the category, and wherever you select the category, you are getting the subcategory and you attach a document. So if you save, so you can as well attach or don't attach. So I think that is what we indicated, but we are actually getting an error. So you can see we need to control that. So we allow that people can actually indicate or they can just leave that without adding. So if I just come here, so I'm going to check this. So I'll do here where this is not equal to null, and that is, so that is how you allow that. So here we'll say where this is equals to is not equals to null. So you can control that so that you allow just those who have attachment to actually attach. So I'm going to zoom so that you guys can see. So if I just launch my app, so these will now, we can now create a ticket without any attachments. So if you're watching this video and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. So I'm going to sign into the application. Then this will take us to the landing page. So this is our landing page. Then here you'll see the tickets now. And here if you say add new, so I can actually now add my details without the ticket. So there we go. I select the priority, the category as hardware, then it gives me the options. So I can now save without a document. So you can see here, it is actually saying the attachment table, that is the tickets. So what happens if someone doesn't have an attachment? So what we need to do is on our model, we need to ensure that our ticket does not doesn't require a value. So on the ticket, that is the attachment, you see this is a string. So this is actually mandatory. So what we need to do, we can add this as an option. And remember, whenever we do that, the next thing that you need to do is to add the migration. So we are going to add migrations. Then we'll just do add migration. Then we say attachment field updated. So add migration. Then whenever you add the migration, then this will generate our migration file, and we should be able now to update our database with the nullable attachment field. So let's just do that. So that's already done. So we can now update our database. So we'll say update database. So update database, and that will update our database. So I want us to now proceed and do some. So let's just go back and try to create one of the tickets so that you're able to see how this goes along. So if I just sign in, then if we go back to the tickets and try to add a new ticket, so I'm just providing these details. I just provide these options. Then if I do that, then I'm select this, I'm getting this. So I just want to add without a document. So you can see that is now being added. So you can add a ticket without any particular document. So another thing that I want us to do today is I want us to enhance some things. So one thing is when you come to our dashboard, you'll notice that we have the total tickets, the urgent tickets, closed ticket, and the escalated tickets. So I want us also to have that particular filters on our tickets options here. So what I want us to do, I want us to go to the tickets layout. So let's just go there under layout. So we are going to shared. Then here, I want us to create now options. So I'm going to, so under tickets, so I want us to create some options here. So our tickets will be having some, so I want us to have kind of a separation of the tickets so that we need to know. For example, you see this is a tickets. So these tickets, we can actually have a recent ticket, we can have, so here I want us to have, so here I'll just do, so I want us to have one thing here. So I'll just remove this. Then I want us to say here, href. So I'll just do href. Then I can do here JavaScript. So then I'll just do comma. Then here I'll do plus. Then I can say has. So this depends on your template, guys. So don't copy what so this is my template. So you can actually borrow, you can actually download any template that is available, like the admin LTE, and you can always follow what we have. But in case you need this kind of template, then you can claim our source code, you'll get this particular template. So then here we have the, so I'll just do here div parent icon, then I'll do bill, then I'll do this is tickets. Then what I'll need to do now here, I'll now define my list. So I'll define my list of items. So the list of items, let me just copy one of the property here. So one list of items, so this one we can say present tickets. So these will be our options. So here, then I can, let me just put in, leave this href there. Then I can also add another one. I can say another one can be, what was our statuses? So if you go to our tickets, what was our statuses? We have the recent assigned, so we can have our assigned tickets. So we can say assigned tickets. We can also have resolved. So you can say here resolved. So you can also have resolved. So you can have resolved. And you can also have, let's have 4 of them. We can have closed. So you can have closed tickets. So here I'll just do closed. So if I do that, then let's just launch our app, or we can just update. Let's just update and see how this goes. So if you open our app, we're now having, so our application now will have kind of an arrow here where we'll be having the options. So we have categorized our tickets into those particular options. So let me just relaunch it. So I'm going to relaunch. So if I relaunch it, then these will give us all that particular details. So for those who are watching this video and you like this particular series, comment down below. And as you can see, guys, we are actually committed to ensure that we pull this particular video and even application to completion before even jumping into something else. So I'm going to sign in. Then if I sign in, there we go. Then you will notice that I now have my options here. But now you'll see that these options are actually selectable. It's a kind of active. So what we need to do is we need to ensure that this is actually within a list. So if you come here, you should actually notice that this should be within this particular list. So if say this is href, JavaScript, then you've done that as arrow, then you can say parent, then you've done that. Then here, this is the menu. Then we have our classes. And we can always categorize actually. We can even have these, we say, we can have these as we say all submitted tickets. So this is kind of a grouping. So if we do that and update, this will be a label. So what I want us to do now, remember we've added now these options. You see, this is now saying all submitted tickets. So let's just remove that. It doesn't look good, but in case you like it, you can always have it. So what I want us now to do, you see these recent tickets, the assigned tickets. Whenever we click them, we should always get the filters with the recent ticket, assigned tickets, resolved tickets, and the closed tickets. For the recent tickets, we can actually say this one, we can have it to give us all the tickets. So we can say SP4. So you can say SP action. So this should be SP action. Then you can say index. And these are actually tickets. Then on our controller, if you go to our controller, I want us to do something. So if you go to our index page, you'll notice that this is now the index. So we can copy this. And I want us now to filter. So we can say assigned tickets. So this will give us all the assigned tickets. But remember, it will not give us all the assigned tickets until we filter based on the status. So we can always borrow the, you remember how we were getting the status of the tickets? So let me just see how we were doing that. You see, like this one. So I want us, let me just go back and show you how we are going to do that. So on our assigned tickets, we need first to get the assigned status. So we'll say this is assigned status. Then we say underscore context system code detail include system codes where the system code.code is equals to. So we need to check what are these. Are these are actually tickets resolution status. So if you want to see them, I think we had our system codes here. This one. So this is the resolution status. And if you want to get the code, this is the code. So here we'll just come back and say the system code is that one. Then this should be assigned. So this is the code. And you can always confirm. So you go back to the system codes and you can see the status. So the code is assigned. So this assigned, we now need to get our tickets. So we now need to get our tickets where. So here we'll say .where x. So we say x dot status ID equals to. So the status ID equals to assigned. So this will give us all the assigned. Remember, it is assigned.id. So this will give us all the tickets with status assigned. So you can also do the same with status closed. So you can just recopy that and you can say this is closed tickets. So this one, then you just change this to closed and you can say this is closed status. So then you can always update here. So that is a closed status. Then we can do another one. We change this to resolved. So we'll change this to resolved, and this is resolved. So then we also do resolved here. Then this one will always give us the resolved tickets. So on doing that, we now have the resolved, we have the closed, and we have the assigned, and we have all the recent tickets. So if you go to the layout, we have the assigned, resolved, and closed. Remember, we need now to have these particular views. So we are going to the tickets folder. Then I'm going to create all those particular views resembling what we have just added on our controller. You see these assigned tickets. I'll copy this and I'll create a razor view here with the same name. So I'm going to create a razor component with the same name. So let me just, I'm going to create a razor view, an empty page here. Then if I add that, so that will give my, so this, sorry, this is wrong. I think I added a wrong. So let me stop that. So we need to create a razor page. So I'm going to delete that. So let me add a razor view, a view. So I want to add a view which is empty. So I add that. So there we go. Then I'm going to copy my index page for the tickets. So I'll just copy that and paste it here. So then at the top here, I'll just say this is assigned tickets. So these will be my assigned tickets. So I'll also do here assigned tickets. The next one is we do closed tickets. So I'm going to copy that and also paste it here. And I'm going to replace that. So that is closed tickets. I'm also copying this, paste it here. And you can always do these as closed tickets, and this is closed tickets. Then which other one did we have the resolved. So I'm going to copy this and add it here. So I'm going to add it here, do that. Then this is resolved tickets. Then I'm going to copy this as well and have it as resolved tickets. So on our resolved tickets, so this is resolved, and you can say here as well, resolved tickets. So we now have our pages. So the next thing is we need to map it to our URLs. So all these actions, we now map it here. So I can now copy that one is assigned. I can assign it this name. Then I can always copy that, replace this here. That is resolved. So sorry, this should be that way. So that is resolved tickets. Just do that. Then the last one is closed. So closed tickets. So if we just do that, now we have closed tickets. So let's launch our app and see. We'll now be having closed tickets, recent ticket, assigned ticket, and even the resolved tickets. So if you're following this video and you have not subscribed, consider subscribing, like our video. And in case you want to access the source code, you can always buy us coffee and claim the source code. So I'm going to assign login. Then as you can see now, we have our tickets. So we have the recent tickets, then we have the assigned tickets. So you can see it is taking us to home. That's why we are getting this error. So there's one thing we need to specify. So here we can specify now the controller. We'll say controller tickets. So that is the controller. So we need to assign it to all our options here. So if you do that, this will now give us, so update it, and let's just go back. Let's just update it and see. So if we update it, I'm assuming it has updated. And you can see if everything is well, you'll notice that this particular arrow is pointing is not actually pointing down until you click it. So if that means your list is now okay. So if I just click on recent tickets, it will show me the recent tickets. If I click on assigned, you'll notice that this is assigned, and you can notice that the status has changed. Only we are seeing the assigned tickets. And for the resolved, we're only seeing the resolved tickets. And you can see here the resolved ticket is 1. The closed ticket, why are we not seeing the closed ticket? Yeah, I think it's 1-1. We actually moved it is closed ticket. So let's just go back to the recent tickets and try to resolve one or close. So let's just close this one. Can say closed, can add that. Then let's also try another one. So if we go to closed, we'll have 2 tickets. You can see we have 2 tickets. If we go to resolved, we have 1. So let's resolve 1 ticket. So resolved, we'll do resolved. You can say this is resolved. Good. So if we add, then we go back to the list, we'll now be having resolved tickets. So you can see our resolved tickets are actually 2. So we've now managed to separate. So you can always do that. But now someone may be wondering, if I don't want to have these particular options here, can I have them as a search engine here? That is actually another way you can do it. So I want us to add that particular option whereby you can always search the options on this area instead of having these drop downs here. So I think I'll be doing that on the next series. So if you are following this video, consider subscribing, like our video, and stay in touch. See you in our next video. Bye.